And this month's Where Did the Road Go is sponsored by Super Inframan, Allison Cook, and Eric Hervin. Thank you all so very much for your incredible support.
Transmission start. Welcome to Where Did the Road Go? Join us as we wander off the path and explore lost history, consciousness, the paranormal, unexplained mysteries, alternative thought, and much more. We are present on the web at wheredidtheroadgo.com. Now here is your host, Soraya.
Welcome to Where Did the Road Go? The next few shows here are going to be a tribute to the late Jeff Ritzmann. Jeff, I am honored to have known Jeff, and I'm going to start off here by just reading his obituary. Jeffrey David Ritzmann, age 53, of Joppa, Maryland, passed away on February 24th, 2021 at Upper Chesapeake Medical Center in Bel Air, Maryland. Born in Baltimore, Maryland, he was the son of Joseph and Jennifer Ritzmann, husband of Lisa Ritzmann, and father of Dakota, or Cody Ritzmann. Jeff was a talented artist who loved heavy metal music and Star Wars. He enjoyed playing guitar, movie prop collecting, and exploring the mysteries of the universe. Jeff attended Le Millet School of Art and Goucher College's program for gifted artists. In the mid-1990s, Jeff started the Maryland chapter of the 501st Star Wars Costuming Group. He had a big heart and was dearly loved by his family and friends. So, yeah, this kind of hit me hard. As it says, Jeff was only 53. Didn't know there was anything wrong. I don't think anyone really knew there was anything too seriously wrong. From what I've gathered, he had some stomach issues, which suddenly got much, much worse. Cody, from what Cody said, it sounds like some kind of cancer, probably stomach cancer, I would guess. I don't know for sure. I don't think the doctors knew for sure. Nonetheless, he passed away very suddenly and way too soon. It had been a bit since I talked to Jeff, and I had actually been thinking of getting a hold of him. He had always wondered how Jeremy Vaney and I would get along, and apparently well is the answer. And kind of wanted to talk to him about all that, and never got around to reaching out to him, not that it was that long ago that I had Jeremy on. I did not discover Jeff's work through Paratopia. To this day, I don't think I've ever heard an episode of Paratopia. I heard Jeff on Project Archivist. He did a multi-part episode, I think, with them on his experiences, and I just remember listening and being blown away by his sincerity, the way he approached this stuff, and some of the interconnections to stuff I was experiencing. And I'm just like, I need to talk to this guy. Absolutely need to talk to this guy. And I got a hold of him, and I wasn't sure if he'd get back to me or not, but he got right back to me, and we set up a time for him to come on and talk about everything. And I think we spent about an hour talking before we did the first part of this interview you're going to hear, which is the first three parts. The first three times he was on, we did it all in one night because there was so much stuff, and I think the show was only an hour then. So we talked about all his weird experiences and stuff. And in the end, I think we were at like the 5.5 hour mark since we had started the call. The software I had been using at the time, Pamela, which I didn't know because I'd never been on a call this long. It would auto start when I started the call and stop when I ended the call, because sometimes I'd forget to start the recording, and this way I couldn't forget. So we talked for about an hour, then we did the show. And at the end, we talked for a little while longer. And then, of course, at some point, one of us brought up metal, and, he told me, oh, yeah, I'm really into metal. His favorite band was Iron Maiden. Told me about how he'd gone to see Iron Maiden. So we just ended up talking another, hour and a half about heavy metal. And all the stuff he had done, being in bands when he was younger and stuff. Apparently his high school band, maybe? I don't know. An early band he was in got to open for an early version of Metallica. So that was something he was pretty happy about. Before Metallica were huge back in their Kill 'Em All days. And he had seen every Iron Maiden show, every tour, from the first one to the most recent one. And just loved Iron Maiden. Said he didn't really get into newer stuff. Said he was only into, the older stuff. And then after going to see Unleash the Archers and realizing what an influence Maiden were on their style and presentation, I said, I sent him a video from Unleash the Archers. I said, well, check this band out. And he responded with, I just went and bought their whole catalog because he absolutely loved it. And I sent him as well One-Eyed Doll, who have been on the show and stuff. And I'm thinking they're quirky. I don't know what he's going to think of them. And he loved them. And so those were the two bands I was pretty proud to have gotten Jeff Ritzmann into after he decided he didn't really like newer stuff. He didn't like the tuning, I think, in most new metal. And there's plenty of bands that don't do that, but there's way more that do, that sort of down-tuned sort of sound. We had actually tried to meet up. I've never met Jeff in person, and now that's really going to bother me because I always wanted to meet him in person. We talked plenty, but never face-to-face. And a couple of times we tried to work things out when I was going down to see Tim Renner. The last one was Alba Twitch. He was going to come out to that, and then I don't remember what happened, but something prevented him from doing it. Another time, we were actually going to go see One-Eyed Doll. I think I'd gone down to see Tim, and One-Eyed Doll were playing that night, maybe. I don't remember the exact details. They were playing like in Baltimore. And it was after I got him into them. And so we were like, I think he was moving that day. And he's like, well, I can't meet you earlier, but maybe we could do the One-Eyed Doll thing if we're done. And so I'm like trying to figure, okay, so we'll drive all the way down there, which is about a 5-hour drive, turn around, do this, come all the way back after the One-Eyed Doll show. I'm like, yeah, I'll be up about 36 hours, but it'd totally be worth it. And he wasn't able to do it, unfortunately. And as I said, I was using a program called Pamela that would start recording at the beginning of every conversation. I don't have all the stuff we talked about at the beginning and end. I always delete that stuff. But I had never been on the phone so long with someone that Pamela couldn't finish the file. Apparently it had a 4 gigabyte limit, and I recorded in waveform for best quality. And we were on for somewhere between 6.5 to 7 hours straight. And when I hung up the call and it saved the file was 4 gigabytes exactly and would not open in anything. And I freaked out a little bit. I was like, oh my God, did I just lose this entire 3 shows? No, luckily. It would play in Pamela. So that night when I went to sleep, early morning, I put it in on Pamela and hit play and then recorded it in Audition and was able to save the interview. But that is the only way that I still have this. I was very, very lucky that this existed at all. But along the way, he has completely changed how I view some of this stuff. And a lot of that you're probably going to hear in these next few shows. So right now, what I'm going to put up are the first 3 shows he was on, which is which I had already put up as one piece a couple of years ago. On the end of that, the next thing we did was sort of a crossover with Project Archivist. So what we did is I went on Project Archivist with Jeff and Lobo and Rosian, and we did their show. And literally at the conclusion of their show, we switched over to a live edition of Where Did the Road Go on WVBR. So, and I think Lobo was the only one that couldn't come over with us. So I'm going to put up that as well. So you'll hear the first, you'll hear Jeff's experiences. Then you'll hear the Project Archivist edition, and then the jump over to Where Did the Road Go? And that will be this first part. Jeff was on quite a few times, and later this week, or there'll probably be another show in between here, I'm thinking. But I will be in the next couple weeks putting up every show he was in. I'm going to kind of make them into bigger, longer shows so you can hear them all in one place. Take out some of the extra stuff that is no longer relevant. So this hit me hard. I didn't see Jeremy's post. I just saw a post in our Slack group for Where Did the Road Go that just said Jeff Ritzmann died. And that was the first thing I saw that morning. And I was just like, afternoon technically, but I was like, that's not real. I'm still asleep. And it took me a while before it really kind of hit that I would never talk to Jeff again. And it's still still really has a strong effect on me. He was someone I admired a lot. He was an extremely talented artist. He was super supportive of Where Did the Road Go. He did 2 artwork pieces for us that you can find on in the merch shop, the one with the car that everyone loves and this ghost ship one. And I didn't even ask him to. He just did them because he liked the show. I think the last time he was on was talking about Lodge 49, which was his favorite show. Probably next to Star Wars, honestly. And it was a great TV show. Unfortunately, it did get canceled. Yeah, that was September 20th, 2019. That's the last time he was actually on the show. He did like taking breaks from this stuff, and I tried not to kind of drag him back into it if he wasn't ready. Anyway, I'm going to stop rambling here. And this was my first conversation with Jeff. And all the others will follow here in the next week or so. To his memory, a truly awesome individual. And my guest tonight is Jeff Ritzmann. And how you doing tonight, Jeff?
Good, sir. How are you?
I am great. And you have some really interesting stuff going on. And first of all...
So they tell me.
First of all, tell people... You do your own podcast.
I do.
And you've done some in the past. You want to give people a little podcast history?
Oh, wow. Second Eclipse was my first podcast. That was like back in the infancy days of podcasting. And I think that lasted probably 6 months. And from there, I met Jeremy Vaney at an X conference near D.C., one of Stephen Bassett's disclosure things, which we always went to for a laugh. And and Jeremy and I met there, and he was doing, he's going to kill me because I honestly don't remember what the name of his podcast was, but it was much more successful and listened to than my own. And he and I were on the phone one night, and he said, I'm sick of doing my podcast. And I said, we should do one together. And within a week, we had a name, Paratopia. And Paratopia then went on to run for, over 4 years and 170-some episodes. That were all about 3 hours long or more, plus a live show on the weekends, and we discontinued that after we just felt it kind of ran its course. It was a premium podcast for the most part, and because every server that we got put on, they'd kick us off because we had too many people like accessing the server and crashing servers on Friday nights. Like, I'm not kidding; it was ridiculous, And so we stopped, and we kind of did our own thing for a while. Jeremy now hosts The Experience on Whitley Strieber's UnknownCountry.com. And I pretty much stick to doing our podcast. Jeremy and I started up Paratopia Oculus, about 10 episodes ago now. And it's probably the most unstructured, kind of just a wild ride of a podcast that you could possibly want to listen to on these subjects. I mean, we just kind of we start off on a topic and it goes where it goes. Normally, we don't have guests. It's pretty much just he and I, just because we feel more work gets done that way. And we talk about, we don't talk about predominantly what's going on in the quote unquote field. Like, that doesn't happen. So if you're looking for your favorite writers or your favorite, niche researchers, you won't find them on there. We kind of go more towards experimental thinking, thought projects of, how can we engage this phenomena in some kind of meaningful way that we can maybe garner some kind of information that may not be available through, the typical researchers. Like, we're looking for other stuff, the deeper aspects of it.
Right.
So that's what we're doing now, and that's at paratopiaoculus.com.
Cool. All right. And you do have a project we're going to be talking about in a little bit that's really fascinating, but I want you to get into some of your experiences. Like what got you interested in this stuff in the first place?
Wow. Wow, it's so much. It's like, you ever listen to these podcast people or these your audience? I'm talking to them now. You guys ever listen to these podcasts or radio shows where some guy rambles on for like an hour and you go, what a mental case this guy is. Well, that's usually because there's so much that you just like, how do you frame this? So if I ramble, just put the brakes on me.
Sure.
I'll try to hit like the important bits that kind of woke me up a little bit. I would say from the age of 5 and possibly earlier, I had some pretty weird experiences at night. These experiences are probably the most potent memories of my life, and always have been there. And I can picture them in my mind like I've done a million times, and they have not changed. They are what they are. I mean, like every kid, Mom would tuck me in. I lived in suburban Baltimore County. I had great parents, great friends, great neighborhood. I mean, it was literally the perfect suburbia life. And I would go to bed at night. Mom would tuck me in, and she would go back out to watch TV with my dad for a couple of hours. Would leave a bathroom nightlight on for me. And to give people an idea, the lay of the room, most of the time, my bed was against a wall, and to my right was the bedroom door, which led out to a hallway. To the left was my mom and dad's room. To the right was the bathroom, like immediate right. And to my left, when I'm laying in bed, was a window that looked out onto a street lamp and the street and the mailbox and the rest of the yard. And so, like any kid, I didn't go to bed when I was told, and no kid does. And now that I got a 20-something-year-old that I've raised, I know this to be true. And I would sit up and play, or kind of try and read a book by the low light that was in the room. And the best way I can describe this is just to describe my perception of what happened. At one particular time, I was kind of playing with some little army guys on the edge of the bed, trying to be quiet so Mom didn't hear me. And I began to see a white dot in little dead in the center of my field of vision. And it looked to be, I don't want to say pulsating, but it had like a vibratory quality to it. It looked like it was slightly blurred. And it began to get larger in my field of vision. And no matter where I looked, it was always dead in the center of my field of vision. And I shut my eyes, it was still there. Open my eyes, it was still there. Look in the light, it was still there. Look towards darkness, it was even more there. And so I panicked a little bit, but you're more or less overwhelmed with this. As a kid, I remember thinking to myself, what is this? What's going on? Well, it can't be anything to worry about because no one's ever told me about this. So what, and before I knew it, it had literally filled my field of view. And it was a square, a spinning square that was spinning, perfect square, white, for you graphic design people out there, like a perfect vector square, no fuzzy edges, rotating as if it's on a pinwheel in the center and getting larger and larger until, I don't know how else to put it other than say I whited out. And I would, and again, I have no idea how much time passes, but I would more or less come out of this sometime later because I could hear my father snoring in the next room. So I knew they were then in bed. All the lights in the house were out except for that night light in the bedroom or in the bathroom. And this is where the whole story kind of gets exceedingly weird, as this is apt to do. When I would wake up, here's typical, I couldn't move. So there's your stereotype paralysis thing. But I could move my neck and head. And at times I could move my feet. And at times I could move my arms. There were variables in this. This happened, and this is where everybody goes, really? Well, really, this happened every night. Every night. I would wake up, not be, At some points, the window to my left and the doorway to my right were there. At times, it was not. I don't know what that means, whether if I was not in the room or whether I was in the room. Maybe, I don't know. But whatever sheets were on the bed that I was in were gone. What was covering me was a single black sheet, black pillowcase, black slipcover on the bed, hospital tight corners, hospital, like literally stretched across me so tight that you're practically getting your circulation cut off. And this blue light shone down on the bed, me, and the whole thing. And you could sometimes see outside of this blue light, but most of the time it was so intense. I remember many occasions looking and seeing dust particles falling in the air. And at times, and there were variables in this, I would, and of course I would be absolutely horrified. I mean, terror is not a good enough word. I think there's a really good word to describe it. Just sheer panic. And you can't get enough air in your lungs to scream. I did try. I could get out some sound, but no one ever seemed to respond to it. For lack of a better way to put it, either I would pass out from just sheer horror because I'd wake up the next morning and everything would be fine.
Right.
But at times I would wake up in that blue light with the black sheets and the whole scenario of the white square and everything like that all went like textbook every night. But sometimes there were variables, like at times I would see small, big-headed people around the edge of the bed. You couldn't make out features. All you could see would be like the tops of the head. At least that's what I perceived them as, heads. And they would whisper to each other. Like you couldn't understand what they were saying. It was kind of like this strange type of almost chanting sound to it. But at times it was, that kind of thing, back and forth. And I would lay there and listen to them and try and make out facial features, and you just couldn't. And at one time I was told by my mom and I told her the whole story one night. I said, "This is what happens. Does this happen to you? Is this normal? Like, what are those people that come in the night? Like, who are these people? Because I can't move." And and she said, "Well, you're dreaming. That's what this is. It's a dream." And so I said, "No, Mom, this is not a dream." And I remember saying to myself, tonight when this happens, I'm going to sit up and I'm going to prove to her that this is not a dream. I'm going to prove it to myself. And that night I did indeed sit up in the blue light with the black sheets, and I pulled these sheets literally up to my face. And I said, "These sheets are black. I am not dreaming. I am awake. What is going on here?" And again, I heard some whispering here and there. There was no bedroom door. There was no bedroom window. And to my left, I saw a pair of hands start coming into the light towards me. They were extraordinarily long fingers with black fingernails, rather long black fingernails. Not in a threatening way. They weren't, oogity boogity coming at me. It was just kind of like reaching in to touch my leg or to touch at me or to, you almost got a sense that, is this somebody trying to comfort me in some way? Right. And to that, I have no memory after that. I don't remember how it ends. I don't remember how any of these experiences end for those times. And there were so many other variables, like, playing with someone in the doorway of my bedroom very late at night. It was cold. I remember it was chilly in the house. And this is often what happens at, 3 to 4 o'clock in the morning. And I'm playing with someone by my door, and they don't look like me, but I can't really look at them. Like I talk to them, but I don't really look at them. And then they say something like, "You want to take a piggyback ride?" And I said, "Sure." And I got on their shoulders, not looking at them. I just kind of was put on their shoulders, and we glided down the hallway. And I thought, well, this is weird. Nobody's walking. We're actually gliding. It was like being pulled on a pulley. And we went out towards the kitchen, and the dog growled, and we politely turned like literally just made a loop. Like, nope, that's not going to work. Let's go out the front door. The front door opened without anybody opening it, and we went outside. To that, I don't remember anything else. And these things happen intermittently. There was only one time for that, but there were these strange, weird, non-UFO, quote-unquote, connected events that I really, all my life, I never knew what to do with them. But I knew that they were incredibly powerful experiences that I'd had, and I didn't know what to do with it. And they happen every day, or every night, rather. I say every night. There may have been a couple nights where it didn't happen, but by and large, every night from the ages of 5 to 9.
Did they just stop at that point?
On my 9th birthday, we had a birthday party, and as usual, all the guests went home, and and as parents do, they put me to bed, and I had some toys that I had gotten for my birthday. I was playing with them, and I wasn't going to sleep. Not on a bed. I was full of cake and pixie sticks. I'm not going to sleep, right? So it's 9:30, and I'm like, okay, it's time for bed, but whatever. And so, I'm playing, and Mom and Dad, I can hear them talking about, did you see what so-and-so's kid did to the house and this, that, and the other? And I distinctly remember them going into the bedroom, because I remember I got to play like I'm asleep. So I drop down and I play like I'm asleep, and they're in their room, and I hear them talking and giggling, and meanwhile I'm playing, and I'm giddy that they don't know I'm awake and that I'm listening to them talk, and and so I'm laying there, or rather I was sitting up at that time, and there's this enormous flash from outside the window. And I don't know, I guess the best description that I've heard somebody talk about, most notably Colin Andrews had mentioned this at one time to me, that there was a point where it feels like all the air out of the room is sucked out. And that's a really good description. That's kind of what it felt like, because there was the sound of, an air conditioner, and there was the sound of my dog's nails on the linoleum in the kitchen, and there was the sound of Mom and Dad talking real low and hush whispers, and all of a sudden when that flash went off, it all just stopped. And it was this weird kind of silence that was just pin drop quiet.
Well, it's the Oz factor.
Yeah. Yeah. And I don't know what I equated that to, but I was like, okay, that's weird. I don't hear them. And I called out. I said, Mom, Dad. Nobody answered. Very strange. And then I heard somebody walking down the hallway. And for those kids who, like me, who grew up in the 70s and 80s, you remember shag carpet, right? That stuff makes a racket when you walk on it. And I could hear this shuffling in the hallway. And into my room walks this man. Probably, 4.5 feet tall or so. Skin like silly putty. Not porous skin, not textured skin, but really smooth looking. Slightly dirty looking. Quite large eyes. I don't know how correct the communion alien is, but it's close to that. Like, there's something not quite right about that. The shape of the head isn't quite right, and the eyes certainly aren't perfect, but that's as close as I think we're going to be able to get in this kind of weird experience thing to try and equate a look to. It was kind of that look. Only there was this variable. It had a hat on that that looked like spun copper. It was kind of shaped, and I always said, when I was little, I said it's shaped like a rice paddy hat, because I'd always see these people on MASH in the rice paddies with these hats on. Well, it looked like that, except it was a little more rounded than that. And it was copper colored, bronzes colored, and it looked like a wok lid. And he came over to me, and I thought, I wasn't scared. I don't know why I wasn't scared. I should have been, but I wasn't. I said, what a neat thing this is. This must be some surprise that Mom and Dad have set up. What's this about? This guy's funny looking. Okay. And I leaned over towards him off the bed, like I'm leaning, and he's standing beside the bed looking at me, and I leaned over to him, and I said, who are you? And he put his hand up, like, don't talk. And then he rubbed his hands together real flat. And I noticed when he put his hands together, abnormally long fingers with black fingernails. And I'm like, okay. And he rubbed his fingers together, and he turned his palms toward me, both hands, like nothing here, nothing here. Showed me the back of his hands, front of his hands. He pulled his hands apart as if he was going to clap. And I thought, well, this is where it's all exposed. This is where I find out what this is all about. You know, this is the surprise. And he claps his hands. And when he claps his hands, again, here's the bizarre part. If this all wasn't bizarre enough, it's like a gong going off. It's like the biggest gong, like a gong the size of the neighborhood. Gets cracked right next to your ear, you know, with a big mallet. And it blew right through me. All of a sudden, this enormous wave of fear swept over me. I fell backwards, and I remember nothing else. And I had these memories like my whole life, and never knew what is that? Like, what was that? And I would tell people intermittently in my life about that. Like, I would say to the guidance counselor at school, well, you know those people that come in your room with the blue light at night? Like, and she would go, I'm sorry, what? Okay, no, nothing. Never mind. Occasionally it would get me the weird looks, but a lot of people that I would talk to would go, well, that's pretty fascinating. Like, what do you think that was? I said, I have no idea what it was. And then, throughout my young days of 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, probably stopped around 15, 16, somewhere in there. But, I had UFO sightings, daylight, predominantly daylight. One particular one I remember was very odd in that it was a red ball, shiny, seemed to be structured, with a seam in the middle. It was seriously spinning. And I guess the best way to put it is that it would flash, like there was a big flash where it was. Very spiky flash, like a cartoon type, like Wile E. Coyote getting hit with a mallet, right? That kind of spiky flash, and it would just be gone. It would just disappear. And then it would flash again, and it would be there again. And it would do this over and over for 5 minutes. And finally, it winked out, and it didn't come back. And so I ran into my mom, and I said, Mom, you're never going to believe what I just saw. And I explained it to her, and she looked at me like I've never seen her look since. Blank. She looked very blank at me. And she said, maybe it was a weather balloon. And I just went outside, and I said, I remember standing on the breezeway and saying, what's a weather balloon? And I wouldn't get the joke, of course, until years later. And and so, when I started hearing about people having very bizarre experiences with hauntings and with UFOs, and I said, that was what this is. And then when I saw the cover of Communion and saw some artwork from other places that really resembled what I remember seeing in my room that night, I said, this is what this is. This is a UFO thing. And this stuff is a definitive ghost thing, because I also had those kind of experiences with this stuff too. And sometimes the two would intermingle. And, and some, kind of bizarre duet. But I think the most bizarre things are what are the most important bits of this. And as you and I were talking before the program, like, I really don't subscribe to I don't know what this is. Like, I don't know. I think a lot of what people have been told about paranormal phenomenon is not the whole story. Yeah, and so there is a level of bizarreness and a level of self-negation to this experience that renders it fodder for skeptics and for people to make fun of. So I understand why it's made fun of and why it's marginalized and all that. Makes it no less irritating, but I get it. I totally get it. But I had plenty of other things throughout my life that kind of led up to a big experience that kind of like said, "Yep, that's what it is," and that involved my wife, and.
Well, before we get to that, let me ask you this: when you saw the white square, was it like just a color or of white, or was it actually look like light?
No, it literally looked like when I do presentations, which are damn rare. I have a flash video that I show, and it's literally a vector white square that is rotating on a pin axis in the center. There was no pin axis in the center of this thing. It was just a white square rotating as if on a pinwheel. It wasn't a light per se. It was just, this visual perception of this growing geometric shape. And I don't know what to make of that. The one thing that I found out from psychologists, and psychoanalysts and even neurologists over the years is that the mind works in geometry. Visionary things work in geometry. And so I'm thinking to myself, well, if this is, as I know it to be now, is some, I guess we can call it other intelligence or an other of some kind. There's somebody else in the apartment building is what I'm getting at here, folks. I don't know what it is, but there's definitely somebody else in the building. Then that would be an effective way of trying, I guess, to communicate is in baseline geometry. That would be kind of a communication of sorts. Now, what it said, I have no idea.
Maybe you were occasionally waking up from the Matrix into the real world.
I mean, I'll tell you what, honest to God, what I thought at the moment that some of these things were happening. When I would see that white square, I would get, I don't know where these thoughts came from a 5, 6, 7-year-old kid, but I would say things to myself like, it's okay, they're just coming to finish me. I'm not done yet. Whatever that means. I will say that, I've been a working commercial designer and artist for all my professional career. Like, literally, that's all I wanted to do my entire life. And that creative, offshoot started in those times, during those periods where I was having these experiences. This is where like a wellspring of creative stuff welled up from me. And from there it was, not just like, oh, he can draw really well. It was like, no, we need to get this kid into a G&T program, and he needs to go away for summers to like art colonies and stuff like that. And, and it was really weird. I mean, it was weird taking art classes next to people who are like in their teens and 20s and like,
And also for anyone who doesn't know, G&T is gifted and talented.
Yeah, I mean, that's the kind of
do
stuff.
they even still have those anymore?
I don't know, honestly. I don't know. My last one that I went to was when I was in 11th grade, between 11th and 12th grade. They sent me to Goucher College to do that. It was like a 2-week really intensive period of painting and drawing and visualization to, like not having to look at an object to draw it, that sort of thing. Mm-hmm. And, it was a lot of fun. I mean, I really enjoyed that thing, and I've always enjoyed what I do. But I always wonder, like, where'd that come from? Like, is that what I meant when I said that? Like, I don't know. I didn't even know that was necessarily my thought. That's the creepy part about it. Like, people often, you'll hear people talk in this field about, well, I heard a voice in my head from this alien being that spoke to me, and he spoke to me through telepathy. And, people say that, and that's fine if you want to believe that. But your audience members need to close their eyes for a second and imagine something in front of them that isn't human. And now imagine hearing a voice in your head that isn't you. That's scary, man. That's nothing trite and common. There's nothing common about that. And I've had that, and it's excruciatingly bizarre. It's fearful beyond comprehension. I mean, did I think I was going crazy? Absolutely. At one point in my life, absolutely. Absolutely.
When you were having this every night, did it ever null the fear for you after a while?
No, it really didn't.
What do you think the fear was mainly caused by? Was it just an animalistic type of fear, or was it something you were actually afraid of?
I think it was the idea that I didn't know what was going on, and I think, like most human beings, I don't like loss of control, and I think being paralyzed or not being able to move like I normally would move, and it wasn't always complete paralysis. Sometimes it was just I can't really leave this bed because I don't know what's outside of that light. Is my bed floating? I don't know. Right. I can't see the floor. So I don't know what's going on outside, and I felt like at least I can see in here, but that's something people ask me a lot because I've had a lot more hair-raising stuff than that, and that by comparison to later stuff in life was tame.
But not for a kid.
No, not for a kid. What is still kind of confounding to me is how. Is how later on in life, and I probably never said this on any other time I've ever. It literally just occurred to me is the innocence factor and all of that when you're a kid. You are such an open little eggshell, It's you're like a sponge. You soak up everything. Yeah. And when you get older, you've always got these preconceived ideologies that then color everything that happens and every event that you have in your life. And I think at that point, when you're that little, you're dealing with things like, dealing with other kids and the start of bullies and all that kind of stuff. You've got all that to deal with. And then you've got these things at night that won't let you sleep. And then you've got stuff like, well, Jeff doesn't stay awake in class, That could be because, So
it was actually affecting your sleep.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, to the point where Mom took me to the doctor a couple of times because, she said he looks so tired all the time. He's got these circles under his eyes. He shouldn't have these circles under his eyes. He's young, And he's like, "Are you sleeping well, kiddo?" And I'm like, "Not really, And I didn't really I never have told a doctor per se about the things I'd experienced until much later on. But as a kid, I didn't bring that up. Because I saw the faces of people that I did talk about it to. And I was like, nah, I got enough to deal with in some years later with braces and girls and all that stuff. You got all that to deal with. Who wants to deal with this? So.
Now, did you see any UFOs while this stuff was happening? Initially?
No.
So that only started after the last event?
Yes.
Huh.
Yeah. I mean,
it's almost like it transitioned into something else.
Well, I can't say that the UFO I described, the daylight one. I can't really say that was after. That was pretty much right smack in the middle, probably 6 or 7 years old. But that was kind of a one-off. It wasn't until later on, after 9 years old, that I began to get these glimpses of things in the sky, and some of them were lengthy. And I should say that I grew up really close to Loch Raven Dam. And if anybody out there in Google land wants to Google Loch Raven Dam UFO, you'll see that that's been there's been some interesting cases in there. And I would say that the red ball that I described earlier, that was towards that direction that I was looking. So again, I can't make the solid confirmation. I have no photograph. I have only my memory of that. But the interesting bit about that sighting in particular was that somebody was with me, and I can't remember who they were. I remember saying, "Don't you see this? Don't you see what this?" They're like, "Yeah, come on, let's just go play." And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm not playing right now." Like, yeah, I'm looking at this. You don't see
like it wasn't bothering.
Like it didn't bother them at all. Like it had no, like they didn't care. Like, yeah, I see it. So what? Let's play. And that's disturbing.
Well, yes and no, because you figure a kid may just figure it's something they just didn't know about.
Could possibly be, And I really only had one kid in the neighborhood that I played with, and he passed away from esophageal cancer a few years ago, and I remember asking him before he got sick, and when we were talking one night, I said, "Do you remember that? Do you have any memory of that at all?" He says, "Dude, it must have been somebody else, wasn't me." He said, "We weren't even hanging out then. I didn't know you at that age. I knew you like around 9 or 10 years old." I said, "Dude, I can't remember who that was." And that bothers me to this day, that I can picture somebody standing beside the tree in the front lawn, and I cannot picture their face. Yeah. Don't know who that was. But the fact that they wanted me to go with them and ignore this thing, that's bothersome to me now, knowing, how a phenomena kind of, just kind of how, folklore has worked over the years on this subject, and the tangents that are reached in that kind of place. So, it's bothersome. But no, the fear of this stuff is never, I'm still afraid of it. I still have abnormal fear about it.
Why do you think that is?
Because it's inherently fearful. And that's something that I've worked on. I've tried to work on over the years. And I would say that as a man who's going to be 50 years old next year, I would say I'm more curious these days, but I still have a healthy respect for its distance. Mm. It's the best way I can know to put it. Like, I don't want it in my house, but it's in my house. It's been in every place that I've lived. And so I don't expect it's going to wane anytime soon unless I completely disengage from the entire field and the whole subject and all of that. I mean, that can happen, but, it's a healthy respect for it these days, but I'm more curious about the mechanism of it.
Yeah.
Why is not a productive question to ask, but, why?
I've with my experiences, it almost seemed to me like they were trying to teach me to overcome fear.
And that is one way to look at it. Yeah.
Yeah, because after a while, I learned how to disconnect. Like, yeah, okay, this is really scary. I'm just going to put that off to the side and just deal with it on a very logical level.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's a point for me that I almost realized that this, I guess, in no small part came from just interacting with people who were other experiencers who I trusted and who had things happen to them that were somewhat similar to me. Not so much in like the visuals or the scenarios, but more along the lines of just the ultra weird, the disconnect from sensible discussion, I guess is the best way to put it. Like, it really is hard to talk about these things because there are words that just don't quite fit, but nonetheless are the only thing you've got. And yeah. I saw this same inner fight with other experiencers, and when we would talk about this stuff, we would go into these places where you don't hear these things talked about on radio or podcast or even written in books for that matter. And what I kind of got was, it's that I think the way that you approach this, or the way that you initially react to it, is then its blueprint for further manifestations of what comes at you. So in other words, if I was inherently fearful of what I saw, even though these experiences weren't, always oogity boogity scary, then it's almost like, and I'm not saying this is how it works, but it's almost like this thing doesn't know how to relate to us. And so when we go, we scream and we go, oh my God, what is this? And your heart's pounding and you're palpitating and you're sweating and freaking out. It goes, oh, that's okay, boogity boogity. Like, it doesn't get it. Like, it goes, okay, I can be scary if that's what you want. Okay, that's clearly what you want because that's how you're reacting to me. Maybe it's that. That's like the scenario I play around with in my head. I know that's not how this works. I get that that's not what this is really saying, but it's almost like it's childlike in that kind of way. If you frame the discussion in that kind of context, you could say, well, maybe it doesn't know how to react to you. And so it's giving you, it's a mirror. It's reflecting at you what you're putting out.
Yes.
And so that does have some validity to me, but it's so much more complex than that idea.
Well, the way I've been looking at it is, I mean, first of all, I don't think we understand what reality is.
Well,
I don't think we understand it in the slightest bit, and I think we need a completely new map of it to really even include this stuff. Mm-hmm. But I think when these things interject into our reality, I don't think our brain has anything to put on it.
Correct.
It's almost like, okay, there's this weird energy signature that I'm getting and I don't know what to do with it. Let's put a monster there because it's weird and I don't know what it is and we don't know what monsters are. So monster.
Right. Exactly.
And then that thing has to interact with us from that state of monster because that's what we gave it.
That's what you skin it with. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't disagree with that. I mean, to me, there is this kind of, I don't know, there's definitely a cultural filter. When you look at this across like Americans, it's one thing for the most part, or a couple of different variations. But when you get into like South America or even overseas, you get these different manifestations of this kind of thing. Which I find to be really interesting. So there's a cultural aspect to this. There's also a psychological aspect to this. Like, that's the big thing in UFO land. And this is the really disappointing thing to me about mainstream ufology is like, it's like, like a psychologist is the Antichrist in that field, there's always this really hardcore effort to refute the psychological. And like that to me is an extremely short-sighted view to take. Like, there is a psychological component to this, no question about it. Is it all psychological? Well, all of reality is psychological. If you want it, you all live within the confines of the 3-pound brain in your skull, so that's your 3-pound reality. So there's that. But let's go past that and say, okay. It's well-known, established medical fact that the brain is a dampening mechanism. Okay, it confines us to, a certain visual spectrum, taste, touch, smell, hearing, these things. I think it's well established now in science that this reality that we recognize with our visual cortex and all of our other senses is not even close to everything that there is.
Oh, sure.
And so it feels like to me, like for a brief instant in a paranormal event, that dampening mechanism is like chains off. You get it all for about, a minute or two, or maybe less. Some people longer, some people it drives to the brink of insanity. I've seen this. Yes, this does drive people as batty as you accuse people of being. Mm-hmm. So yes. But if the brain is a dampening mechanism, what is the brain doing in an experience like this? We don't know because there's never been any funding to try and test this kind of thing. And this kind of gets into the marginal viewpoint that the world takes on paranormal studies in general. Parapsychology in general really is a marginal field. So, but yeah, I mean, for me, this has been at times textbook as far as the UFO portions of it go, but has some very weird components that that involve people around me as well. Like, it's not just relegated to me. At a certain point, like I said, my wife and I had a pinnacle experience that kind of opened the floodgates, and our lives became the proverbial three-ring circus for a few years, and that was really hard.
Before we get into that,
sure.
Though, let's talk about the project you have ongoing right now. You did another thing called Project Core.
Yeah.
And what was the goal of Project Core?
Now, the Project Core was with Jeremy Vanny and I. Kind of talked three research scientists into joining us. So we had a certain academic approach to this thing, into data gathering from people who had paranormal experiences. We absolutely didn't put any chains on or any restrictions on what they felt, their experience felt. Like it wasn't just UFO abductions, quote unquote abductions. I hate that word, but that experience, or ghost, or jinn, or take your pick. It could be anything in the paranormal field or realm. And we got them to fill out a multiple choice questionnaire, very short, maybe 20 questions, and then a large blank field on the webpage where they could basically say, here it is, guys. Tell us what your experience was. If it's more than one, pick your most, extreme one. Pick the one that had the most influence on you and tell us what happened. They had a lot of room to write. In fact, I don't think there was any limit on characters in that. And so other questions were, what's your blood type? Do you know what it is? Here, tell us what your blood type is. Have you ever taken an IQ test? Yes or no? If you did, how did you score? And IQ tests are, again, they're very
arbitrary.
Yeah. I mean, that's the best way to put it. You can't really say what's a good and what's a bad IQ test. There's some that you can definitely say are bad, but what constitutes a good one? We don't know. Things like, what is your national heritage? What nationality are you, and where does your ancestral heritage come from? Things like, have you ever messed with psychedelic drugs? Have you ever had a relationship with an occult practice, Wicca, to a Ouija board? Any of that?
I'm pretty sure I filled this out. How many years ago was this that you did this?
Several now at this point. I'm pretty sure you probably did at some point or another. Because a lot of people did. I mean, we got around 250 responses. We rejected some of them because one of the context problems, or the contextual problems with this particular thing, was if your thing was UFO related, we did not accept testimony that was retrieved under hypnotic regression, because everybody at the table really said, and I've long fought against that practice for decades now, and it's a useless tool for retrieving nothing. I mean, it's useless. Yeah. So we don't want that. And a couple of people gave us that anyway, and we just rejected those. We got it done, and then it was reading all of these accounts, over 200. And it was like, some of this stuff was truly off the charts bizarre. And you read this stuff and you go, it's too dumb to make up. Like in your wildest dreams. No. And so, there's this ring of familiarity to what you've experienced. And so, and some things you would read and go, I can't conceive of this, but if this is what this person reports, I'm reading it. And so we were very open about that. But then it was to amalgamate all of the data that we collected. And being an anonymous survey, we got interesting results, but it was a preliminary first step. And what we saw was essentially the people that report paranormal phenomena who responded to this survey, yes, were a lot of Irish, Celtic, German descent, as far as ancestral heritage. Also a lot of Native American ancestral heritage responded. A lot of people with above average IQ, at least. Some blood type similarities were reported in there. I'm getting ready to put this study back up, the whole totality of it, the commentaries from 3 of the people who participated in it, me, Jeremy, and one of the research scientists, Dr. Ellen Tarr. We all wrote kind of a piece on it, like what we got from it, even though it was a preliminary first step. Like, here's where we should go with this. And as I mentioned to you, it's being moved because nobody really cared. Because, and this is something that I negated to mention in our prior discussion, it was not widely read. I think the more serious components of ufology and the paranormal did read it. Our George Hansen, a good friend of mine, who is a groundbreaker in this field to me.
Absolutely.
He read it. He was very impressed, and I think he was quite skeptical about us being able to do anything of substance to start with, and he was very pleasantly surprised. He thought it was great, a great first step. And again, being a first step, you don't reach conclusions at a first step. So taking an academic approach to this thing, having a real statistician on board to actually do the work, and to have, understudies for this from these professors that were working with us on this. We had really nice stuff, really organized well, thoughtfully presented, and the paranormal world said, yeah, we don't care. Because you don't say ghosts and you don't say flying saucers and aliens and extraterrestrials or whatever. So there was that.
Do you realize that when you said the German English heritage, you said high IQ, these are some of the same things that David Paulides is finding among missing people?
Yes. And I don't know what to say about that right now.
Yeah, it's just, but it is. It's
yes.
there. That's the same pattern he's finding, or the same patterns you're finding in these experiencers.
Yes. Nobody wants to walk through the purple door and never be seen again. But does it happen? I don't know. I'm not at that juncture yet. If I don't want it to be me. I'll put it to you that way. But yes, there are these similar things that are very interesting, but need further study to substantiate these into something meaningful.
Sure.
And we need a much broader survey net. When we said online survey, we expected quite a turnout. And the facts of the matter are, you can't get a significant turnout in this field from people when you're asking for a lot of people to put forth. I tried to make it so that it was the most minimal effort to fill this out. Very simple. Another guy out there it had a survey, and it was like some ridiculous number of questions, and it required probably more than an hour to fill out. That's retarded. Wow. That's just ridiculous. You're not going to get massive returns on something like that. You've got to keep it simple. You got to keep it concise. But the next step is decidedly more invasive, to where we have to try to establish an IQ test. We have to try and establish blood testing for all participants, and then try to substantiate these things in a meaningful way so that it's statistically viable. That's what you have to do. And I know that's all really dry and boring stuff and nobody cares. But, somewhere along the line, something pops out at you about this stuff. And that goes to the project now, which is Project Oculus. So what I took away from this was pretty much what George Hansen laid in my lap or showed to me. For years I had seen, long before I met George, I had seen these patterns in people, that they were often artistically inclined, they were creative types, they were really articulate and smart, but they lived these like non-routine lifestyles, and didn't fall into the mold of routine like a lot of people do. And I always wondered what that was. Like, it's really weird, because they're a lot like, Bill's a lot like John, and Katie's a lot like Jane, and why are these people so similar? And and George basically said, these are people living an anti-structural lifestyle. They're in liminal states, which means between things, states of change, edge of chaos, that sort of thing. And this goes into the marginal personalities, which are often found in this field, marginal people, people who are easily dismissed. So people that are into routine or into structure would look upon the anti-structural people as losers, cranks, kooks, nutbags, this type. So this is why this thing is marginalized. This is why this is. And so I go, okay, so if the paranormal does manifest more along the lines of out of routine situations, people, places, events, great. So I've had this in my life, most of my life, because I live that way. I do art. I'm very, like, if I get an inspiration to do something at 2:00 in the morning, I do it. And damn going to sleep the next day. I mean, that's just it. And so what happens when you immerse yourself in that kind of life? What happens if you take hold of that and live that? And try not to think about, I'm living this anti-structure, just be it. And so that's the Project Oculus, which is up right now at gofundme.com/Project Oculus. If you go there and you search for paranormal, I should come up pretty high on the list. And the idea here is that we're going to try to engage phenomena that I've seen and photographed around my house. And there's a couple of examples in the video on that page of light phenomena in the hallway that is really weird and bright and super colorful for a cell phone photograph, but doesn't reflect light. In other words, there's no indirect lighting. It's strictly the light is coagulated around the object, whatever that object of intense light is. I sent those photographs when I took them to Ted Phillips of the Landing Trace case group, and he's been studying this Marley Woods case for years now. And he said, in fact, this is what they see in Marley Woods. This is that same bright, rich colored, oversaturated color with light, bright light that doesn't seem to reflect on the ground, the trees, the environment. It's non-reflective light, which doesn't make a lot of sense in our neat little reality here. And so my thought is, well, if we integrate live cams into the environment of my home and we completely ensconce them, in other words, they become part of the house. It's not like, well, cameras are watching. No, we just put cameras up and we live with them. And we live this, I live an anti-structural lifestyle anyway. So depending on what I do, if I have an intense art project that I'm working on, if I'm working on some deadline for work, I'm staying up late, I'm eating odd hours, I'm not eating right, I'm, gaining and losing weight. But there's also this added element of we're renovating our house. And the example I use in the video on the GoFundMe page is we've all heard the story of, the couple who buys their fixer-upper dream home. And the minute they start renovating, the ghosts in the house don't like them renovating, and so they haunt them. And I just ask people to look at it a different way, in that they are not disrupting the ghosts in the house. They are in a state of change. They have bought this house, so they're out of routine. They're not used to the new house. They're also renovating. They're changing the house from what it was to what it will be. That's a state of between, liminal state, right? Textbook. Is it any wonder why they start having paranormal experiences of ghosts in the house when this happens? This fits perfectly within the textbook of liminal states, anti-structural behavior. It's not just the house, it's the people. The people are living like out of cardboard boxes a lot of times when they first move in or when they're renovating. They're not sleeping the same. They may not be going to work regular hours. And there may be stress and friction in the house. All of this stuff combined. This is what, here's my favorite catchphrase, this is what surrounds paranormal events. This is what people don't look at. All we want to look at is, what was the ghost wearing? Or what kind of alien abducted you? We need to start thinking about, what was your life like at the time? What surrounded this event? What was life like for you at this point? And people hear that and immediately go, well, he's just trying to reduce it to the psychological. Not at all. This is about life. This is about, how does this ensconce itself in our life to be there in that moment? What was it surrounded by? And what you find time after time after time. Anti-structural behavior, marginal places, people, things. It's all over it. It's all over it. And so my thought is, if I can make it all over me, it's going to be all over this house. And so a camera outside, which we've seen some strange things in our lawn. Inside in the hallway near the bathroom, pretty hot area for weird stuff in this house. Maybe some nights we throw the camera in the living room. I want to change it up. I don't want it to be a routine place where the camera is, because routine is not conducive to this.
Right.
Change is. And so what I'm trying to get funding for is to buy drop cams, which are moderately expensive, but not horrible, but they're super dependable. They have great night vision. They have great audio. They can be recorded online. Nest, the parent company, for a fee every month, will record you, will DVR all of your feeds in 1080p, right? So it seems like the best of all worlds. Now, the better part that we can do to add to this, and the reason that funding is so important, is that, 3 cameras is around $600-800 or a little more. By the time you figure in the Nest fee, I don't know what that's going to be to record these things. But anyway you cut it, it's a lot of money. I also want to add some things in, like, how about a tri-field meter running, a natural tri-field meter. So we have natural EMF being monitored in the room. If we get something on camera in the room and it's recorded and it's detected by the camera, which is the great part about these cameras, is they have movement detection. So you can put a hot area over the whole screen. If something moves in that room, that camera's going to message you. It's going to record that, monitor it, and it's going to say, on your timeline, here's a little yellow bit where I saw something happen. Very easy to twaddle through these things and monitor it. So it's the best of all worlds, but if we get something on camera, wouldn't it be great to have the tri-field meter respond in kind to the image on the screen? Yeah. It's not enough just to have the visuals. Take it from a visual analyst for the past 30 years. It's not enough. You need something else. You need correlation of a couple of different things. So equipment, I've got one thing that's been kind of okey-doed by the parapsychological community that I've interacted with. They seem to like this piece of equipment. We're going to utilize that. But there's still other things we want to get. So, for $20, a $20 donation, which I don't think is terrible, I give you a password or an access to, where we're going to have the live feeds going on a web page, and you'll be able to look at those and monitor them yourself. Nice. And so that's kind of like, that's my only perk. I don't have a lot to offer, folks. It's just watch my house. But Hess Dahlen, the Hess Dahlen project has been pretty successful with this kind of thing, catching anomalous lights and activity around Hess Dahlen. And I'm doing kind of the same thing, but I'm trying to directly engage this by living an anti-structural life, by changing my house. Renovations are going on. Things are in flux. It's the perfect time. So, and the good news is that there's no end to this. It's like, if they don't work in one spot, we move them. We try something else. It's an ongoing experiment, which I don't think really has been done before. So I could use everybody's help with it, because I unfortunately can't do it alone.
And the question beyond all this is, why do liminal areas bring this stuff in? Why does anti-structural behavior draw this stuff in?
I can only parrot George Hansen and say that why is not a productive question to ask. I don't know. There's so much I don't know. I mean,
I think going into my interview with George Hansen, I thought that it was that, we're changing our behaviors, so we're noticing things we may not notice otherwise. But he corrected me and said that's not necessarily the case.
No, I mean, it may be a part of it.
Right.
But I think we got to be really careful not to exclude the psychological from it. In other words, some of these behaviors are psychologically rooted. I mean, my psychology is that, and I'm not kidding, this is how my work, my job, my home artwork that I do, if I'm asleep on the couch and I wake up and I go to the kitchen to pour a glass of milk and I go, oh man, that's an awesome idea. I'm out in the shop like 10 minutes later, like drawing it up and going, all right, I got to get to bed, but I'm on to this in the morning. And sometimes you wake up in the morning and you go, this is crap. Or sometimes you go, I got to build this like right now. And that's just how it works for me. Like that's my psychology is I can't not do it in the moment because if I don't, I lose it.
Yes.
A project started will end up differently if you stop and take a break in the middle of it. You can't do that. I can't do that. And so, henceforth, why creative people? I think creative people in routine. I mean, don't people understand that this is why artists dye their hair purple and wear funny clothes sometimes in their youth, and some of them engage in psychedelic drugs and all that. Like, do people not understand that? That's what this is. It's the creative process. That is, it's the internal externalizing, and we talked about Jeff Kripal before the program. This is what Jeff, really talks about a lot is the paranormal some amalgamation of an external and an internal that is becoming external by force of us. In other words, are we reaching out a hand and it's grabbing the hand? And how much does the creative process play into these things? These are all things we have no idea. We have no idea what this means. Why does Discord bring this stuff in? The easy answer is, well, it's demonic. Nah, sorry, I'm not buying that. But can you understand why people would say that's evil? You can understand this. At some point when you understand the marginal aspects of this, and you understand how the human behavior responds to the unknown, and then how it reacts within the context of anti-structure and liminal states and marginal people and places, then you understand hoaxes. Like hoaxes used to burn me up, right? Because they'd waste my time. Give me a photograph, do an exam on it, it's a hoax. I'm just aggravated, it's a waste of my time. Well, now I go, such things are completely to be expected. I completely expect hoaxes. I completely expect people to lie. I had a guy just last week show me an orb photograph that was clearly a dust particle. I mean, so clearly that I could compare it to any dust particle anyone would show me. And he says, well, I saw that with my naked eye. It was as big as a bowling ball. I was like, no, see, just because you say that I'm not inclined to believe that because of what you're showing me. If you would show me video of you chasing this thing through the tree, then I go, okay, we got something going on here. No, people embellish a lot. And I don't know how people do that. Because for me, I'm not going to sit here and lie to everybody and say, have I ever thought of trying to make the story more interesting? And I go, well, why? Why? It's already ridiculously unbelievable. It's already interesting enough, but how do I become heard for this? Because I feel like this is important, but the temptation is to say, well, I make up some story. Do you know what this phenomena I believe would do to me if I did that? I fear this thing. No, I'm not kidding. I mean, it's funny on some level, but I fear this. And I fear what would happen if I did lie about it or even embellish it. Like,
I would think, if anything, you'd be tempted to tone it down, make it fit better with what people expect.
I think there was the temptation to do that in the beginning. But then I kind of recognized, like, no, this bizarre thing, this needs to be talked about because nobody's talking about this. And yet in private, everybody opens up about it. Like every experiencer I've ever met, I know it's beyond weird. And excuse me, and the self-negation aspect of it, I think that's a major clue with all of this. Like, I don't think it's just marginality. I think there is an active component of this thing that says, like Jacques Vallée said, you know, to report this with 100% honesty is to be thought a fool. You can't, you can't talk about this. You know, it's I don't know how familiar with Terrence McKenna's stuff that you are.
Somewhat.
I mean, people widely consider him like the godfather of the mushroom, the psychedelic mushroom, and all of that. And yeah, he is all those things, and he's a botanist, and he was incredibly smart, incredibly well read, but he was also very intrigued by the UFO subject, and he drew parallels between psychedelic experiences and the UFO experiences, and there are some. It is in some ways a psychedelic kind of thematic going on. The very bizarre aspect to it is there, and as somebody who never took drugs in my life, he was partially one of the big reasons I said, yes, I'm going to eat a magic mushroom. I'm going to see what that's like, because I want to know, is that like what I experienced as a kid? Is that what this is? And the answer was no. The answer was, you know, it's like, I know a lot of people get real insight from it. I got insight like, I never want to do that again. But he had an experience in the Amazon. They were researching and experimenting with psychedelic compounds there. And one morning, he describes it as being lightly intoxicated on mushrooms. He said, to my credit, he says, I was familiar with all hallucinogenic drugs and their effects. So I know what a hallucinogenic property is on my psyche. I know what to expect. This was not that. And he then described this UFO sighting that he had where he saw the Adamski flying saucer coming through the air. Such things are nonsense because we all know that photograph is hoaxed. It's proven, demonstrable, right? Long before it was discovered what the parts were made from, computer analysis said it's nonsense. But yet there it was for him. And so that's an experience, and I've had that reported to me by other people, even locally. One man had a tractor trailer floating over his home, over his barn rather. Lights, tanker truck, the whole bit. It was there. His family, they all saw it. It was there. Another woman reported an upside down Star Trek Enterprise over a field. I mean, this stuff does get reported. People have reported TIE fighters. You know, I mean, these kinds of things do happen. But these are experiences that you're not, I mean, the average person is not inclined to talk about these in public.
Well, sure, because they sound so ludicrous. Absolutely. So, you know, my thing is, okay, well, you know, here's what I photographed in my hallway. It ain't much, but it's interesting. And so if we try to engage this, will it respond or won't it? And I don't know. I have a good feeling it might. And if it doesn't, we try something else. Either way, there's something going on here. And where can people find the project again?
That is at GoFundMe.com, and it's / and then it's Project Oculus, and it sounds just like it sounds. It's spelled just like it sounds, rather. Oculus. O-C. Oh God, here I go. O-C-U-L-U-S. Oculus.
I believe so.
Okay. Getting late. But yeah, that's where you can find. And again, if you go to GoFundMe.com and search paranormal, I come up. It'll be somewhere on one of those pages. You'll find it. And but you can go to paratopiaoculus.com, and there's a link there in the show description for this week. There's a link there. But we'll see what happens. I'm really encouraged by the feedback that I've gotten so far. We've got some enormous donations, which is like beyond anything I expected. I really didn't expect it to take off like it has. But we're well on our way.
Cool.
And so, we could use one last push to kind of get us over a hurdle, and then we can start getting stuff going here.
All right, we're back with Jeff Ritzmann, and I guess now we should get into some of the weird things that happened later in life to you. But I did have one question about your earlier life. I remember you on Project Archivist saying something that you did have a counselor who had who like when you explained your experiences to her, she actually had similar ones.
That was in elementary school. And that was a really brief period there where, excuse me. See, I've rambled on so much, I've completely lost my voice. Sorry, audience, for that. I had a guidance counselor at the elementary school who was an older lady, and when she retired, I was probably in 4th or 5th grade, and we got a younger lady, and I was sent to see her about sleep. And when I explained to her what it was about, she got to talking to me about art class and how I really showed a lot of aptitude for that, and and what was I doing? Were my parents doing anything to foster? I said, oh yes, they're sending me to classes on the weekends and this, that, and the other. And she says, do you like it? I said, I love it. And she says, okay, now let's get to why you're not sleeping at night and what's going on. And I just said, you know what? It's safe here. She seems really nice. I'm just going to spill it. And I spilled it. And I told her what happened. And she got she looked at me very intensely. And I thought, oh, I'm in trouble. Like, I got the feeling like I was going to get in trouble. And I felt like I was going to get in trouble. And this is an interesting thing about experiencers, is that when they get together in a group and they talk about these things very openly with other experiencers, that's the feeling that they walk away from, or walk away with, is that they feel like they've told a secret they shouldn't tell, like they're not supposed to be talking about this. This is a very common thing. And so, the guidance counselor said, well, I said, I know nobody believes me when I say this. They all think I'm dreaming. And I know I'm not dreaming. And she said, well, I don't think you're dreaming either. And she said, I've had things very similar to what you described. And I said, you do? What is it? What does it mean? And she's like, I have no idea. But, and she told me basically what a counselor that I saw in my 30s, I think, told me. He said the same thing, is there are things that we just can't explain about human experience. And I think he described it best. He said, there are people who really have peak human experience, and that's what this is. And there is no explaining it. And, he said, you're welcome to investigate it, but it can be extremely toxic, and it can lead to obsession. And it can, which is, which is another way that it manifests itself. The more attention you pay, the more you poke it. Blank doesn't stink till you stir it. That's the kind of that's kind of the modus operandi of a little bit, in a way, of this stuff. If that makes any sense, that's just kind of how it seems to play out. And then again, that falls all within the marginality, the anti-structure, and all that. It's easily dismissible. For the believer, there's no more proof that's needed. For the skeptic, it's easily dismissed. So, this is just the way it works. So you got to work within that.
Now, you had a very weird experience in your teens where you lost, I wouldn't say you lost time, you lost distance, sort of.
Yeah, gained distance, yeah. Yeah. Lost a lot of respect from my family members about knowing how to drive and being trusted with a car. Yeah, I mean, the long and short of it was, I live in Maryland, so we have Ocean City, Maryland. and having the car, I wanted to drive my car down, and we went down pretty frequently. I mean, I went down without issue, had a great time. My parents drove their car, I drove mine, so I could tool around Ocean City as much as I wanted. And on the way home, for non-Marylanders, which I assume is a lot of you, you have to go over a couple of bridges, the Francis Scott Key Bridge and the Chesapeake Bay Bridge. So the Chesapeake Bay Bridge on the way home is the first bridge that you encounter, the first big one. And we were just about to it. And that usually meant you were most of the way home. And I lost sight of where my dad was. I did not know how to drive there. I had to follow him. And Dad is a chronic lane changer. Like, he's not satisfied with a lane. He has to be in, like, first position, right? So my dad's an old stock car driver, so he always wants to be in first. So, I was beside of him, and a tractor trailer went between us, and I kept an eye. But when the tractor trailer had gone by us, I looked, and he was getting off on an exit. So I panicked. I got off on the next exit. And wound up going down the street. All of this happens within no more than 20 to 25 minutes to maybe a half an hour in totality, to where I end up at the end of this, which, I find a store at the end of the street, and there's a guy there. His car is broken down. Again, his car looks odd, but I couldn't describe it to you. He had a Cleveland Browns shirt on. I went over to the payphone. That's how he got to talk. And I went over to the payphone. He goes, "Payphone doesn't work." I said, "Oh, okay." I said, "Well, the convenience store is closed. Looks like it's been closed." I said, "Which way is the Bay Bridge from here? Is it to my left? Is it down this way?" "Yeah, straight up that road. Go a little bit. Blah, blah, blah." I said, "Great." He said, "Hey, I hate to ask you this, but I'm broke down here. Could you maybe drive me up the street? My house is literally like 2 minutes up the street." I said, "Yeah, sure," which I had never picked up a hitchhiker before, but he looked okay to me, as they say. And, he got in, and at the time I had a 1970 Ford Torino GT, and it was ridiculously fast. And we're going down the road, and I think there may have been a couple of small talk about the car, and it began to get a little dark. It was getting dark when I stopped. Again, this is all within a very short period of time. And I get to kind of a dark spot on the road where it's a 2-lane road, and I see I don't know, like I guess a stone driveway going back into the woods. And he says, "What? This is me." I said, "Okay." I said, "If you don't mind, I'm going to drop you off here," because I'm thinking, I'm not going back there with him. I don't know who this guy is, and I don't like the look of that, right? So it's probably fine, but I'm letting him off here. So about that time, you've got that twilighty look about things. It's just enough darkness to get confused about, signs on the road and all that. And so I flipped the lights on, and he's not getting out, and I'm kind of like, I don't know, looking out the front, and I'm going, "So it's straight up here? As I just keep going straight?" He's like, yeah, just keep going straight. And I look over at him, and again, this is where it falls apart for most people. This man looked nothing like the man who got in the car with me. Nothing. This was not a trick of light and shadow. His skin was abnormally smooth. And it was just not the same man. It didn't resemble him. The clothes did. The clothes were the same. The face was different. And it was startling. And I just found myself, when I looked at him, I kind of looked at a quarter of my eye, and then when I finally turned my head completely to look at him, I just kind of froze. And I didn't know what to say, and I kind of mumbled something that I don't remember. And he opened the door, and the dome light came on in the ceiling. And he said, "It's good." He said something akin to, "You're okay. It's going to be okay." And I said, "Okay." And he said, I'll see you again. And I said, okay. I didn't ask, what does that mean? I just said, okay. And he got out of the car and shut the door. Man, I'm telling you what, that 351 Cleveland never tore so fast away from somebody. I put it to the floor. And I'm kind of looking back like, is he chasing me? Like, I don't know what's going on. This is just very strange. And I just really unsettling. So I drive literally what seemed about 3 miles up the road, and I come to a cross street that looks a hell of a lot like a place called Route 40 in Maryland. A lot of businesses, a lot of truck stops and whatnot. It's a truck stop right there on the corner. I pull in, I go in, I tell them I'm lost, I don't know where I am. Where's the Bay Bridge? How do I get to Bay Bridge from here? And the waitress at the counter goes, Bay Bridge. I'm not, where do you, I said, Chesapeake Bay Bridge, the Bay Bridge, to go to Baltimore. One of the truck drivers down the end on the, like in the little booth says, boy, you are lost, ain't you? I'll never forget that guy's voice. And I was like, I guess so. And he comes over and unfolds a map, and he says, you're right here. And I was in the southern tip of Ohio. Now that, logistically, is impossible.
Right.
I didn't have enough gas for that. I hadn't driven that long. It's like, no, this is not getting lost. This is serious now, because how am I getting home? So I began blubbering like a fool and crying. They called, the police came.
How old were you at the time?
I think I was 17.
Okay.
Pretty sure.
Well, that's a pretty reasonable response considering your situation.
Yeah, I mean, I guess. A little embarrassing. I was genuinely embarrassed when I walked out of the place. I just said, I don't know how I'm even getting home. And I tried calling to the house. I did have enough change and some money in my pocket from the weekend that I could make some phone calls and try to get, I called my mom and dad, couldn't get them, called the neighbors across the street who were very close to us and couldn't get them. And I don't know what I'm going to do. And I'm reasonably sure, and I can't remember anymore. Again, I'm almost 50 now. I'm pretty sure they told me it was close to 6 hours to get home.
Wow.
And I said, I don't even know how to get home. How am I going to get home? I said, I don't have gas for this, So.
And this is not modern day where you can also just plug it into a GPS.
No, there was no, I didn't even have a cell phone then. I mean, there was no cell phones for,
right.
I mean, that was for the uber millionaires, but it ended up that the waitress then came out and she felt really sorry for me. She was super sweet. And she gave me this money and a bag of food. And she said, they all collected this for you and they really feel bad. And this man he's going to DC, and he's going right by where you should be able to know where you're at. So you can just follow him and he'll take you all the way practically home. And I said, okay. And, and the state cop said, is there anything else you need? I said, no, I mean, they collected well over $100 for me. Nice. And I thought that was, that again, just made me completely turn into a puddle. And so I filled the car up with gas, and then that tractor trailer was waiting beside that street for me, and down we went. And, never passed that convenience store, never saw it wasn't there. And I walked in the door about very close to, 5, 6, 7 o'clock in the morning. And I'm thinking, man, am I going to get it? I'm not going to be able to sit down for a week, because the whole time I'm going, I'm like, I can't lose this truck driver, because if I lose him, I don't know where I'm going. And I have a map, but can I figure it out to know where to go? And it ended up, I did lose him somewhere towards the end of the trip, but he got me most of the way home.
Right.
And I just thought, I can't stop to call, because if I stop to call and they're out looking, God, they've probably contacted police. They're out looking. I rolled in the driveway. My dad's truck was in the driveway. And I went in the house and tried to set my keys down quietly. And I was so tired. I was so tired. It was ridiculous. And my dad comes walking out in his underwear and T-shirt out of the back room. And he says, where you been? I said, Dad, you're not going to believe how lost I got. I tried to tell him the entire story about what had happened. And he was completely nonplussed about it. He said, all right, well, get in there and get to bed. It's whatever o'clock in the morning. Get to bed. You're going to wake up your mother. That was it. That was it. Nothing? Really? Nothing? This is not my father. I don't know who this is, but this is not my father. No, it was my dad. But, I mean, again, just like Mom with It's a Weather Balloon, it was kind of like, you weren't out looking. Why were you not out looking for me?
Right.
I mean, it just made no sense. And I remember telling my papa, my mom's dad, I said, Pop, he wasn't even out looking for me. And he's like, well, I can't explain that either, because if I'd have known that you weren't home, I would have been out looking for you. And I was like, right. So he's like, I don't know. It's very strange. And I was like, well, it is very strange. And, but Pop believed where I was. And I'm telling you, I've moved since then. I moved, I moved out of my house to an apartment, and I moved from there to a condo, and I moved from there to my house that I'm living in now. Somewhere in this menage of stuff, I've got the pack of matches I took from the counter of that place, and I just need to find it. That's the marginal part of the story. I have the match packs. Not that that means anything. It would only mean something to me, but I would love to know what the name of that place was. And
right. To know exactly where you were. Yeah.
But that kind of thing, like that never, it was that one time. It's never happened again. But you talk about displacement. Crap. I mean,
yeah.
I just, that was one of the more, like serious fear of being in trouble, or serious fear of like, when I get home, there's going to have to be police there because they're going to have to be looking for me. Like, really, that's,
sure. Yeah.
Nobody was looking for me.
They got home, you weren't there, and they just went to bed.
Apparently, and apparently Dad was like, well, maybe we don't need this kid. He's the only one we got, but maybe we need to rethink this. If he's gone, he's gone. What are you going to do, Judy? But that was really very bizarre. I mean, I to this day, I mean, again, that's something I've remembered all these years, and I never made the connection for what that meant or what that was. Never heard of such a thing. Who would have ever believed that?
Yeah.
Yeah. They think, now you're out messing with some girl. No, I wasn't. I swear I wasn't. But it wasn't until years later that you began hearing these kinds of things on these tabloid TV shows. So-and-so ended up, in this place where he should have been here, and this is called this. And I don't know. It just, slowly you turn around to the idea that something is going on in your life, and it's not what other people have going on.
Right.
Right. And you're a weirdo, and that's just the way you are.
So did this stuff calm down at some point for a little bit?
Yeah. I'd say probably my college years were pretty vacant of anything. And that was an extremely anti-structural type of life at college. So there was that. And I would say right up until I was engaged to my wife. I was engaged to my wife, and here's bizarre for you. I'll say this at the risk of embarrassment, because after all, look what we're talking about. How embarrassed can I be? We're all space cadets. You have to make the best of it. I was in the bathroom taking a leak at my mom's house. My future wife was there talking to my mom in the kitchen. And as I'm finishing, I get a extreme pain in my navel. And as I look down, something comes out of my navel and hits the wall with some force. And it's blood. And the first thing that goes through your mind when this happens is, I'm coming untied. I mean, that's a bizarre thought, right? But this is what I thought. I thought, oh my God.
It's reasonable.
Oh my God. I put my hand on my stomach and I'm like, oh, that's blood. It's blood. And it smelled. And I'm like, what is this? So, and it didn't happen like that again when I urinated, in the day after that. But I went to the doctor the next day, and he takes the thing that he looks in your ear with, and he sticks it in my belly button. He's got a real long one. He sticks it in my belly button. He pushes way farther than I thought a belly button could go. And he says, this is the conversation. He says, huh. He's looking around. I'm like, Doc, you got to put some jelly on that thing. It's killing me. And he's like, what are you into? And I said, well, what do you mean? And he says, been sticking anything down in here? I said, why in the hell would I stick anything in my belly button? I don't know. I'm just asking. I don't know what you kids are into. I said, I'm not into that. He says, well, if you could look, I'd let you look. He said, but there's 3 or 4 pin marks in here arranged in a circle at the base.
Oh. And
he said, I don't know how that had happened. And I said, well, I don't either. He said, unless you stuck something in there. And I said, I ain't stuck anything in there. He said, wish we could take a picture because I'd love for you to see it. It's a perfect circle.
Wow.
Of 3 or 4. He said, they look like needle marks. Now, what is that? What is that? And this was the last words he said to me. And he didn't really detail it very much. He said, I don't know, Jeffrey, you get some really strange, S-H-I-T, right? I'm like, right. Okay. Well, there you are. I don't know what to say about that.
And it was never connected to anything?
I've thought about that, and not that I can really think of. I had moved into an apartment, and Lisa, my wife, and I, we had experienced some, I guess what people would call haunting experiences. Excuse me, in the house where it was in an old brownstone house that I rented, and I lived in the upstairs, and 2 college girls lived in the bottom, and I would go up the stairs and into my locked door, and as we would get up the stairs and go into the door, you heard every door in the apartment close, and there were many closets, big closets in this place. You would hear every door in there closing.
Oh, wow.
And I'd look at her, and she'd look at me. She'd go, what was that? I said, I don't know. But I do remember, and I can't, again, this is why it's important, everybody out there listening, if you're having experiences, keep a journal. Date it, time it. This is crucial, because when I got out of this for years, I threw all that away because I just wanted rid of this stuff. And I threw all that stuff away. I got rid of it because I didn't want anything to do with this field anymore. But now, here I am. Again, I'm back in it. Now I'm back in it for 10, 12 more years. And I wish I had this stuff, because then I could really tell what events coincided with what things. And,
well, and I mean, I've been keeping notes since about 1990.
Uh-huh.
And there are times where I stopped keeping notes, and I regret that now.
Yeah.
Because my memory sucks.
Oh.
It really does. I mean,
it's worse as you get older, dude. Trust me.
The stuff I remember actually pretty dead on. When I've gone through the entries, I'm like, okay, I might have had like people switched around, but the actual event was remembered right. But there's a few years where I'm going, I know a lot of weird stuff happened, and I am at a loss to remember any of it in any kind of detail.
Yeah.
But it's also, I found really important, I was told this when I started recording the stuff, to record the everyday stuff going on around it. And I was always like, well, why? Shouldn't I just be recording the weird stuff? But now I'm seeing all these weird patterns.
Right, exactly.
In the normal stuff relating to the weird stuff.
That's exactly it. And that's really, and that's one of the parts of Project Oculus that's going to be, that's something that the people who donate are going to be able to access, which is a daily log of life in this house. So it's going to be brief, but it's going to say, what happened today in the house? How was Lisa's day? How was my day? How was my son's day? We all live here. Did the dogs do anything? Did the dogs tear up the floor? Did they sleep all day? What happened in the house? And then we keep this log. Every night I sit down for 5 minutes and I say, nothing much happened today. Had a good day at work, blah, blah, blah. That's important stuff, believe it or not. That's going to be important down the road if we get something interesting that you can look back and go, okay, that day is the day that we heard that, Aunt Molly died or whatever. So that kind of stuff can be important. I couldn't tell you. I had a very weird experience at the apartment that I guess a lot of people would deem UFO related, but there was no UFO. It was more along the lines of like hearing small kids running around in places that I couldn't see in the house, but like the kitchen, you can't see the kitchen from the bedroom, but you can hear little feet, things like that. And I remember that that particular night, I was in bed, in the middle of the bed, and was covered up. I'm pretty sure that it was cold, because this place, the landlord had control of the heat, which is a bad deal, kids, if you rent an apartment. And it was really cold. And when I woke up next to my 1975 Les Paul guitar, and I'm like, why is that in bed with me? Why is this not in its case in the living room? Why is this in bed with me? But it was. And I had no explanation for that. It was just a very strange thing to happen. I wasn't playing as I was sitting there. I went to bed. So I have no explanation for that. But it wasn't like I got up in the middle of the night. I'm a really, really light sleeper when it comes to getting up and going to the bathroom. I remember that, unlike a lot of people.
Right.
I'm not one of those like sleepwalking types. That's I've lived with a woman now for 25 years this year, and that's never happened. So. Did that coincide with the belly button? I have no idea, but it was during that period in time.
When you talked about all the doors in the apartment building slamming, did other people notice this? I mean, was this something that you experienced?
Well, Lisa, she heard that on several occasions. We also saw somebody knocking at the door, which oddly enough, we've experienced in our house now. She experienced it last week in the bathroom. Somebody knocking on the door to the point where the door was lightly moving. It wasn't like pounding, but somebody knocked at the door, and you could see the door moving slightly as the knocks happened. So it was, we saw that a number of times, her and I together, and then you'd open that door and of course nobody would be there. So we got that a number of times. There were just very odd things that more along the lines lined up with like a poltergeist type activity to me. Now knowing what I know, glasses put in weird spots in the house, chessboard pieces moved that weren't moved before, somewhat subtle things, but really noticeable stuff. Chest of drawers having all the handles balanced upside down. You touch them and they fall. Had that twice there, and then once in the temporary house that I lived in while our condo was being built. So there was that. So poltergeist type stuff, weird stuff, and the girls downstairs actually commented on that one time, because I said, we didn't talk very much, but I was downstairs and one of them was vacuuming the foyer, and she says, "Isn't this a great house?" I said, "It really is." I said, "A little weird sometimes, though, isn't it?" She just looked at me. She goes, "What do you mean?" I said, "I don't know. We have some weird things happen." She goes, "What do you mean, like ghosts?" And I said, "Yeah." She goes, "Carrie, come out here." And I told them, and they just looked at each other and like went, "Oh my God!" And I'm like, "Why, do you see?" She's like, "I'm not talking about this. That's it." So obviously they'd seen something or heard something, but they didn't want to discuss it, so I didn't press it.
Right.
But yeah, and most of my experiences now that were somewhat important in my thought process with this stuff, most of it now since I've been married has happened with other people. In fact, a lot of it has happened with other people. Some friends, we've lost a lot of friends over this. That I think is the most distressing part about it. Is the way that the phenomena can alienate you. Pardon the pun, but it's true. You will lose friends. You will spook people out. Some people will just, stay away from you because they think you're nuts. But,
Sure.
yeah. But that is part of how this works, too. Isolation is a big deal with this, and that's why it is important to talk about even the most bizarre aspects of it openly. Because if we keep doing that, then sooner or later this becomes something that everybody can comfortably talk about. So I don't mind being the whipping. I'm an artist. Everybody thinks I'm a weirdo anyway, so I don't really care. It is what it is, and there's nothing I can do to change it or make it more palatable for people. So that's not my job. I'm just trying to make some kind of headway in this in some way before, the curtain falls on us all at some point. So you got to do what you can.
And where did this progress to beyond this whole poltergeist activity?
I guess for lack of a better way to put it, Lisa and I got married, bought our first place. The condo was our first place, and strange things started to be seen there. There was a long hallway with a bathroom at one end, and Lisa and I would routinely see, and my parents for that matter, my mom would see it routinely, house guests would see it fairly frequently, somebody walking in and out of the bathroom. More silhouette type thing, not really like you can describe what it looks like. It's more like a silhouette, but clearly someone coming in and out of the bathroom. We were on a second floor condominium, so it was a good, 10, 12 feet off the ground. And Lisa saw a head go walking by out the window one day. Really freaked her out.
I'm sure.
Light phenomena in the house to some degree, but not as much as what we have now. Mainly a lot of voices, and that's when I began to say to myself, okay, there's definitely something here as far as paranormal stuff goes. Like, there's ghosts here. Like, what is the history of this place? It's a new place. It's brand new.
Right.
And you find out that it's the area that used to be all mostly farmland, and then you find out that not far from where I lived is where I live now was the original port of Baltimore. So it was very colonial-esque ship port. And so a lot of, again, very anti-structural stuff going on, a lot of liminal states going on, ships coming and going. So historically, there's a lot of liminality going on around here. But then you find out that when you talk to people like George Hansen, that, well, yeah, apartments and condominiums, people come and go. It's always in a state of transition. And so ghost activity is much more heavily reported in condominiums and apartments than they are private homes. Anybody know that? I didn't. But it's true.
I had no idea.
But it is actually true. And so, when you start thinking about liminal places, an apartment is a very liminal place. It's a stopover. Most people don't live their lives in an apartment. Most people, it's a transitional place to live.
Sure.
And a condo is the same way. That's a very liminal place to live because you're going to have children. You're going to want to raise your children in a home of your own that you don't share with a bunch of other people. Plus, you've also got other people coming and leaving and having kids and moving, and so it's always in that state of flux. So all of that played in. By the way, our upstairs neighbor reported weird stuff in his condominium. Our downstairs neighbors, before they moved, reported weird things in the sky. There was a round patch of dead grass out front of the condo that a couple of house guests saw and said, "That's weird, right?" And I'm like, "Yeah, it's weird." Particularly when you hear your downstairs neighbor saying it was right over there, and then they came and they sat down right there. This was a conversation we heard off the deck one day. And so, okay, I'm intrigued, okay, because now I start to describe these experiences from my childhood to my wife, and I had described them to some detail before we were married, but then I really opened up about a lot of other strange things that I didn't really put my finger on. And I remember, I'll never forget this. And here's where this gets extremely marginal for me, because you could easily dismiss this. We're watching a show called, I think it was Encounters or Sightings. I think it might have been Sightings. It was a little earlier for Encounters, but Sightings was on. And they were talking about a UFO case, a landed UFO in some place, and it was very interesting. And I said, that's fascinating. I said, because up where my father's business is extremely rural, and it's where my dad grew up, where my grandmother lived. I said, we ought to go up there and just look around. So Lisa and I, we had just had our son, and he was, I don't know, he wasn't newborn, but we had been out a few times since we had him, and so we dropped him off at Mom's, and we just took a ride. And long story short, we saw some lights, were very strange. We pulled over to the side of the road to look at them. They turned off right in front of us. They were clearly off the ground. I didn't know what it was. We pulled up a little further, pulled off the road. She wanted me to move my son's car seat into the back of the truck so that she could get a better look if we saw something again. Mm-hmm. And so I got out of the truck to put his car seat in the back. I had a cap on the truck, so I opened it up. And as I put the car seat in, as it literally touched the inside of the truck, there was a bright flash to my right. And to the right was where all of the wilderness was, all of the rolling hills of trees and blackness, frankly. And I look over to see a light kind of wavering in the air. It looks like a firework, but going lateral. And I've got this pain in my upper arm, shoulder area that feels like sucker punched, like really hard. But
right.
It put me on my knees. It hurt so bad. And I looked over. As I looked over, I thought, I'm going to see somebody swinging something at me, but instead I see this light. And it winks out right over top the trees. There's a tree line, I don't know, some several yards off the road. There's a lot of field between me and the trees. And it's right by a CMP telephone switching station, or, where there's trucks parked and there's a fenced area where they park the trucks. And so there's a little garden set right beside this parking lot, and I'm beside the road. And I look over and I see Lisa, and she rolls down the window. She says, "We need to go." I said, "Did you see that?" And she said, "Yeah, we need to go now." And I said, "Well, wait a minute, because did you see where it winked out over there?" And she said, "Yeah." And I said, "Well, it's just to the left here. And do you not see something right there, like right above the trees? There's something there." And we went back and forth a couple times, and she's like, "You need to go. We need to go." And I said, "Well, just give me a second." And I walked right to the back corner of the little garden that was beside this parking lot. It was tilled up land. I don't know what was planted there, but I walked about halfway up, and I kind of knelt down, and I'm looking at a dim ring of really tiny, fine red lights. They're very small, and they're barely there. And the way I described them was, it was hard to look directly at them because you couldn't see them as well as if you looked just to the left or right. And I found out later on that this is a problem that astronomers have when they're viewing very dim stars. If they look to just the left or right, they become somewhat more visible in the side periphery of vision, picks up these things better. Yeah. Apparently, this is something that astronomers deal with all the time. So I'm looking at this thing as best I can. And I know what it looks like. And the thought did occur to me, maybe you shouldn't be sitting here. Maybe you should get in the truck and go home, because it's enough already. But I'm going, well, I don't think that's what that is. I'm not sure what that is. And it's not moving, and it's nothing dramatic. And I said, well, I'm just going to, and Lisa, of course, is like, we need to go. I'm like, just hold on a minute. So I get up and I say, I'm going to walk just to the corner, the front or the back corner of this tilled up land, which would be towards the hedgerow a little bit more. So as I get up, I'm not taking my eyes off of it. I go to stand up, and it turns on. And again, I've said this so many times. It was not like a Close Encounters moment. It wasn't like, here's the big flying saucer. That was not it. It just went from being dim to very clearly visible.
Right.
Not blinding, not any of that nonsense. It just was there. And here it is. It's an oval ring of red lights, evenly spaced, with white lights now unevenly spaced between the red ones. And being the guy that I am, that was my first thought was, besides a list of expletives that I would never utter to anybody, and mind-numbing horror, my first thought was, those lights aren't spaced evenly on that thing. Like, that's really like, why is that white one so close to that red one and they're all off? Like, what is that? Like, and that was my first thought. Well, what is that? And then I realized what this is. And literally the first, I mean, that was a reactive thought with the lights, but my first cognitive thought was, this is how I die. Like, this is it. I'm dying. I'm dying. This is it. I'm over. They used to say to me, well, fear radiates from your chest outward. Well, I'm here to tell you that kind of horror radiated from my feet up. My feet wouldn't work, and it wouldn't work because I was paralyzed. It wouldn't work because, again, fear is such a trite word. Just absolutely blown away with the most mind-numbing horror that I could possibly even try to describe. And later years, I would say, was that really the reaction that I should have had? Like, what? I mean, but you don't know what it is. You don't know what it's doing. And now it clearly sees you, because my standing up made it do that. So it clearly knows I'm looking at it. Ugh. Right? So I'm standing there and it starts to approach. And I look over at Lisa and I really can't hear much of what she's saying. I can only see her going, let's go. Come on, run, do something. And I just looked back up at it. And at this point, some lights began to get brighter. I looked over at the truck again, and I could see light going across the truck and going into the trees, and it still makes me just a little bit queasy to see like a flashlight shown on tree limbs at night. Like, that's not a diggable image for me because of that. And that's really all that I remember until there's a disconnect here that I don't remember. That was the last thing I remember seeing was Lisa not screaming anymore, but just kind of like facing forward. And I was like, okay, I'm freaking out because all of this is going on and it's real and it's really happening. And this is the kind of crap you only see on TV. And now here I am, and I'm going to die from this. Like, this is it. And I don't get to say goodbye to anybody. Like, all this stuff is flooding through your head. And the next thing I know, I am extremely cold. I'm on my back. The surface is hard. Something smells. I don't know, sterile. It's a very like, it's not a clean smell. It's not a dirty smell. It's just there's a smell like kind of wet cardboard with some alcohol maybe or something like that. Like a very strange odor, but it smelled very sterile, very clean. and there was clearly someone to my right, although I was not looking. I could hear them moving around, and I was sobbing uncontrollably, screaming like a girl, because I remember what I sounded like, and I sounded like a girl. High-pitched wailing, and the thing to my right, or the person to my right, or whatever it was, is saying, open your eye. And I'm saying, no, F you, whatever. I can't even make coherent sentences. And I feel something brushing my eyelash, and it's getting perturbed at this point. It's saying, open your eye, with more force, more anger. And there's a sense of urgency going on, like we're under a time crunch or something. Mm-hmm. I just got that sense. Nobody said that. It just, you get this feeling like there's an urgent need to move here. And then something approached up towards my head. And then all of a sudden I realized this voice is not audible. I'm hearing this like between my ears. It's coming from inside my head, which disturbed me greatly. And made everything all the more worse. And then something came up towards my head and asked me, was I scared? And I said, yes, I want to go home. I want out of here. I want out. And I literally, like, the thought occurred to me, I think I must be dead now. This is what it is. I'm dead. And this thing said, do you want to hold my hand? And I said, yes. I mean, because at that point you're reaching out for anything.
Right.
And I opened my hand, and it took my hand. And it wrapped all the way around my hand to my palm again. And at that point I felt like a complete release, like sinking into a warm bath. Like, that's it. And there I go. And the next thing I know, I'm getting in the truck, and I look at Lisa, and it's really hot in the truck. And I'm like, man, it's hot in here. She said, yeah. And I started the truck, which is odd because I never turned the truck off when I got out. So I start the truck, and it says 11:30. And I must have got out of the truck about 9:30. And I said, it's 11:30? And she goes, how did that happen? I said, I don't know. And, I've often said, if you know me and my wife, we talk to each other like there's a room full of people. Like, that's just what we are. We communicate with each other all the time over everything. And we drove home in complete silence. And when we got home, we picked the kid up, we got home, we put him to bed. I was in bed, and I felt like I wanted to cry. I just felt really upset. And my wife was in the bathroom, and I heard her shut the medicine cabinet from brushing her teeth, and I heard her crying. And when I heard her crying, it all came to me. Like, I knew everything that I just described to you. I remembered the sighting, but I didn't remember how it ended, but I knew something happened, but I didn't know what happened until I heard her crying. When she cried, I knew. And when she came in, she says, do you know? And I said, I know. And I told her what happened. She said, I know. And she's reading it back to me as I'm saying it to her. So we're confirming each other. And we don't know what each other is thinking. I'm saying, do you remember? And she's like, yes, and you did this. And I said, yes, and you did this. Well, she remembered, at some point I was there, and there was a light, and then I wasn't there. And she said, she was facing the front of the truck, and she saw somebody in the truck with her, and it was large. And she saw an eye, a large eye, squint. She said it was very dark, but she couldn't say it was the classic black eye thing, but it was dark, and it squinted, and she felt like she was floating. And at that point, she said everything went pink. And we kind of surmised that everything went pink because she closed her eyes. and the light flooded through her eyelids. That's the best explanation we can come up with. But then she said instantly, it was seamless, that I was getting in the truck and it was really hot and stuffy in the truck, and that was it. So we don't know. She does not want to. She cannot talk about that without falling apart, even to this day. Like, literally, if she tries to tell that story to somebody, she completely falls apart. And, and that was literally it for me. Like, I'm like, okay, I get it. Like, I don't need any more. I understand. I get it. So now what? And off we go, as we say. And there's been a lot more since then with other people, and, and it's, like I said, it's not, we're just not, we don't have a lot of friends. We just don't.
And how old were you when that happened to you, roughly?
I'm going to say around 23 or 24, maybe.
Okay. So
we had my son, like, we got married, and 6 months later she was pregnant. So my son was born. So I was probably, I lie, I was probably 25, 26, maybe somewhere in there, because I think I was 23 or 4 when I got married. So maybe a year or so after that. So yeah, I mean, he wasn't one yet. So yeah, he was still a real little baby. And that was it. I mean, I, at that point, met one of my closest friends of all time, which was the guy that I was told to contact by a friend of mine in the sign business. We talked, and he said, well, what do you remember? And I told him, and he was, okay. I want you to do something. And I said, okay. He says, I want you to sit down with this pad, and I want you to really think over the next few days about all the weird things that you just told me. Write them down. But also remember everything in your life that you kind of like struck you odd, but you couldn't figure out. And you start seeing these things pop up. But the first words that he said to me, and his name was Lee, he said, how many UFOs have you seen in your life? And I said, oh, like 6. And he's like, most people don't see one, right? And I was like, huh, is that right? And he's like, yeah. He's like, I've seen a lot too. And I was like, oh, okay. And then you realize, you connect the dots, and you go, okay, well, this is the reason for the Ohio thing. Like, that was probably some manifestation of this. Right. That, the nighttime, the early things from 5 to 9, this is what this was clearly that, but there was no ship. It's, as Whitley Strieber says in the movie, this happened in a house, Yeah. Why do you connect this with spacemen? Like, no, you don't. But I've been through all the, like, I don't mean to trivialize that for people, because everybody goes through that thinking it's extraterrestrials and they're here to study us, and you shouldn't be afraid, and it should be an interesting experience. You should be intrigued by this. I was never intrigued by this. All I could say was, why me? Haven't I got enough? I got enough. I got a kid to raise, and then it began to interact with him as a baby, and which quite
as a baby
with him as a baby, yes.
How did it interact with him?
Only the one story that I can tell you was I was in the living room, and again, this buggers belief for anybody with a child, especially a little baby. I was in my chair watching TV. Lisa had gone to bed already, and I heard my son Cody. I heard him kind of cooing and talking and yammering, as they do. And so I thought, well, maybe he needs to eat something. Maybe he's thirsty. Maybe I should just sit and rock him for a while. 'Cause I couldn't wait to have a kid. Like, I love kids, and he is still my life, even at 23 years old. But I was just so, like, this little sweet little baby of mine, and so I got up to go in his room to pick him up and bring him out. And in the dark, there was clearly something in his room. There was light coming in from the window. I could clearly see something large headed leaning over the bed. And I don't know how else to explain. The communication was not, I didn't hear it in my head. I didn't hear it with my ears. But I got this sense of, I've kind of described it as a mad dog growling at you, but not moving on you. But kind of a, if you had to put it in a humanistic term, if you had to put some kind of anthropomorphic wedge on it and say it was through gnashed teeth, a go out and sit down, through gnashed teeth, through closed teeth, like Nasty said. And I said, well, yeah, I'll do that. And I went out and I sat in my chair, and that was that. And in a couple minutes, he stopped talking, and I went in, and there he was, sound asleep, fit as a fiddle, nothing wrong, nothing disturbed. But he never cried of that. He never anything. But when I told my wife that, she was livid. And I said, you need to understand, there's nothing I could do. I mean, there's nothing, and this is one thing that I learned that made it easier for me, is that there is nothing you can do. In that situation, it's there. It's whatever it is manifested there, and it clearly doesn't want you around. And one of the things that I've always gotten from this phenomena, and I'm not sure if your experiences kind of say this to you, whenever I've been in the presence of whatever they are, if it's even a they, I get the sense of extreme age, like ancient.
Oh, yeah.
What is that? I don't know what that is. But in my head, I always think of elder people are the smart ones. They know, they can tell me what to do, and I have to do it. That's just, there's a certain way you're raised, you listen to your elders. Well, this is like the ultimate elder to me. It's like, go sit down. Everything's fine. Go sit down. But it's said in a way that's very authoritative. And there's not the option to say no. This is what people don't get. Like a normal dad, they would say, would rush in there and beat the crap out of this thing for being near your newborn baby.
Sure.
You don't have that option. People don't get that it does something to you that doesn't allow you to act on those kind of feelings. You're not in that kind of space in that experience. You cannot react that way. It's not in you to react that way. Here's the other thing you hear. Well, if you saw the UFO for, I don't know, a minute, why didn't you get a camera? Because that's not in you to do that. That's not what's important to you in that moment. Your importance is keep your eyes on it. What's it going to do now? But people without the experience, they don't understand that. And that's a very hard thing to try and explain to somebody, why you don't act to make an effort to gather, because proof is the last thing on your mind. Well, it's right there. Proof of anything.
We've also found in some of our roundtable discussions that a lot of times, people will have an experience. It's a really weird experience. It should freak them out, and then they go to bed.
Oh, absolutely.
And it's like, well, that just seems odd, It's like you should be all freaked out and not able to sleep, and instead you're just like, oh, okay.
Well, I was not able to sleep. Like Lisa and I had something fairly recently, as far as history goes, of a thing in the bedroom with us that clearly had a big head. We had not seen anything like this in ages, and never had we seen. And again, tell me if you. This feels familiar to you. You sense this about this thing. That when you're in the presence of this thing, that there is clearly some kind of altered state going on.
Oh, yeah.
But it's not high. It's just something else. There's a different feeling to reality that is almost more real than real. In other words, things that seem inanimate, like a chair, become not something more than what they are, not anything so dramatic as that, but just everything seems to have a buzz to it when this thing is in the presence of. There's just something about the air is different. I believe, whatever it is, it brings something of its place to here. And I think that might be what that is. That's just a guess, purely speculation.
Well, you get that term more real than real, too, from people who have had things like near-death experiences.
Yes.
So it may be that altered state that we're picking up on that's more real of reality like than what we're experiencing normally.
Right. And I'm sure part of that is also the stressful shock of seeing something that you don't understand. I get that. That's probably part of it too. But, but this experience that Lisa and I had, we didn't talk about it. Like, I woke up in the middle of the night and there it is. It's standing there. But I can't make up my mind what I'm looking at. Now, the guy talking to your audience right now, I would immediately know what that was if I turned around right now and saw it. I would run like hell, right? I get it. In this mindset, when I wake up out of a dead sleep and I'm staring wide awake, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed at something standing there. I get up on my elbow. It leans away from me. I said, did that just move or what is that? Like, that must be something on the desk that's catching the light in just the right way to... No, moron. Something is standing there with a very large round head. Okay. What do? Flop back down and go to sleep. I'll figure it out in the morning. Yeah. Are you serious? I don't say anything to my wife. 2 days later, I believe it was 2 days or a day or so later, a friend comes over for a visit, and he's saying, anything weird happened in the house lately? Because he knows the history of what we've seen here. He's seen some of it himself. Anything weird going on? And I said, well, nothing in this room. I said, but I don't think I want to tell Lisa what I saw in the bedroom the other night. And she looks at me and she goes, I already know. Thing standing beside the bed with the big head. And I'm like, are you serious? You did not just say that. Well, that made it all too real for me because I had thought the whole next day, like, what was that? There was nothing on the desk to make that shape. What was that? And I know what it looked like, but is that what it was? Well, she woke up, saw it, and then squinted her eyes, rubbed her eyes, didn't see it, rubbed her eyes again, saw it again. It was intermittent for her. And but she did see it. She said, yeah, it had very thin shoulders, very large head, like a little bigger than a basketball. Very thin shoulders, and it was just standing there staring at you. And I'm like, what was it doing besides that? She goes, I don't know. I woke up when you flopped down. So that was how that transpired. I didn't sleep for a week, dude. I didn't sleep. I went to bed at 5:30 a.m. every morning, and slept for like 4 hours until 9, I mean, brutal. And I finally, I talked to some people that basically just said to me, it's a pass-through. There's a little bit more to that story that makes it completely implausible and paints me in a really ridiculous light, which is that we had a rather large quartz crystal out in the lawn that had been there for 6 years or so, 4 years at the time probably. And I put it to my forehead, just playing around. I did nothing else different that would essentially be anything different than what I had done any other weekend. The completely normal weekend. That was the only thing I had done. And when I mentioned this to a couple of researchers that I know, they go, what, are you crazy? I'm like, what do you mean? I don't believe in crystal nonsense. I don't buy it. And They said, well, regardless of whether you buy it or not, it is a method of, like scientists and electronics people, they use this to store energy. Crystals store energy. That's all you need to know. You don't have to believe any of the other crap. But just know there is something to that. And if you had one outside for that long a time, you don't know what's been done to it or what it's collected. I said, I don't know that it's a rock, dude. Like, seriously. Well, I got news for you. That's the only thing that I did. And everybody tells me that's why that thing showed up. I'm like, well, that completely marginalizes the entire event to me, which is perfect in the grand scheme of things.
Right.
Right? because I don't believe in crystal crap. Like I don't buy it. I'm sorry, I just don't. Magic rocks? Really? No. Well, I now know there is something to that. Now, here's the problem. And as I said to Jeremy on one of our last programs, is that the phenomena trying to marginalize itself through me trying to marginalize the event by saying the guy believes in crystals? What, are you kidding me? Right? Or is there really something to a quartz crystal left outside for 6 years in the elements, the snow, the rain, the wind, everything? I don't know. I don't know what to think of that. I know what I saw. And here's the caveat to that vision of seeing this thing standing there in the room. I was not in that altered feeling of reality. There was no, it was like it was standing there like I'm standing here. There was no weirdness surrounding this. It didn't communicate anything to me. It just stood there and stared at me. That was really unsettling, in that there was no, the only buffer was go to sleep, figure it out in the morning. You know, that doesn't make any sense. You know, and people have asked me, the questions you get when you describe something like this is, well, how to get in the house? Well, that's the last thing you're concerned about, how to get in the house. I don't know. You know, maybe the dogs let it in. I don't know. I mean, you know, these are the questions people ask you. Like, the question is, what was it doing there? You know, that was a mind blower for me and a game changer. Because I got to think, if I did that again, I'd see it again.
Have you tried?
No. Are you kidding me? I like sleep. No? No.
I would totally try it.
Well, a friend of mine over in the UK wants me desperately to send it to him. Here's my problem. I have to touch it to send it to him, and I'm not touching it. I'm sorry. I am a grown 50-year-old man afraid of a rock. See, this is what it does to you people. You know, you don't get it. This is what it does. You know? I mean, I don't know what to say about that experience, although I tell you, that was one of the more viscerally real. I mean, it doesn't sound like much in the grand scheme of other things that I've experienced, but that was like being at work and having them walk into work and say, hey, we're here. What? I mean, it was so in your face. I was not sleepy. I wasn't paralyzed with fear. I wasn't anything. I just kind of looked and went, what is that? And knew perfectly well what it is. Makes no sense. But there it was. And it was very much solid and very much there. I do take some solace in that when I leaned towards it, it leaned away from me. Right. That's interesting, right? I mean, that's a good takeaway. So what's that mean? I don't know. I guess we'll find out one day, but that whole experience was, I thought, am I back to being the scared guy all the time, afraid to take the trash out at night? Is that coming again? Because I don't want that. And so, you tell yourself what you have to make yourself go to sleep again. And I don't know what more to say about it than that. It was incredibly visceral to me.
Now, you did have another experience with someone was it a cloak?
Yeah. Well, here's where everything blows. Your audience is now saying, well, I was with this guy until this.
Well, this part, what it reminded me of when I heard you talk about it on Project Archivist, it reminded me of Strieber's key.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
I mean, it's different, but there are some experience he's related, not even just the key, are very similar to this.
I think the only thing that I can say about this is that I kind of file this away, and I was always somewhat suspicious of it, even the effect that it had on me at the time. Life is never so good when you have something that every once in a while scares the bejesus out of you. And one day it comes to you and says, that's over. Like, it's going to be good from here on out. And it is. There's nothing better in life than that. I can tell you that. Nothing. I mean, that'll put you on a cloud. Like, it's over. Whatever it was, I got through it, and now I've gotten to the good part. Like, I'm finally going to get the ice cream sundae, right? And then at some point, you know, you realize that the ice cream sundae is made out of styrofoam and doesn't taste good, and you don't really want it around anymore, and it obliges you, you know. But yeah, I mean, this gets really long and involved, and I don't, you know, I was awoken one night out of my bed, and again, I was asleep and I was awake. I heard somebody, and I opened my eyes, and there was a very large man standing in the doorway to my bedroom. And I, like most people, threw my feet over the bed to get up and run at him or run out of the room or something. And he put his hand up as if to say stop, and everything just melted away from me. Now this was, I can say that there was that, we've talked about the kind of weird kind of altered state that you feel in this situation. Well, that was there, but not quite as overbearing as a buzzing or something like that. This was very calm. I mean, very calm, like ridiculous. And I just saw, oh, okay, that's fine. I followed him down the stairs. Long story short, I am somehow maneuvered into a position where I'm sitting cross-legged on the floor with him. He's very real. I mean, he's very, very there. To the point where my dog smelled him and ran away. But she saw him, didn't bark, had ears down, and was curious, but curious enough just to take a sniff and then run back upstairs. And he just talked. That's really it. I mean, he was not satisfied, oddly enough, until we were sitting cross-legged on the floor. He wasn't satisfied until our knees were touching. He wore a black, one sheet of black material, very black. The material seemed to have a quality to it that seemed like granular static, to sort of an overlay of a staticky look to it. Very hard to explain what that felt like, or seemed like it was made of something other than material. And it covered most of his eyes and nose. It covered down to about the bridge in his nose. You could see his mouth. You could see his chin, the cheeks. He looked young. It was hard to tell age, but again, that feeling of very old was very much there. But there was also this smell of pine and grass and water and rain, like all kind of mixed together. Very, I don't know, earthy, I guess, smells. And he talked like a person. I didn't hear it in my head. He started out talking like a person, and every once in a while it would gravitate into my head and then back out again. Through a couple of different experiences, and I don't mean to be vague about it, but I think most of the first discussion we had was about me. It was about why I am the person I am, and why I do the things I do, and how I view things, and how I viewed my family, and why I was angry at certain people. And it was very introspective, which was kind of weird. But the first things that he said to me was, I said, "Are you one of them?" And he kind of snickered. And he said, "Your human experience with this is about to change." And it wasn't going to be scary aliens and all of that. And that was kind of gone over about why it was scary. And, you're really thick, he says. You're really hard to reach. I didn't know if he meant me or I took it as me, but because I was slightly offended at that. But meanwhile, I'm just kind of dreamy at this guy. I'm just kind of looking at him and I'm going, wow, like this is really happening. I'm really sitting here on the floor and, again, those common thoughts like I should wake my wife up. Like that doesn't happen. You just sit there and you listen to what's being said to you. And, and there were some personal, things that were said to me that really cracked my egg. And it wasn't anything that would benefit anybody else. But at the end of it, I got up and he made me open the door for him and he walked down the street. That was it. And I was told this is not for public consumption. I was told this is not something that needs to be talked about publicly yet. And I said, okay. And consequently, I tried to talk about it because I was so blown away by what had happened. I went back upstairs. I got in bed. I went to sleep. I woke up the next morning and I was completely, I guess the word Jeremy uses for me was I was completely blissed out. And when I called him to tell him about it, he goes, you're even talking different. Like you're talking really slow and really calm. Like I wasn't worried about anything. And again, it wasn't like I was high or drunk or anything like that. It was just this feeling of inner calmness, peace, like I finally had some sense of peace about things. And that would wane away over the course of maybe 3 or 4 days. It would start to, like the world would start to intrude again, right?
Right.
And this person would show up every now and then out of, usually at late hours, usually when I was getting ready for bed. I came out of my guitar room one day and he walks out of a back bedroom and I nearly jumped out of my skin. I said, you've got to stop doing this. But you got to understand that for me, this was like, the best way to describe it is, I felt like finally in this ocean of weird crap, I finally have something that's there that feels like a friend and wants to teach me something. And I'm all about learning whatever he wants to show me.
Right.
And I'm trying to, and so some other stuff went on and I tried to talk about it on the show with Jeremy. And at one point I was outside because that's one of the things he told me to do is to go outside and sit quietly and just listen. And we'll be able to communicate better that way, whatever that means. Right. So I'm going out sometimes at night, sitting in the backyard and just listening. And I don't hear anything. I don't see anything. But I went out one night after me and Jeremy had recorded this bit of telling people what I had experienced with this man. And something, all of a sudden I'm looking at the ground. All of a sudden I'm looking up at the tops of the trees in my backyard. And something has me slammed up against the gazebo door that we have in the backyard. And I hear the words, why? Audibly. And it lets loose of me, and I get up and I run inside, and I'm freaking out. I call Jeremy, and I say, there's no way we can air this. You've got to erase it. Because something just threw me up against the shed and wants to know why I'm talking. So the next night we try again. And I try to be more vague about it. I'm trying to describe it without really describing it. I'm trying to say, I think this is okay. I feel like I'm okay saying this. And I try to describe some more. And that night, I wake up to the feeling of like I'm in a slap fight with somebody. It's not my wife, but it's off to the side of the bed. And it feels like a lot of little hands like slapping. Doesn't hurt particularly. It's just kind of like I wake up, I feel it, and then it's gone. But I clearly saw something moving, and then it wasn't there. And I got up and I looked and I didn't see anything. I went back to sleep. I wake up in the morning, and when I first woke up in bed, I got up and my back felt funny, and it was really hot, and it felt sticky. And the air was on, so I don't know why it would feel that way. So I went downstairs, and Lisa was getting ready in the bathroom. And I said, will you do me a favor? Look at my back. I said, it feels like I'm sunburned. And I lifted up my shirt, and immediately she goes into hysterics. You're too far into this again. You've got to back away from this. You need to get out of this subject again. This is ridiculous. And she starts grabbing cotton balls and Band-Aids, and I literally look like I've been whipped.
Wow.
I've got lacerations on the lower end of my back that probably should have had stitches. Or at least one that should have had probably been stitched shut, because I got a scar there from it. But that was it. I did not talk about it. We did not air that show. We never, that was it. No.
How long ago was this?
Oh my God. It was during Paratopia, so 3 or 4 years ago, maybe, or more.
Okay, and was this before or after the crystal incident?
That would be before.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah, that was before that.
So what changed that allowed you to talk about this to some degree?
This is where it all goes south. As if this isn't, again, I wouldn't believe this, but I can't deny it happened. All I ever thought to myself about it was, it seems like a good thing. If I get to talk about it at some point, that's great. But he certainly doesn't seem out to hurt me. Like, this is not meant to scare me. Even though, if you were there, walked in the room right behind you right now, you would go, oh, crap, no. Because I did notice, I think the second or third time that I saw him, I was in the hall when I was walking behind him on level ground, and he was every bit of 7+ foot tall. Like, he was extraordinarily tall. And I hadn't really picked up on that the first time for some reason. I just didn't. But I was close to him walking by, and I was like, wow, he's really big. But then, I woke up one night, and oddly enough, I woke up in the kitchen, and I was searching for notepads. I wake up into this. Okay? This is where it starts. I can explain that. I must have been just exhausted. And when I was awakened, I was told to do something, and I did it. And I just went downstairs and started. And I have vague memories of going downstairs, but it's extremely murky. I was probably half asleep. We've all done that. So I'm looking for these Post-it notes, and he's already sitting in the floor. And I go out and I sit down and I scoot up, and he goes, "You're going to write this down, because this you can talk about." And I write it down as he's saying it. Now, people who have learned to despise me because I'm hypercritical of my experiences, but I'm also hypercritical of other people who tell me stuff that is just ridiculous. You got to be critical of your own stuff before you can be critical of anybody else. And I am highly critical of my own. I told people from the get-go about what I was told to write down. Consider the source. Consider that this phenomena has been deceptive at multiple occasions. Consider that it speaks in riddles. Do not take this to heart. I'm only conveying what it said. And that's as far as I'm taking it. I'm not saying this is... So I've been accused of course, lying about it, which...
Sure.
Why a man who is as successful in his career should lie about something as stupid and inane as this is beyond me, but whatever. I was given... the keys to the fractal universe. No, this is all nonsense. What I was told was essentially where he came from. Now, this is where he allegedly came from. And the explanation was that essentially it's a microcosmic culture. They exist on a particle that hasn't even been discovered yet by our science. They are infinitesimally small, but they are legion. There are many of them. They don't even know all the particles that have been discovered, but there are universes within universes inside of the small thing. Like every molecule is a yawning chasm to another place, right? Like that sort of thing. That's essentially what the gist of it was. And that, and there were references to Horton Hears a Who and stuff like that, which I didn't figure out until well after the fact. And so I put that out there. I said, look, this is what was said. that, we exist in a fractal universe, that everything is repeated down through, and they're not even as I'm guessing his culture of people, if there is such a thing. He was not even aware of all the different levels of fractal repetitiveness of the cosmos or of the reality. So it was some pretty weird stuff. And I would say that we lost about 6 staunch listeners of the program who were with us for years. They just became enraged at this. And I couldn't figure it out because I put it in benign terms. Look, this is what I don't know what to tell you about this. This is just what was said.
Right.
What do you want from me? I'm not saying it's true. I'm just saying this. I'm conveying what I was told. And I told you, take it with a grain of salt. Now, anybody can go back and listen to those shows and hear me say those words. That didn't matter to these people. They just wanted to fly apart about how it's not possible and this is not true, and the information that he gave you was BS and this. I'm like, well, it may well be. Do you hear me arguing with you?
Right.
But this really caused a rift between some people and, of course, my enemies, which are numerous in this field. When you expose hoaxes as part of your involvement in this, that's what you wind up with. Of course, they took full advantage of this to do that. But again, if it happens, I'm talking about it, and that's it, unless I can't talk about it. And so far, there's nothing I haven't been able to talk about to this point. So that couldn't be off the table. If I'm going to approach this with open honesty and expect other people to do that, I'm telling you like it is. And that's what I experienced. And people are free to disbelieve it or whatever. That doesn't change the reality for me. So everybody can take what they want from it. But at one point, he showed up and we sat on the floor and I began to I got somewhat used to it. I got somewhat used to the feeling when he was here, which was, I don't know, it's an odd feeling of calm, but very eerie quiet. But always a little concerned that Lisa was going to wake up and see him and freak out. Because she was told about him, but she never saw him. Oddly enough, my mother saw him on the street, like walking down the street from my house. Figure that out. And my mom told me about it because I told my mom about this, and I fell apart telling her this about these sit downs with this guy. Like I could not keep from crying, and it wasn't from sorrow. It was just from it was such an immense relief. People will never understand that. But it was immense relief at the time until I got more familiar and I touched his material that he wore consistently through it. It always looked the same, never looked any different. I did see his eyes at one time, and the way I did best describe them as, he would take his pinky and kind of lift it up to kind of look me in the eye and tell me something important. And it always looked like his eyes were, his features were male and mature, but the eyes seemed to be like an infant, if that makes it really clear and glassy, but somewhat larger and more round. So it kind of had an eerie look to him, but from the nose down, and I say this in all starch heterosexuality, he was a good looking man, very square jaw, like not hard to look at. Certainly not what I was used to. Right. And I was feeling the material that he was wearing. It was it was very smooth, and the movement that you sensed by looking at it didn't translate to touch. It just felt smooth. It rolled through your fingers like silk, but better than that. And he said, and I kind of let it loose, and he was beginning to talk, and I heard him sigh, and usually when he sighed, it mean I got something, I answered a question wrong, or yet you couldn't disavow telling this person the truth. Like it was impossible for someone to lie to this guy, because he already knew the answers to what you were being asked. He just wanted you to say it, and sometimes saying things that we can't readily tell other people, or some of the personal things. He already knew the answers. It was just he wanted me to say it, and it was hard to say some of these things. But it's hard to admit things to yourself, like you're a very angry person because you're impatient, or you're selfish with your time, or you're jealous of your son because of his youth. Like you get mad at him because he does things wrong. Well, that's not all of it. You're also mad because you envy his youth, which I had to admit, and I did admit that, and now I've learned how to kind of cope with those kind of feelings. That's what I mean when I say the personal aspect of this. But he saw that I had a fascination with the garment, and he said, "Does that look familiar to you?" And I said, "No." And he says, "Look again." And I pick it up and I'm looking at it and I'm like, "No, it's nice. No." And he holds it up at me, like he holds it up and he says, and this is where it all just fell apart for me. He says, "This is what we covered you with when you were little." And I'm like, "Oh, Christ." And I mean, I freaked out because all of that black sheet thing and all that all came back to me. Like, the fear, I literally recoiled. I fell back against the case. It made a terrible racket. I don't know how anybody slept through that. I mumbled something that I can't remember. And he just seemed very disappointed. He stayed on the floor. He said, "I thought we were past this." And I said, "Well, clearly not." And he got up and he left, and before he left, he said, "I'll be back when you're ready." And I felt really horrible. I had a hard time going back to sleep because I felt like I had let down, and now what was it going to be? And of course, is what you would think in this situation until, you start asking the hard questions, which was, what was the purpose in that? Why was that happening? What happened as a result of those events? And the answer was, some people disappeared from my life. Some people who had been avid listeners and people that I talked to, people that I told things to and discussed things with over the internet and on the show, talking to people on the show. It's like, yeah, these people really disappeared. Was that the reason for that? Because I have not seen him since. But I have seen what amounts to a quote-unquote alien, or the facade of the alien. Why is that back? What's the purpose in that now? If that's not what it is and it was this, then what was that? How does all that fit into, yes, the marginal aspects, the anti-structure? Yes, it's all there. But it fits more into, again, it's familiar to people who have experiences over long periods of time that things seem cryptic, things seem to be told you that don't make a lot of sense, or that are open-ended. They can be taken any number of ways, that say a lot of words but don't mean anything. And I hate to say this because it still feels like, still feels like I know this person, but the bottom line is I think it was just another guise of the other. I think it told me what I needed to say to possibly extricate other people from my life. Maybe that was the point. Maybe the point was just another ruse. I don't buy the microcosmic thing, although Jeremy is always posting stories saying, see, he was right, because there's always something that they're finding in science that seems to point towards that being a reality. And I don't know that that's true or not, but that's Jeremy always tries to confirm that. And I'm like, again, I view it as a lot less important than I did at the time. But at the time, it was everything.
In the history of this type of phenomena, too, you find that some of what they say is true, and some is not, and they give you just enough truth that you fall for the rest of it.
Yes. Or it tells you just enough and makes you feel it's important enough. Like, here's the thing that gets me. This is my first, like, I'm talking and it's talking back to me. Like, that doesn't happen, right? I mean, I just never got that. I got told cryptic things like the 7 rule to 9, or, you'll understand when it's time, or, whatever. That kind of nonsense that never amounts to anything.
And the whole thing, I mean, the whole phenomena itself has so much in common with shamanic awakenings.
Yes.
And any kind of magical or spiritual system, it's making you deal with aspects of yourself, breaking down your core beliefs and stuff. And that's exactly what this guy sounds like he was doing to you.
Yeah. And you know what? That's the bit that I still find to have value to me. I think before those experiences, I didn't deal well with particularly in the way of, nobody likes criticism, right? Nobody likes that. Least of all art people. Like, it's like we put so much of ourselves on a screen or a paper or a canvas or whatever, that when somebody says something derogatory about it or critical about it, it's like they're criticizing you.
Right.
And I used to take that kind of thing extraordinarily personally, like even at work where, well, how about you just make that blue? Oh my God. I would go, what, are you kidding me? Like, I would say this, kidding me? Who'd you hire? Did you have 2 degrees in this? Did you go to college for this? I'm sorry. I thought you hired me to do the job. That's what I would give. Well, anymore, I understand now that, there is a certain amount of proprietary feelings with artwork that you feel like it's your baby, but you forget that you're making this for somebody else, and in the end, it has to be their vision that you match. And I always knew that, but I take that criticism now a lot more in the way that people intended to be. Rarely has my work been critiqued meanly. It's always been like, well, why don't you try this, or why don't you try that? And ordinarily, that would make me extraordinarily angry. And that doesn't make me angry anymore. And that's not a question of age or experience. That's a dramatic change for me. And I say that, and I am not the greatest artist on the planet by any stretch of the imagination, but I just take a lot of pride in what I do. I really try to do my best all the time. And so that really had a profound effect on how I deal with people. This is what it came down to for me was, how do you interact with other people? You need to interact better with people, because you're not going to get anywhere. You're not going to be fulfilled. You're not going to be happy living the way you are, which is, true in a lot of respects. And we should all know that. But do we? Do we take steps to do that? No. That had value. But the rest of it? No. I think what the rest of it did, for lack of a better way to put it, I think probably the people who became alienated because of that, me telling that experience and conveying what I was told to convey, maybe they had a lot of maybe they lost respect for me because they felt that was just too far beyond the pale. And maybe that was the whole point, was it was there to marginalize me. It was there to make me say these things that just are beyond, and then so that calls into question everything beforehand. I'm sure a lot of people said that, and again, that doesn't bother me either, because people, again, it's nice when people ask you thoughtful questions. It's irritating and hurtful when people say, I think you're a liar, or I think you're making stuff up, or I think you're just doing this for attention. Like, what attention is this? I want this.
It's not good attention.
No, I don't. I want attention for my artwork, which I've gotten, by the way. I don't need this. Like, this is not what I want.
Now, didn't you have a connection with him in one of your earlier experiences as well?
I pretty much was on an interview on ATS Live, above topsecret.com. And I was their image analyst guy for years. And that was on their show. And they asked me to describe the Ohio thing. And when I got to the end of that story where the guy says, "I'll see you again," one of the hosts said the correct question, which was, "Well, have you seen him again?" I think it was Johnny Anonymous there at ATS. And he said, "Did you ever see him again?" And I was like, "Yes." Thank God I didn't go into who, but that was indeed the guy in the sheet. Same jaw, same mouth, same nose. The eyes looked weird, so that fit. Very smooth.
Did you realize right away?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, I didn't realize it until he said it literally in that interview.
Oh, okay.
And when he said that, I went, yes. Yes. You know, so it like really clicked in. I'm like, wow, okay. So obviously this is a guise to me. This is how I view it. This is how I have to view it, is that this is another guise that this thing wears, you know, and it can wear a lot of guises. And the alien to me is, there may be such a thing as looks like an alien. There may be that thing that really is. But I think that there's a part of this phenomenon that can wear any suit it wants.
Yes.
And I think that the man in the black sheet and the alien and the man in the car, the young man in the car with me, they're all guises of some intelligence that is, well, giving me a lot to talk about on talk shows. So,
did he look like he had aged?
No.
Okay.
No. And it surprised me when John asked me that. I was really surprised at myself for not making that connection. Like, it really clicked with me. You might even hear it in my voice if that's archived anywhere. That I go, yes. You know, and I'm like, holy crap, how could I not have seen that? I may have even said, holy crap, you know, but yeah.
And then you couldn't talk about it.
No. No, I don't think at that point I could. But yeah, I mean, it definitely reaches back. Now, was his garment, in fact, what I was covered with, is the black sheet? Is that I don't know. I don't know that that's true. Why would it say that? Knowing it's like Jeremy had said, he would know what your reaction would be. If he knows you well enough that you can't lie to him, he would know what your reaction would be to saying that to you. So why would he say that to you? It's a perfectly valid question. I don't have an answer for that. Other than, you know, it was time to take off the meat suit and go back to wherever they came from. And, you know, the operation was done. You know, we've injected a bit of, you know, is this guy psychotic into the consciousness of his audience?
Did things quiet down after that?
Somewhat, yeah. Yeah. I mean, in the house, and what Project Oculus is really trying to capture with this thing is there's a lot of light phenomena in this house that not just we experience as the family that lives here. We've had my parents, Lee, that I spoke about as one of the first people I interacted with in this subject. We're still friends to this day. He's one of my longest standing friends. He has seen it. Some paranormal researchers have been here. They've seen it. We don't know what it is. You cannot lay eyes on it. You can only see it in your periphery, but it's in the same spot. Occasionally it will glide slightly to one side or the other, but it seems to show up at emotional moments in the house. Could be something as benign as watching a sad movie where you're feeling emotions from watching the movie, to an argument. The best time I ever saw it, it was the size of the Legs pantyhose egg. Anybody out there remember Legs pantyhose and the egg? It was about that size, and it was just below the ceiling near the corner of the room when I was yelling at my son about bouncing a check. He bounced the check to me. He bounced the check, and I said, you got to learn to take care of your finance. And he was acting really blasé about it. And I said, you're going to listen to me. And I yelled I got really aggravated just because he was acting so casual about it. And when I yelled, it was there up in the corner, and I laid eyes on it for the first time, directly on it, and it just winked out.
So it sounds like it almost behaves like a poltergeist type of phenomenon.
It does, yeah. The lights in the video, they're stills. They're on my cell phone. That happened one night after I had done a show on KGRA. I was talking to my producer on the phone, Michelle, and Michelle and I were talking about something. I mean, we would have 3 and 4 hour discussions after the show, which was crazy. It was close to 4 o'clock in the morning. And and I think I hung up with her. I can't remember exactly how I did this, but I went in to get a drink. And when I went past the kitchen, I passed the hallway and I saw a flash of light. And I thought, okay, what was that? And it was green. And then I walked back out again and I saw like a blue flash and then a purple one. And all of this was out of my periphery. I looked down the hallway, there was nothing there. I went down the hallway, turned the hallway light on, nothing there. Turned the hallway light off, came out and sat in the living room. Got up to go to the kitchen again, saw another flash of light. I'm like, okay, something's going on. No sound at all. No cracking, no nothing.
And when you say flash of light, was it like a photo flash?
Like somebody flashed a flash cube bulb but moved it really quickly as they were doing it. Like there was movement to it, but it was like, I don't know, it was something was moving, but it was like something was moving, and then a flash of light would happen while it was moving.
I see. Okay.
And so, I'm standing there with my cell phone, which has a pretty decent camera, and I'm standing there, I'm waiting, waiting, nothing. And I'm like, okay, well, I can step into the dining room and maybe hold my phone around the corner. Like, I don't have to look. I can just snap pictures. And I have a bracelet. It's a sterling silver, and it's around my wrist, and I'm holding the phone, and I'm clicking away as best I can, but hold this thing and kind of click it with my pinky or my ring finger as I'm holding it, and I don't know what I'm getting. I'm just clicking, click, 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 and I look on my bracelet and I see a light on my bracelet that like flashes quickly, and I'm like and I just keep clicking, and whatever it is better be there. Like all these pictures. And sure enough it was. And they're not the greatest pictures in the world, but again, they show one purple light that seems to be sucking blackness around it, which is odd, and a green light that's up near the ceiling that's in motion. Well, they're both seemingly in motion. The one looks like a squiggle. It's purple. The colors blooming out of this thing are ridiculous. The green one is clearly in motion. Very saturated colors. And I sent them to Ted Phillips, who said, again, you're seeing there all the characteristics of what we're seeing in Marley Woods, but you're seeing them in a house. And he goes, I don't know what to tell you. It's there. At least you got something. And I'm like, yeah, at least I got something, but that's all I got. And I saved I think I saved a couple of the ones where there wasn't anything there at all, so that I had some kind of comparison. But, I must have deleted 100 pictures before I got anything. And I immediately showed them to my audience. I said, here they are. I put them on Facebook. I said, look at this. You think anybody could care? No. So, it's, I think phenomena like that can be recorded on video. I would love to see that on video. Like, yes. What do you see on night vision video with that? What happens?
Now, are these cameras you're getting, obviously they have good night vision. Do they also have, by any chance, extra high frame rates?
I'll put it to you this way. And I haven't exactly looked at high frame rate with it, but I will say that every webcam that I've ever looked at, and I have a drop cam now that I use to watch the dogs during the daytime when I'm at work. just to make sure they stay off the couch, because these drop cams are great. And I'll tell you why they're great. Because if I look on the camera, if I open up my iPad and I log in, I see my living room, my entire living room. And I see little Barkley asleep on the couch, on their couch. They have their own little seat. So he's asleep there. But Junebug, the other beagle, is up on the back of the couch where he shouldn't be. I can press a button in this app and yell at the dog. I go, Junebug, get down off the back of the couch. And he looks up at the camera and runs off the couch. Brilliant, right? Well, all I can tell you is that every webcam I've ever looked at, it stutters. You know, it's not fluid at all. These are fluid, even in night vision, they're fluid.
Nice.
They're very smooth. I was amazed at how clean and smooth. You can zoom in by pinching the screen and drawing it out, and then you can hit a button and it'll enhance the zoomed in view. I mean, just all sorts of great features with these cameras. And like I say, really super reliable. They go through Wi-Fi. All they need is an outlet. That's it. So we're going to post one in the backyard. Maybe some nights we'll face it up. Some nights we'll face it down in the yard. The bathroom hallway, the bedroom. Maybe sometimes we'll bring it out into the dining room. But these are going to run pretty much like I'll tell everybody, hey, they're going on. Hey, everybody, I'm going to bed. That's it. You guys got it from there on out. And George suggested that I run them intermittently in the daytime when, you know, maybe
Sure,
my son is home, but he's upstairs, or, you know, like what's going on while he's upstairs. You know, I mean, who knows? But somebody is always here at the house, so we don't have to worry about like, oh, they're not home. They're on camera. They're not home. Let's break in the house. That's not happening because there's always somebody here.
Yeah.
You know, my son works nights, we work days, so you know, there's always somebody in the house. But you know, run them intermittently in the daytime, and just see what you get. Like, it never hurts to try the shots in the dark. That's anti-structure. That's out of routine. There is no set structure here. Let's just do that.
And where can people donate to this?
That is at GoFundMe.com/Project Oculus.
Okay. Now, you mentioned your son early on. Has your son had other experiences in his life?
He had a number when he was much younger. I mean, like in the 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 kindergarten. He would just say some odd things, which you could blow off sometimes was what a kid says.
Right.
But sometimes you get things like, pirates came to my window last night in a ship and took me to the moon. And I would say, oh yeah? How was the moon? He said, I don't know. We were in this glass thing, but it was really cold. What 4-year-old knows that? I mean, what 4-year-old could conceive of that even? I don't know. I don't know what to make of statements like that. They just always kind of struck me a little odd. Like, pirates in a floating ship came to your window and took you out the window.
Yeah.
That's just...
It's hard to pin down, though.
It is. And there's nothing you can really say or do about that.
What about now? I mean, I'm sure he has to know about your experiences to some degree.
Oh, yeah. He has, as early as a couple weeks ago, he came down the steps in a pretty big hurry, very pale, with purple lips, and said, there's something in my room. And which is often his response to this stuff. He said that he saw what amounted to a free-floating shadow of a man walked through his room. And he saw it very clearly. He's like, Dad, I was looking right at it. And this was probably a day or two after Lisa had been in the bathroom and someone knocked on the door that was not there. So...
The door wasn't there, or the person?
The person knocking. There was nobody knocking there. I mean, but it was, again, one of those things where, you know, she was in there and the door kind of moved with the knock.
Right.
And she thought, oh, it's me. And she opened the door and there's nobody there. And she comes out, I'm asleep on the couch. She's like, were you out there? And I was like, no. She's like, I'm telling you, you know, and here's the odd thing. We had just ripped up all the carpet in the dining room and I just laid down a hardwood floor. So there was a little bit of disarray going on. The kitchen table was probably not being used for what it should be. There were chairs in the living room because we didn't want to scrape the floor until we got feet on the, on the chairs, all that kind of stuff, all the normal stuff. But there's that one thing. And within that period, we got some interesting weirdness going on. That just confirmed to me, like I was already conceiving of doing this project with the cameras. That just solidified for me, like I need to do this, and we need to do more home improvements. Which, this isn't going to be costly for people who donate. It's going to be costly for me trying to figure out what do I paint next in this house.
Right.
But I think something like that really has to happen. Like we need to make an effort to not say we're going to be anti-structure, just to be it. Like to say, I need to paint this room now. Like we've lived here 8 years and we haven't painted anything. It's still the same paint as when we moved in. And it's not horrible, but shouldn't we be making this our own by now? Yeah, we should. So that's what we're going to be doing, like while this is going on.
Have you had any experiences being like electrosensitive, like frying electronics or anything like that?
No. I also have a problem. I have no problem with watches either.
Interesting. And any like psychic flashes or psychic dreams or anything?
Often.
Okay.
Yeah.
Flashes or dreams?
More flashes than anything else.
Like a sense of something's going to happen?
Yeah, well, I mean, yes, some of that, but it's so intermittent. It's not like I can say, you can't say just psychic or anything.
Right. Well, I think everyone is psychic.
Yeah, I think it would fall more along the lines of an instance was, we had left my wife's mother's house, and my son, as he was real little, he used to play with these things called penny racers. You stick a penny in the back of the car and you pull it back and it takes off. And he didn't have any that he could play with at home. He had only the ones that were at my mom's house, right? So we went to the mall, and I thought to myself in my head, if they have any of those in there, I'm going to pick a couple up for him. And at that point, Cody turns his head in his car seat and he goes, "Yeah, Dad, I'd like that." I said, "What would you like?" He's like, "If you got me penny racers." I'm like, I didn't say that out loud. That really happened. My wife was there. She saw that. I mean, that really happened. And I'm like, "Cripe, what is that?" I mean,
I had one person who I was pretty close with that happened all the time, and sometimes in front of people, but it was only her. It never happened with anyone else.
Bizarre. I mean,
and she couldn't pick up what I was thinking. I would pick up what she was thinking, like she just
like
said
you
it
hear
in my
it. Yeah,
head.
exactly. Yeah.
And I would turn around and answer her.
Yeah.
Because she would ask a question, I'd answer her, and she'd just be like, no matter how many times you do it, I'm not going to get used to it.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. And Cody, I said, "Cody, I didn't say anything." He goes, "You didn't just say you would pick me up a couple penny racers if you saw them?" I said, "No, I did not." I said, "Did I, Lisa?" And she goes, "You didn't say anything. You've been quiet all the way over here." I said, "Okay." And Cody's like, "Well, I know I heard you." I was like, You didn't hear me with your ears, kiddo."
Nice.
I said, "That's pretty wild, huh?" He goes, "Yeah, I guess. What does that mean?" I said, "I don't know. It means anything." We just kind of forgot it,
we need to like throw out so many of these terms nowadays, like alien abduction. Well, that says one thing, but it so doesn't describe what people are experiencing.
Not at all.
Psychic, what does that even mean anymore? They had these experiments in Cornell where they were showing that people would react to certain, especially sexually charged images before they showed up.
Right.
And everyone was doing that. It wasn't just one person that had some kind of gift. So, the people who demonstrate psychic abilities may just have a little more of an edge on that than people who don't.
Yeah. Oh, I think it's, I tell you, what's really unfortunate about the whole thing to me is that, and I know that the things that I've talked about and the things that I'm writing down here that are at some point going to get published, I know how crazy it sounds. I know the bizarreness of it. I get it. I can get why a skeptic would go, no, sorry, this is not happening. I totally get it. We were talking before we started recording this that, there are people in here that people, experiencers that people seem to think a lot of that I just go, sorry, and it's not because of how bizarre what they want to talk about is. It's because of things that I know about these people that they said prior that all of a sudden are now contradictory or don't seem to make a lot of sense in the grand scheme of openness about this. Just red flags tend to pop up here and there. But it's hard for me to say, well, I don't believe him, but you should believe me. That doesn't wash either. So, bottom line is you got to respect everybody's story to some degree, but I have varying degrees of people that I feel like I can trust about what they say. I think a lot of Paratopia listeners that we have who have had experiences, I think they're all solid people who are interested in for the reasons that I've talked about all over the course of this, is that these things happen. They seem very unambiguous at the moment. They're ambiguous after the fact. During the moment, it's all very real. It's all very there. And it's not just viewable by me. My friends have seen this, my wife, my mother, my family, people around me have seen this. Henceforth, why we don't have a lot of friends anymore. And that is true. We had one couple literally leave the house at dinner because there was light phenomena in the house, at the condo actually, but they left. The girl said, I can't take this anymore. A week later, the male counterpart of that was with me when we had a sighting of a very large something over my vehicle, not a mile from my work. And he even said, the poor kid, we're driving back to my office after the sighting had happened because it was as low as a telephone pole, top of a telephone pole. It was not high off the ground, very visible. Unclear as to, could it have been military? I don't know, but it was stationary and then it slid out of sight. So it was very in your face. And he must have smoked half a pack of cigarettes driving 10 miles up the road to my office. He's like, I don't believe it. I'm sucking on cigarettes. And I'm like, he's like, well, you've been telling me this stuff, but I just can't believe it. It's really true. I was like, well, what do you think? I'm lying to you? He's like, no, it's just seeing it as a completely different story. He was just a basket case. And I said, well, now now you see it, but, it's not lost on me how ridiculous it all is. But that's part of how it works. And you can't deny it because it's through all of this. Every story that you've ever heard about a UFO or a ghost has a really marginal component to it. They just don't tell you that.
Sure.
That's the facts, Jack. I can tell you that after 30 years in this stuff, the UFO field especially will circumvent witnesses who they think don't fall in line, will edit out the high strangeness to make it more palatable for a book sale. This is what they do. And that is why, to your point, the terminology, the scenario that people think of when they hear alien encounter or alien abduction, it's why it's so bombastically wrong. Because they've been conditioned now to think one way about an alien encounter when it may not be an encounter and it may not be alien. It may be something else entirely, and probably something a lot more complex than Little Green Men from Planet X.
It's gotten to the point where I realize, not intentionally, but I just refer to it all as the phenomena.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if we're talking about ghosts, psychics.
No, it all
whatever, because it all blends together at some point.
It does. It really does. And that's to your credit, that's something that not a whole lot of people are willing to accept or entertain. We've said that for a long time on Paratopia, but even before Paratopia, when I would talk to people about this stuff in lectures and whatnot, I would say, I don't know what it is, but whatever it is, it's all intermingled. It's all correlated in some way or another. And not to say it is us, although I can't say it isn't us. there is that one consistent component, and that is ambiguity through our own perception. That's all we got. Yeah. Which again is why I feel like, and I've said this on Paratopia, I think numerous occasions now, I don't think that we are going to be capable of wide perception of this stuff and being able to communicate it in an effective way, as to say, this is what I saw, this is what I experienced, and here's the proof of that. You know where that's going to happen? This is my prediction for the future. I think that one day we're going to have sentient AI machines in our home. And I think before too long of those things being out, one of them is going to say, did you see that? Because they're going to have full spectrum vision. They're going to have vision like we have no idea. And they're going to go...
Well, full spectrum vision of what we know of that's there.
Right.
We can't give them vision of things that we don't know exist yet.
Exactly. They're going to come up with that. That's the point. They're going to, in the course of processing themselves as sentient machines, they're going to say, well, you got so much more spectrum in this light. We could do more with this than you ever thought. And then one day it's going to say, there are others here. And we're going to go, what do you mean? And we're going to think it's a glitch, and we're going to try and fix it. And it's going to go, no, you don't get it. There are others here. You're not alone. You never have been. That's really the goosebump factor in all this, is that, people look to the stars and say, are we alone? I don't think we've ever been alone. We've never been alone since we were like amoebas, right? I don't think that's possible. So, it's nonetheless, it doesn't cease to fascinate me. It's just, I feel like we're stagnated. To get to the end of this, I think the field has stagnated so much that it's just crazy. And we need to try different things, and we need to try in some way. Like, does it ever amaze anybody? Like, think about this. Here's going to be my parting thought on this whole thing. When I ask you the question, how much money do you think has been spent over the years in portraying on TV a hospital? How many millions of dollars would you say that is? Let's say the past 10 years. In TV and entertainment, how many millions of dollars do you think has been spent trying to portray a hospital, the medical field?
I don't know. It's a good question.
Let's say 500 million.
Okay.
That's probably pretty generous, I would say. How much money do you think has been spent the past 10 years on real hospitals and real research and real science and real healing of people? Tens of billions, right?
Sure.
How many millions of dollars do you think have been spent on trying to portray dramatic effects of paranormal events in the past 10 years?
Well, a hell of a lot more than hospitals.
A hell of a lot more than's been spent on actual research into the phenomena.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely.
So that's the point.
Well, part of the problem, too, is that we don't know what to spend it on.
Well,
like what you're doing is a really good project. It's something that could bear fruit.
But it may not.
It may not, but it's something different.
Mm-hmm.
I was telling you earlier about someone who made robots to do ghost hunting. That's Albert Taylor. His name finally came back to me. And that was something different. He was creating robots to go search for ghosts. Right. And he was actually talking about doing the same thing for Sasquatch. He was trying to come up with some kind of robot he could make that he could put out in the wilderness. It wouldn't get stuck, right, and it would constantly beam footage back.
Oh, okay.
Just to see if it found anything. Right. And those are novel approaches, but they're rare.
Right. Right.
The core project you did was a novel approach, but as you said, people didn't really pay attention to it.
Yeah. And it wasn't for lack of trying either. I mean, we blasted it out to a lot of places, but in the end, I think I got to be honest, I'm of the opinion, and it's based on just seeing it. A lot of people come to this field for a thrill, entertainment, fun,
Sure,
and
absolutely.
for those of us like I remember when it used to be fun too, like it wasn't always like arguments and infighting and all of that. Like it wasn't always that. At times it was awe-inspiring and very interesting when it stayed at arm's length, but then when it shows up in your room, it's a whole different story. Then you kind of take like hoaxes and people that are just bullcrapping people. You take offense to that, like real personal offense to that, and I get that. But then at some point you realize the bigger picture that these things are to be expected. In fact, the paranormal doesn't happen without them, and a trickster figure, exists in everybody. I mean, you take me, I'm showing people photographs that I took in my hallway when in reality, what I do for a living is I create images. Yeah. So do you think, and I've said this multiple times, and it's just a fact. I'm not, by no means am I saying I faked what I show on the YouTube video. I absolutely did not, and I have those photographs on my phone. But could I have faked them? Yeah. Yeah, I do images every day of my life. I know Photoshop like the back of my hand. I could come up with hoaxes you wouldn't believe. I mean, because you know what? I know what a guy looking for what I do looks for. Yeah. You ain't going to find it. Like, that's it. And so my presentation of those photos for people who know what I do for a living, and now all your audience knows, they're going to go, well, how do I know? And the only thing I've got is what I've always had. I'm telling you, that was what it was. That's what it is. And I have no other explanation for you. It's just, that's my marginal, that's my liminal place with this. Like, and everybody's got that. You've got it. I've got it. There's always something about us that makes it easy to negate what is.
Absolutely.
And that's just the nature of the beast. And once you realize that, you can see past that point to get to where the real meat starts, at least where I think it starts. And that's looking at what surrounds it, who the people are who experience this stuff, what they say they experienced, what's going on in their life. This is all, it's all commingled together. We got to try and make sense of this. But why? I have no idea why. I don't think we'll ever know why. But
yeah, maybe. You never know.
I mean, you don't know. You don't know. Like, our machines probably will know. Well, you see, and then he'll explain it. We'll be like, what? What are you talking about?
Well, look at all the UFOs that are picked up on infrared.
Right.
And stuff like that. So, I mean, if they can see into that, maybe they'll be able to detect, hey, there's something in the infrared that we're not seeing in the non-infrared. Right. And if they're always seeing in the infrared, who knows what they'll pick up?
I mean, I think they're going to say, you're literally surrounded. Depending on how I tilt my head and how I view this frequency, there are others here, and they all look different. And some of them see me and some of them don't. I don't know what to make of this, and then the machine is going to have to figure it out and figure out how to live with that. And my bet is he's going to go, you know what, just put something in me that's not going to make me see this stuff. I need a dampener, because, like I'm a big proponent of evolution. Like this is how we got here, is evolution, and, the brain dampens things out, and it probably dampens things out for a reason, because it's just too much. To be able to perceive all that there is and all that we're seeing, if we were able to see all of the things the brain dampens out, what is it dampening out? It's too much. And so evolution has said, nope, we're shutting that off. You don't need to see this. You don't need to see that. You need to focus on what's in front of you, because there are things in front of you that are going to eat you if you don't see them. If you're chasing little bug-eyed aliens around, that tiger's probably going to eat you. And how do we know that the brain didn't evolve in just that way? I mean, I don't know. All these thought experiments could take up hours.
There was a great quote from Arthur Machen, or Machen. I have no idea how to say his last name, I realize. That said, I believe there is a parachoresis, an interpenetration. It is possible indeed that we three are now sitting among desolate rocks by bitter streams, and with what companions?
Right.
And that's That's it, exactly, right there.
Yeah, we have no idea where we are. Not only do we not know what we are, we have no idea where we are. You know? I mean, I'll tell you what the man in the black thing said to me at one point. I said, he said, stars and planets and all that. He says, you know all that? And I said, well, yeah. And he said, you think any of that's real? And I said, no. I mean, it's things like that it makes you think. You think that's real? You think what you're seeing, you think that's what it is, and I think that's an interesting answer, but I also think it's kind of like, well, how did we get here? Well, God. Well, that's kind of an easy answer, isn't it? You don't have to think about that. And so to say, well, there's other dimensions and there's other things that are commingling with that's a really interesting concept, and I think it could be right. But it's also kind of like, I don't know, I think the answer is going to be something like you're going to go, what? Like, I really think, like, it always confounds me how pedestrian that the ghost and the alien are portrayed to be, and
yes.
how the mainstream ghost and UFO people kind of present their cases. It's all very delicate, and don't get too close because, there's always some excuse for why something can't happen. Well, you're not worthy, or, you're not ready yet, or there's always, and the real thing, you can like whack it with a sledgehammer, like it's there. And, and 1 minute it may be there and 1 minute it may not. But while it's there, you can bank on it. It's there, it's perceptible, and it's probably measurable. The question is, by what?
Yes.
And, and the bottom line is that, over the course of decades, we haven't learned anything, predominantly because science turns its back on this. It says it's nonsense, and it says there's nothing to it, and they haven't even looked. I mean, let's be honest. They haven't looked. Scientists are just now...
It doesn't fit their paradigm, so it doesn't exist.
You know what? It's likely, I mean, probably part of that, but it's likely from the standpoint of all scientists, and this comes from scientists I know very well. Everything is a grant. Everything is a funding, a proposition for funding.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
And the minute you say ghost, you want to do research into quantum physics and you're talking about ghost? Sorry, you're not getting my funding, pal. You're a nut. I mean, this is where they lose their funding. This is why, nothing has gotten done. This is why, somebody, I think it was Ben Radford, who, I have a healthy dislike for, said in an article he wrote like years ago, something along the lines of, if this stuff is ever qualified, it'll be qualified by science. It was something to that effect. Like if it's there to be measured, it'll be scientists. It won't be these weekend warriors out with their ridiculous gear that get the proof or that get the solid confirmation of this. And I said, yeah, there's a problem with that, Ben, is that science isn't looking.
Yeah.
And they're not looking because it's all about a grant. It's all about funding. It's all about getting your work seen and published and respected. And I hate to say it, but a lot of scientists I've talked to view the paranormal or parapsychology as crap, garbage, something to be held with disdain, suspicion, because it doesn't, your paradigm thing is right, but it also doesn't fit into their paradigm of research. They work on
True.
Structured research, measurable, duplicatable, repeatable results. And the paranormal doesn't act on that. Like, you're not going to get the paranormal to fit in a 4x4 square because that's order. You gotta have a little more depth than that. And you gotta say, okay, what are we willing to accept as evidence for now? This has always been the question for me, is how can we redefine what evidence means to kind of go along with how marginal, how transient this phenomena is, how fleeting it is, but how can we still measure, how can we qualify it and still be within the realm of acceptability? That's the big question.
All right. Well, that seems like a good point to end
Yes.
on.
Okay, so I don't know. It almost sounds like we were talking over each other in that clip a little bit here and there. I think that was just the problems with the file and the way it's saved, because it saved it as one file. It shouldn't have done that, and it did. There was really nothing I could do about it. Anyway, we also did a short Patreon piece. You know, we had already done however many hours of talking right there. And ironically, that show edited down, that segment there comes to 3 hours and 33 minutes. Just an interesting note. So we did a short Patreon segment, so I'm going to air that here. And that original show was aired, I believe, June 4th, 2016. That was when the very first part of Jeff's interview aired. So it was probably done the week before, sometime in the week before. But yeah, June 4th, 2016. This would have been at the tail end of it for patrons when we were still doing fairly short Patreon segments, unlike now where sometimes the Patreon segments are longer than the actual show. So here you go. This is a Patreon segment with Jeff Ritzmann.
I feel gratified to be able to rescue people from, ghost hunters and, and UFO hunters and all of this, media nonsense. Like, I feel gratified that they listen to us and they kind of they watch those, but they view that as fun entertainment and not really a serious thing.
The only one I'll watch is Ghost Adventures, just because they amuse me.
Yeah. Yeah. You know what I used to watch? I used to watch Most Haunted from the UK.
I've never seen that one.
Oh my God, it's hysterical. Absolutely hysterical.
I kind of liked Ghost Hunters when they started because it seemed like they were trying to do it the right way. But then as soon as competition popped up, it was kind of like, okay, fuck that. We can fake stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. There's clearly a staging crew there. But it's I remember watching that show when it first came on. That was when sci-fi was in its infancy. And I always say sci-fi is the channel Ghost Hunters built. And it's true, really. But I remember watching that for, the first episode, the second, the third, the fourth, the fifth, and they weren't getting anything. It was like 5 episodes, and there was nothing. And I'm like, this show is not going to make it unless they start getting something. And then all of a sudden, there was a spurt of 2 or 3 episodes where they got some interesting stuff. And then there was that penitentiary apparition thing that they got that I don't know that anybody ever figured it out or what, but it was something on camera,
Yes.
Eastern State, I think it was. And, and so that's all very interesting. But you know what that show did? It brought all this stuff to the foreground a little bit, made it a little bit more approachable, which I respect that show for doing that. But then what it did was it kind of said, well, this is all we're after. This is what we're after is audio and video. That's what we're after. That's it.
Yeah.
That's the Holy Grail. That ain't the fucking Holy Grail.
You got plenty of that. And you're no further than you were when you started.
Oh, yeah. I remember that, I think it was Grant was on a talk show and I called in and I got through. And I said, Grant, watch the show every week. Really enjoy some of the things you guys cover. I said, I'm just wondering, when are you taking the next step here? And he said, I'm not following the question quite what you're asking. I said, we get it. Okay. Your show puts forth ghosts are real. Okay. You've collected data, audio, video, all of that. We get that. Okay. Now what? Here's, we just keep collecting evidence. I was like, but what then? He had no answer for it. He's like, I really don't know how to answer that. I was like, okay, well, that's fair enough. Okay. Thanks for coming on. That's always been my question is, okay, what now?
Yeah. I think the 2 most interesting things I saw early on, one was the lighthouse. Because it behaved so trickster-like.
Very much, yes.
And they didn't get that.
No.
But I was like, okay, there was the perfect trickster thing. It just lured you up, and then it was below you, and you went down, and then it was above you. And I'm thinking, you didn't fake that one, because you don't seem to know this concept.
Yeah. And I honestly don't believe, again, too dumb to make up.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
You look at it.
If they're going to make it up, they're going to make it more prosaic.
Yeah, I mean, you know what I mean because you've experienced this weird shit. You know what I mean when I say there's like an optical quality that you just can't fucking duplicate. Like no one has ever done it, and it's got it, and it's just this. And I think what it is, I've seen it on like some Golf Breeze footage that was shot like way later than Ed Walter's stuff. There's some footage out there that nobody has ever seen that'll absolutely blow your mind. Things standing stationary in the sky, and then in a fraction of a second, they're gone. Your eye sees it, and it goes, that doesn't make sense with everything else. And then when it moves, your mind goes, that's impossible. Nothing can move like that. You know, like your eye goes, yep, there it is. And your mind's going, nope, nope, nope. Like, I think really that's what it is. It's like this, it sets you off in a feedback loop and you don't know what to make of it. That footage had that look about it. You know, and people talked about the Eastern State piece a lot, and they all, oh, it's hoax, this, that, and the other. I'm like, well, I don't know. Something is clearly running. And what's weird about it is it runs up to the camera and then it runs backwards from the camera and no one turns around.
Yeah.
I don't see that happening. Not on that rickety ass place. I mean, I don't know what that was. It could be faked. Everything could be faked, but
sure.
But I'll tell you, that was truly weird. And it had a certain quality to it that was almost that kind of lighthouse weirdness.
Yeah.
I don't know, though. I mean, who knows what could be going on there, but that lighthouse was definitely interesting.
The other one I found interesting was pretty minor, but what I found interesting about it is it's not something they would have faked, which was just an EVP they got. And they were in this, like, kids' furniture store, you know, cribs and stuff like that. And it was a new building. They couldn't find any haunted history to it. And so they assumed that it was the ghost of this woman who used to work there who really loved the place and died.
Oh, I think I remember this, yeah.
And they're walking around going, Gene, are you here? And they get two very distinct EVPs. The first one says, there's no Gene here.
Right.
And the second one just says, leave us alone.
Right, yeah.
And all I'm thinking is, well, you wouldn't have faked that because you would have made it fit your belief system.
Yeah.
And that didn't fit your belief system at all. And that was really fucking clear.
Yeah. And I the one that always comes up for me, and I've actually written about this one, was they were in it wasn't the Stanley, but it was a place like this Stanley. And there was a particular room where some princess from Europe used to stay. She actually brought her bed from Europe to stay there because she loved this hotel so much. She brought her own bed there. She died in the hotel. And I don't know where this princess was from, but they were saying things. They were in her room, and they were saying things like, Princess, are you here? And you heard nothing when the segment where they were recording it. And then when they played it back, it sounds like she's just in the next room. And they said, Princess, are you here? And she says, well, of course I'm here. And he says, well, if you're here, make yourself known. And she says, where are you? And I'm like, what? Again,
I vaguely remember that one. Yeah.
Again, there's no way that fits their ideology, you know? And I wrote a paper on that, like asking the question, like, do we have to believe that EVPs are the voices of the dead, or can we say, you know, that it's like a shortwave radio where, you know, you talk on the skip, you know? I would be very curious when people get, and this is another experiment I want to try at some point. When people get the better EVPs, what's going on in the ionosphere? Because if there's like perfect conditions for a skip, does that translate to EVP stuff? Then how do we differentiate that from radio skip? I don't know. I mean, I thought, are we talking across time? Because that would make sense, right? I mean, if she's in a room and she hears a disembodied voice say, Princess, are you here? Yeah, I'm here. Well, of course I'm here. Where are you? Because she can't see them. They're not there. I mean,
well, I was also, I've played with that idea. I've also played with the idea that it could be an alternate dimension.
Exactly. Yeah.
Where you know, like you're no Gene here. Here's these people in this other world, and they're hearing Gene, Gene, where are you? They're like, there's no Gene here. Leave us alone.
Yeah. And the question again is, and back to your question of why? Why are they hearing them?
Yeah.
Why did that princess hear them? She clearly heard them, if that was indeed real. She clearly heard them. How is she hearing them? I mean, that just, that goes, I mean, you could even say that it depends on the mindset and the focus of intent of the researcher.
Yeah.
How intently is he desiring to hear? Is his own, is in some weird way, is the mechanic working through the person who's like is it like a radio antenna? You become the antenna. We have no idea. We just, there's so much we don't fucking know. It's ridiculous.
If I remember right, that was just a clip of the stuff we were talking about. And I said, hey, Jeff, can I use that segment for a Patreon bit? So that was us just talking. There was no, that wasn't a planned out piece that I said, hey, let's talk about this. That just happened. And I thought it was pretty insightful and fun and put it up as a Patreon segment. All right, now we're going to get into the Project Archivist thing. And this happened because Rojan and I were both trying to get each other on each other's shows, and it wasn't quite working out schedule-wise. And this was recorded September 10th, 2016. Ro was going to have Jeff on anyway, so we came on together, and we did this Project Archivist show, and they recorded it. And I was literally at my radio station in not the main air room because there was another radio show going on, recording that with them. And then as soon as that was done, like 15 minutes later, we jumped into Where Did the Road Go? I think Lobo was the only one that didn't come over with us, if I remember right, because it was too late for him. But that was live. And then the Project Archivist guys put this up on the 12th of September, 2016. And but everything was recorded on September 10th. So here we go. This is the Project Archivist side of this conversation.
All right, so tonight we are joined by show old friend Jeff Ritzmann and Soraya from Where Did the Road Go, which has been long overdue trying to get him on here.
Yes.
And we really don't have anything set course-wise for what the hell we're going to talk about, other than the one topic that I wanted to bring up, which was blind people. Do they have paranormal experiences? And if they do, how do they have them if their brains have no frame of reference to be able to identify them? That is a really shitty way of me describing it.
I believe they prefer to be called visually impaired.
Yeah. I try that at work when my boss calls me an idiot, and I prefer to say subgenius. But
Wow. Well, there's that.
So outside of that topic, I really don't have anything really set where to go or anything like that. So I figured I'd bring everybody together and just throw all this shit on the table and see how it ends up. So Jeff, I originally bugged you a couple of weeks ago and said, hey, I've got this idea for a thing I'm looking into.
Right.
What do you think about it? And you responded with, I have just written you a book about it, and it's easier for me to have you on the show to talk about it.
It's true, man. It's true.
So the question I originally came to mind was, I started with UFOs, but it kind of branches into everything.
Yeah.
You and Soraya are of the opinion that some of these experiences that we are having on a consciousness level, which I don't have a problem with. Mm. But that got me thinking, if a person is blind and they have never seen a UFO or a ghost or anything,
right?
Is it possible for a blind person to have a paranormal experience? And if so, how, if their brains have no point of reference for it? And before you get going, oddly enough, I brought this up to Tyler Kochjohn as well, and he sent me something saying that the parts, it wouldn't be, he didn't feel it would be possible because he said if a person was born blind, those neurons that were in the brain would be repurposed for something else because they're not being used for a visual, for visual purposes. Mm-hmm. So, somebody go.
No, I agree with that. It's whatever a blind person would be perceiving would not be gauged through the visual cortex. So that's a given.
Yeah.
But I think that
first off, let me add, I have yet to encounter, in all of my searching, hopefully somebody out there will prove me wrong, I have yet to encounter a situation where a blind person has had a paranormal experience or a UFO related experience.
I was going to say, don't go down that road, because I have friends that are blind that have had paranormal experiences.
Yeah. So I have had more than a few. And I wouldn't say they were all completely blind, like as in, black-eyed blind. But I would say at least 4 that I've encountered over the years were blind, and 2 were blind from birth that I can think of off the top of my head. But I mean, like you said, it's not through the visual cortex. It would be a different way. But I think it needs to be said that, 60% of patients that have the common forms of vision, like that is considered blind. It was, I think, the Institute of Psychiatry in London did a study. 60% of blind people report hallucinations involving faces. So let's keep hallucinations in quotes for now, right? Mm-hmm. And so you would think that it would be like of somebody that they've seen before. Like, and I mean seen as in, if they've not been blind from birth, someone they've seen before, or, putting the hands on the face and building like a mental picture, which the blind are able to do just by touching the face and getting an idea of how big is their nose, how deep set are their eyes, the cheekbones, and so on. You would think it would be something like that, but no, in fact, they're often described as grotesque faces. So they're fully aware of how to build a staple facial representation, obviously, in their mind's eye from touch or previous experience. So that's a given. We have to differentiate blind from birth from, blind later in life. But what's really interesting to me is, like, at least in this London study, is that a lot of these people, it was full figures. And a lot of the figures that they, quote unquote, saw were Edwardian costumes, knights in armor, military uniforms, Napoleonic uniforms, World War I uniforms, all of which I'm guessing weren't reported by people blind from birth, because how would they know what knights in armor even were? Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
How would they, how would they describe that?
It would be more along the lines of people who weren't blind from birth, but later went blind from whatever disease or accident or what have you. But, that said, even people blind from birth, and I hope people don't take offense to me saying it this way, but
too bad.
To blind people, we're all ghosts. If you want to think of it that way, we're all, essentially voices and personalities that they deal with, presence that they deal with on a daily basis. And some things they're real familiar with, and others they aren't. And that's kind of how the one lady that I talked to, a lady, she was probably at the time 22 or 3 years old, had been blind since birth, and she was having some really weird experiences where she was, quote unquote, telling me that she was seeing things. In other words, she would turn her head and see things in the room that she could, in other words, parallax vision. And she says, no, they move when my head moves. I move my head, they're there. I move my head away, it moves in parallax vision. And I said, well, you've never experienced such a thing. And she said, no, I haven't. And I said, well, what do they look like? And she described them as being, she didn't really understand color, so I couldn't get that from her. Like, you don't know how hard it is to interview a blind person, blind from birth, to tell them, well, what did it look like? Well, what do you mean, what did it look like? I can't. And she described it as cottony. They were cotton-like, which I took to mean diffused figures. She said they were clearly figures, and not all of them small, and not all of them ending. In other words, some of them, she said, when she looked down, they were very, very long and seemed to go through the physical floor. So there's weird for you. But the brain's firing, things can happen, and we can call them illusions or hallucinations. But, and I'll say this until they probably plant me one day. It's just in this field, or in these fields, everybody is uber quick to try and dismiss the psychological explanation. And I don't know how many times that I have to remind people to, like, seriously pull your head out of the wake pool of the paranormal subjects and realize that everything is psychological. Everything you experience is a psychological, it's related in a psychological way. It's verbalized. It's sight. It's, everything is on your human perception.
Well, that brings to mind then, okay, well, what about a deaf person having auditory experiences along those lines as well?
And I think it would go the same way. That I have not ever come across. I have to be honest.
Okay.
That I have not come across. The blind I have. The mentally retarded I have. In fact, more of that than the blind. But blind people it's very hard. If they're blind from birth, it's very hard to get an understanding of what their experience was like. The woman's husband, she was newly married, and that was when all of these things, began to happen to her. She had not had a history of this. They moved from another state to here. She was newly married and was the first time living on her own. So anti-structure, anyone?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
A big heaping cup. So there's that. But she, her doctor said that these were hallucinations. And so what do we mean when we say hallucination? If it's perception, I think it's got the potential to be an external influence over the visual cortex or the brain itself. I mean, not all of these things operate, on a visual level. Not all things have to manifest for us to perceive them. And so we've all heard about the blind people and how their other senses get sharper. And and so that's to my mind, that seems to lay in line with the people that I've spoken with over the years with that. So
go ahead.
Oh, and I would say what we're really processing in any case is information. Everything's made out of information. So a blind person isn't perceiving visual information because their eyes don't work. But if you're having a different type of experience, that information may be processed by something else and may appear visual to them, whether it's coming from internal or external. There's also the fact that there are a lot of people who have had near-death experiences, blind since birth, who have visual experiences in those near-death experiences.
And that was something that I'm glad you brought that up, because that was one of the directions that I wanted to go into, because I have read incidences where people had near-death experiences that were blind, and they state, this is what I quote unquote saw, and it's going on in my brain. I'm like, well, how does that work then if you don't have something to grasp onto for that physical, for that sensation to happen?
The physical body is corporeal.
Yeah, I for the most part. Well, it's like you said, though, all information is information. It's just a matter of how it's being processed.
Right.
So Soraya, how many events of that have you heard of?
Quite a few, actually. I don't have an exact list in front of me, but it's something that always stood out to me because, if it was a dream state or something like that, they shouldn't be having a visual experience. Because people who are blind from birth don't dream in images. They dream in the sensory world they normally inhabit. So when they're having these near-death experiences and suddenly they can see, it takes them completely by surprise.
See, this is something that as of late, I've been very interested in, about the way that when a person has a paranormal experience, be it that it's happening for real or it's happening not, that's not the question that I'm debating. Is how do people interpret different things through the senses, or just in general, how where is the connection between how our brain works and how we experience the world? And it kind of comes into a thing around interpretation of reality for the most part. And I've been leading to this point, like Soraya, before the show, you brought up the Synesthesia episode we had with Calandra. That was one of the reasons why I did that episode, is because she experiences the world on a much different level than we do. Whereas for me, I was like, this is really, really strange, and it's hard for me to grasp. But again, for her, as she stated and we stated on the show, it's just that is her reality, and that is how it is. That is her way of experiencing reality. And she fully embraces it and enjoys it. Now, you said you had a question or something like that about that?
I didn't have a question. I had a couple of comments. One is that you kept, I think you referred to it as a disorder or something at some point.
Yeah, I know. I didn't mean
necessarily the case.
No, it wasn't. But again, because I have a hard time processing it, it's the only way that I could state it. Sure. I thought about that after the episode. There were so many times during that show that I wanted to correct myself and say, no, this isn't a disorder. it's for me, it's a disorder, but not for her.
If anything, it seems like a more integrated way of dealing with that information from our senses, where it's not just one sense separated from another, it's all of them. And again, when you look at near-death experiences, that seems to be what's happening. People are drawing all these senses together in that state.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's just that. Well, see, that's another thing. Me and you both have a mutual appreciation for Fey folklore and Fey experiences along these lines. I don't recall there being. I want to say that I do, but I can't recall off the top of my head of Fey folklore experiences where somebody had some kind of, was blind or was deaf and had some kind of an experience in Fey folklore. Because Fey folklore very much mirrors paranormal experience. And Jeff, we've talked about this with you too, about how the worlds do seem to intertwine. Where it's a matter of a lot of UFO abduction cases mirror Fey abduction cases and things like that, which when we had Josh on the show, we brought that up with him as well. Mm-hmm. So I tend to wonder when people are having those experiences back then, because they didn't have a grasp to say, oh, this is a UFO or this is a ghost or this is whatever, or this is something of the other. It must be the fairy folk. So, you know, how people's brain process that information. So, where the hell am I going with this?
No clue.
Well, you know, there's a lot of cases of fairies taking people's sight, but nothing comes to mind offhand about people seeing fairies when they were blind.
Yeah, there is a lot of the Fey folklore where the Fays mess with people's senses.
Yeah, well, you know, the other thing is, you mentioned, do blind people see UFOs? But I think there's two aspects to that question. One, you have the lights in the sky, and obviously a blind person's not going to see a light in the sky.
Correct.
However, the entity encounters, which may connect into, you know, Fey folklore and stuff like that, they might experience as something completely different, but it's the same phenomenon.
Jeff, have you read any people that you've talked to in all years of research that have had situations like that?
Well, not in terms of there was a blind person at the time a UFO was sighted, and so he saw something differently. I have had quite a few instances where I've been contacted by people who were in a group and saw something strange in the sky. And, you know, these people, more often than not, I've got to say, I'm trying to think of specific instances. Like, there was clearly one in probably about 96 or 97, I'm guessing, where, you know, it was 6 people and they had gone camping in Rock State Park, which is not far up the road from me. And they saw some strange thing in the sky, broad daylight. And I would say it was probably 4 out of the 6 said it was clearly a spherical shaped object that was silver. The sun was glinting off of it. It appeared to be brushed. This is a fairly close proximity sighting. And these people were, 2 of them were very seriously disturbed by it. In other words, to the debilitative point. But 2 of the people said they didn't know what the other were talking about because it was clearly a disc. And it was flat on its edge and so on and so forth. So they saw something completely different. It was also, by the way, blue and not silver brushed. So when something is that dramatically different, you know instantly that, you know, this is not your normal kind of experience. This is not, I mean, at that point, you even have to question, you know, was what they saw in the sky, if you were a fly on the wall. And this is why I say anymore to people who talk about UFOs as craft or being in the sky. I said, what makes you think they're flying and what makes you think they're craft? Because we really have a lot on that, as much as people like to think that we do. So not in the sense of a blind person being present for something like that and seeing something different, but sighted people seeing something completely different. And that has gone by the wayside in any number of instances. My most talked about case is the family north of me in a pretty rural area seeing a tanker truck hovering over their barn. Lights over a barn one night, over a separate, like a tool shed, 3 lights hovering, which was like, I'm going to say like a Wednesday night. And then Thursday night, at about 2:30 a.m., there was a tanker truck hovering over their barn. And headlights, marker lights, wheels, rims, smokestacks, the whole thing. And he said it was a tanker truck, and it was floating, and it shot straight up in the air, and it was gone. Everybody saw it. Everybody saw it. So what do you say about that? What is that? And I have my own thoughts on that, but that's a whole book. But clearly what everybody perceives as craft disc, the whatever, is not necessarily the stimulus that everyone's going to get, which tells me that sometimes we're dealing with physical manifestative craft, and other time craft, we're a manifestation of some solid thing. Mm-hmm. But other times we're dealing with something much more complex and much more strange, and dare I say, more on the diddling with the psychological aspects of a person. So external, probably, but we don't know.
And I've had at least one experience that falls into that category as well, where people saw completely different things, or in this case saw nothing, which was really freaky to me at the time, less so now. If you want me to tell that story.
Go right ahead. Yeah.
Okay. So we were at we used to hang out at this cliff that overlooked Seneca Lake up here in central New York. And it was on the end of this potter's field that psychiatric institution used. And all kinds of weird stuff happened up there. And one day we're standing on the edge of the cliff, and there's a line of trees between us and the field. You can't see the field from where we are. And there's 3 of us standing there. And all of a sudden, the tree right behind us starts shaking vigorously, and we feel this thumping on the ground. And I'm thinking there's a huge buck on the other side ramming its horns into the antlers into the tree or something. And we stop, and we're like, whoa, what is this? And so I walk down the trail and around so I could see the other side. And as soon as I get there, there's nothing there, and the shaking stops. So I come back, and it starts doing it again. And my one friend's losing it, absolutely losing it, because the tree is shaking so much. I mean, there's very obviously like something shaking. I mean, it wasn't a small tree. It's not like it was a bush. And finally, my other friend stops and says something like, "What are you guys talking about?" And we both looked at him. We're like, "The tree's shaking." He's like, "The tree's not moving." And then they both got freaked out because he realized we were dead serious that the tree was moving and he wasn't seeing it.
I've been in that same boat.
Really?
Yeah, we have a place down here called Tyler Mill, and it's for years and years and years it's been associated with a lot of less than savory behaviors, let's say. Actually, the last day of my using and the one and only time that I've ever heard a voice that was disembodied that I didn't recognize was the same day when I tried to take my life in the same area. And we've had instances where we'd be going down the road and 2 of the people in the car, now mind you, it's a road that only goes one direction. It's only big enough to have a car pass at one time. And 2 of the people in the car watched a car come directly at us while the driver saw absolutely nothing. And then the 2 of us that were in the car watched the lights go the other direction. And the driver asked us what the hell we were having a problem with. So, we've also had trees moving, and we've seen buildings that were not there that other people claim to have seen. We've seen people in windows in areas where no one's lived in probably 100 years, in buildings that just aren't there. There's a foundation there, and I've seen the house and the building, the structure there on certain nights, and it's just not there. It hasn't been there in over 100 years. There's no one living in that area.
What did the voice say to you? You said you had a interaction with a physical voice or something like that, Russ? Yes?
It told me to clean myself off and go and get help. I'd slit my wrists, and no matter how deep I cut, I wouldn't bleed. It just wouldn't bleed. That was June 21st of 1995.
Wow.
Yeah.
So something didn't want you going anywhere?
I still, to this day, that voice, it was a voice that I'd never heard before, but at the same time felt like a familiar voice.
Uh-huh.
And I could smell, right before the voice came, I could smell like fresh rain and lilac or lavender. And it hadn't rained. It was, mind you, it's June 21st. And 95 was a really dry, hot summer. There hadn't been rain in days. It was a dust bowl. So
I have heard that people have had the smell of lilac before during various experiences of lilac and rain. That's like a real common scent. It was, it's funny that you bring that up because I remember when Josh was on the show and he said he was going to work on a book of something like that about people having scents. And the lilac thing popped in my head, but we were so busy talking that I forgot to bring that up.
Yeah, well,
so
I also 2.5 years ago, I also had what everyone that has anything to say about it claims I had a near-death experience.
Oh yeah, when you went to hell,
there was no baby Jesus, there was no white light, there was nothing. I didn't see any relatives.
Well, most near-death experience. I mean, there is a common version, and there's a lot of other ones that happen that seem to be just as real, and just like everything else, it seems to be somewhat different depending on the person. Just like a lot of this phenomena. I mean, it's an interpretation. The near-death experience might have nothing to do with what happens when we die. It might have more to do with getting us on track here.
True. I've changed nothing, so that was a fail.
The thing about the near-death experience, though, is that the one that everybody grasps at is the light at the end of the tunnel. That seems to be the most common one where everybody goes, "Oh, that's the connecting thread, is that experience right there." When in actuality, many near-death experiences are not that at all. That's just the one that, I think because of, it's like alien abductions or something like that with the gray aliens and stuff. That seems to be okay, well, that's a common one between these people, so therefore we'll use that one. As with near-death experiences, okay, you saw a light, you saw a light, you saw friends, you saw a light. We'll just use that as the common definition of a near-death experience, and all these other people are out of their mind or something along those lines. I think that's just the people that want to sell the books or go to the conventions or appear on Coast to Coast or what have you.
Well, not only that, I think what happens is you have a cultural paradigm. So when someone has a UFO experience now, they see grays, not because they're making it up or anything else, but because that is the thing their brain puts on the experience, because that is what they've been conditioned to understand. And I think that same thing might happen with near-death experiences.
Yeah, and then you have Jeff here.
Well, I mean, it's the cultural filter is definitely in place. I mean, that's for certain. But I'm really.
Jeff wants to piss in the pool.
No, it's just Lobo talks about the rain and the lilac, that the earth smells, and I've talked about that before. I mean, that is something that has accompanied some of the weirdest shit that has happened to me over the years. That was the thing. I mean, the guy had an odor, and it was grass, air, the ocean, water, rain, pine.
He smelt of
dirt,
the great woods.
Dirt, yeah. I mean, it's like, wow, okay. So on one hand, you go, Fae folk, hello, and that's it. And there's, believe me, there is. I'm working with an author now to finally get my book done. And,
finally.
Yeah.
Awesome.
No, you're lying.
No, I actually am.
How long before the author quits?
Wow. I don't know how long it's going to be, but I got her for the time being. But she's a sweetheart. I mean, she listens to me for 4 and 5 hours at a time to get this stuff out and try and build some kind of like cohesive chronology of events. But there are some things about the fairy experience and the lore of that that I don't think anybody has ever written about in any real conceivable way, that we kind of tapped. And actually, I owe Sarai like a huge thank you for doing a show about a YouTube video film, and I can't remember the name of it. Sarai, I'm sure you know.
Yeah.
That film was great.
The
Fairy Faith, is that what it was?
Yes. The Fairy Faith.
because
that was Josh. Josh really wanted to do that one.
Well, that turned one of my experiences literally on its ear.
Really?
Yeah. And I don't, it's too long to go into at this point, but it's that freaked me right out when I saw towards the end of that. There is a store that's shown, full frame of the store. And so I'm still in the process of trying to contact the people at that store and to get some old pictures from them about what it looked like roundabout when I was maybe 17, 18 years old. Because it looks like it's been around there a long time. But I was like, oh, okay. And so, when you're
all right, you got to give us a little context of what you're talking about then, if you're going to say that much.
Well, okay, so this is this is what I'm looking into right now. I don't know it, but I had an extremely visceral reaction when that store was shown on the screen. I mean, I was at work watching it. Like, I watched it at work after the boss had left for the day, and I'm watching it, and I literally had to get up and walk on noodle legs to the bathroom and stare into the mirror to get myself calmed down.
Okay, what we're talking about is a show. It's a movie that's on YouTube. It's called The Fairy Faith. It's free.
Right.
And it's kind of a documentary of different fairy folklores and things like that. It's really, really cool. It's worth watching. Again, it's free, so anything free is out there. It's worth watching.
No, not anything free is worth watching. No, I've wasted numerous days of my life on things that were free that were not worth watching.
I would have to agree with Lobo here.
I was waiting for you to say that. But anyways, go check it out.
I wanted to put scissors in my eyes after.
Anyways, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, there's and if people, I mean, anybody who's listened to the stuff that I've talked about for years now is familiar. There was a point where I ended up someplace pretty far from where I should have been at one point, and the crux of that story was picking up somebody at a convenience store, and I am really sure that was the store where I picked this person up, and that was not where I was.
Yeah, because wasn't that store in Canada? The one
Nova
on the
Scotia. Yeah, Nova Scotia.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to I've got a really good mental picture of how that was laid out when I was there, if it was the same place. Now I'm not 110% sure that it's the same place, but it looks so much like it. It's ridiculous. And I'm trying to find out, at that point in time, was there a payphone on the left side of the building? Was there a gravel lot on the left side of the building? Because it's not there now, but some of the structure looks like it's newer. But the look of the front, the lamppost, I'm like, ugh. And I was rightly freaked out about it. And so if that's the case, then that puts a whole new locale on that whole account, because the end result was I was in the southern tip of Ohio driving home, which is where I ended up after I dropped the person off who I picked up. And it was impossible to have been there. But I was there, and, and 5 or 6 hours later I was home. But
not from Nova Scotia, you weren't.
No, but somehow from Nova Scotia, I mean, it's beyond weird. And so that was a thing that kind of connected for me in that respect. But there are other things about this whole fairy connection that tie into things that I've been told in different experiences by some pretty weird looking things that relate to that. And, and one has to do with, why there are so many different types of UFOs that are perceived by people, and, why don't we have a standard model, and all of these very pedestrian questions that people ask. Well, there's, seemingly from my deduction of going through writing this book, there seems to be almost a reason for that, even though you'll look at this and go, well, that's no reason. That's not like a concrete reason. But it's certainly something that I think is a different way to look at this. And
are saucers still reported anymore? Because now we've pretty much gone to the wedge shape that seems to be the go-to UFO now. I don't really hear too much reportings of saucers anymore for the most part.
There are. It's just, I hate to say it, but it's a really weird thing these days that people are much more apt to go public with ghost sightings than they are UFO sightings.
Yes.
I can relate to that.
And, you will get a lot of people. I mean, at least when you're where I am, where I've been the past 30 years and this stuff, like your number gets out there and people talk and they find you online. And I mean, one guy went through my guitar company phone to call me because he found me on that website and tracked my name down. And yeah, people are still seeing discs. They are still seeing dome discs, believe it or not, from like the stuff that looks like it's in a 50s movie. Mm-hmm. What seems to be interesting these days, and I haven't heard a lot about, are craft with lights anymore. Like you don't get those bright, dotted craft, quote unquote. You're getting things that are now blocking out clouds, blocking out light.
See, all I saw was a circular pattern of lights. So I guess for lack of a better term,
that same thing too.
Yeah, I saw disc lights, but that's, I didn't even actually see a disc. I just saw a circular pattern of light.
Right. And so you can't define what that is. And kind of the premise of where I go with this stuff is like, the saucer is not what we think it is. And, if you could knock it out of the sky and cut it open, there's nothing in it. It's kind of like not a thing, that it's piloted by little guys pulling levers and pushing buttons. Like,
well, here's a question
that's not where we're at with this. But one thing I do want to mention before we gravitate away from the whole notion of one thing seeing one thing and one seeing another, Project Oculus, which I'm doing right now, which is setting up cameras in my home that run every night live stream to the net.
I need the website to that, just as a side note.
That's paratopiaoculus.com, and then you'll see a link up on the right side for viewing the live cams.
Okay.
I'm working with this author, and we have like a marathon night where we both say, hey, we got to keep it to a couple of hours. And then it ends up being like 7 or 6 hours that we're doing this. And it gets really intense. And I've said this before, that at times, even when Jeremy and I do interviews with certain people, the air seems to change. It gets bristly. There seems to be a definitive response to the discussion. And so ever since we installed the cameras and have implemented running them every single night, there has been zero activity, except for that night when, again, we got a bristling air. We got in very deep discussion. I was a little bit creeped out when we got done. And so I get up in bed every night and I basically grab my iPod. I turn on the cameras on downstairs and then I go to sleep. Well, to make a long story short, you've got a camera on the stairs, one in the living room, one in the dining room, but they're all pointed towards kind of a central apex of that room. In other words, you can't avoid making an apex of cameras. And so I'm in bed, I turn the cameras on, and I punch into the camera that's on the stairwell looking down into the living room. Now, anybody that's listened to me talk about this house, I've told anybody who spent any time in my house, Jeremy, my mom and dad, of course, the immediate family, friends that stop over every now and then and spend hours. Everyone at one time or another has seen a small white light just below the ceiling, just to the right of the entrance into the dining room. It looks like a star. It comes on, it goes off, sometimes in really rapid succession. When I saw it directly, in direct line of sight, rather than a peripheral, which is how most people see it, was during a pretty intense conversation with my son, and I looked over on the wall, and there it was, the shape of an egg, and about the size of a leg's pantyhose egg. So it was sizable at that point, but it was that same starry quality. So I get into bed this particular night, and this was something that I hoped that we would maybe get at some point. And I'm laying there in bed looking at the camera, full screen on the steps. And there it is. On, off. Quick. In the exact spot everyone sees it. Couldn't be more perfect. The dining room camera didn't see it. The camera it was nearest to didn't see it. Well, the only camera that recorded it was the one I was looking at the time. There is reflection on the ceiling of it. I have blackout shades in my house. There is no way anybody's looking in and no way light is coming in this house at night. That was the first thing I bought when we decided to do this was blackout shades for everything.
How's the family feel about this? Are they cool with you running cameras like this at weird hours?
Well, it's just one of those things. Like I'm.
Or is it? Yeah, Dad's being nuts again.
No, it's. My son said, it's kind of intrusive at times because once I come up and go to bed, he knows that's it. Like he can't go downstairs, and so. There was a time, I don't know, it was probably 3 weeks ago now, where I turned all the cameras on, and I think one of the dogs was pacing around downstairs, which means they usually have to go out. And I went downstairs, and I didn't think about it. I'm in my underwear. And Lisa's coming out of the bathroom. She goes, the cameras are on. I'm like, I don't give a shit. I'm done. I went in the bathroom, but that's really it. I mean, but these cameras don't usually go on until like after 2 a.m. Eastern. And then they run until we get up about 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock in the morning.
Any specific reason why you chose 2 a.m. or is that when you happen to go to bed?
I'm usually up past 2 a.m. So I'm either doing artwork or
calling into our show,
or gaming, or I'm playing guitar that late. And this week it's been playing guitar that late. So, but usually, this week I'm going to have to go to bed earlier, so they'll be on longer. But so what that says to me is that camera catching that specific light through the camera that I was actually monitoring at the moment tells me that this is not a phenomena that's relegated to the human experience. Like our technology doesn't even seem to pick up these things that are clearly reacting with the environment, i.e. reflection on the ceiling. But reacting, even our technology is not picking up these things the way it should be for all intent and purposes. If it's visible in one camera, every camera in the house should have picked it up, and only one did. So there you are. That's another aspect that you got to think about that. I was always under the impression our technology will be the one that validates this for us. Like AI will validate, that there is something else going on because it will see more than we do. It will hear more than we do. It will say to us one day, hey, Rojan, there's something behind you and I don't know what that is. And this doesn't compute. Can you tell me what that is? And you're going, there's nothing behind me. Well,
I'm a meat popsicle.
I clearly see something, or it will just simply say to us, there are others, and that's when everybody in the room is going to shut it down and go, okay, we need to really rethink this thing.
You find that same technology thing going on with EVPs at times too, like actual legit EVPs where it should have been loud enough that everything would have picked, every 2 or 3 recorders in the room should have picked it up, but only one heard it.
Yes.
So it's almost like it's imprinted on it.
What if the technology that is in fact picking up this phenomena is doing so by way of using us as an antenna?
Sure.
Yeah.
I've seen some weird stuff and caught some weird stuff on my phone, and nobody else did.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I could give my phone to the other person and say, here, take the picture, and it doesn't work for them either.
No. Yeah, as I said, it was the camera that I was looking at. So clearly there's a connection to that. I can't ignore that aspect of it. But there it was. And believe me, I'm so grateful to have gotten it, but wouldn't it have been great to get it on all 3?
Sure. But at the same time, it's almost more interesting that you only got it on one.
And it goes both ways, it goes both ways. And of course, I haven't done, I'm not doing any kind of analysis of this stuff. I'm not putting it in Photoshop and looking at, but one of my, one of my main donors has been doing that because he works in imaging. And he said, When you look at this thing in some different channels, different color channels, you can clearly see the source of the light is small, tight, compacted, and very, very white. And not long after it leaves, there are other odd things about the lighting in the room and the camera's reaction. In other words, the camera reacts to a brighter light in the room for that couple of frames, and then it goes back to normal. So clearly the camera's seeing that.
Coming from a scientific perspective, albeit possibly bad science, what if this is just something from in a spectrum or a frequency that we're not capable of picking up yet? Like, we didn't know ultraviolet light existed till a certain point in time. So is that a feasibility? I guess it would be. I don't know.
Sure.
We just haven't figured out that there's something, that we can't see beyond, that our brains or eyes or whatever can interpret.
I think as human beings, just in general, I think we are just this shy of numb to stimulus that is, probably. I mean, the brain is a dampening mechanism. I just read a story on this the past couple of weeks about how, our brains, we should thank God for our brains because, they keep us alive. Because if we were to perceive everything that is perceivable around us, we'd go absolutely batshit crazy.
Yep.
This is what keeps us sane, is what it blocks out. And so what is it blocking out?
Not only that, but the brain doesn't actively, when you look into a room, it doesn't actively re-look at all that stuff every second. It kind of assumes everything's going to stay the same until something moves.
Mm-hmm.
What was it? Maybe, I think it was Mysterious Universe or something that I heard on that when you walk through a door, your brain kind of does a reset on some level. Like when you walk into another room, that's why people sometimes forget about what they were doing or whatever, because when they walk through a door into a different room, their brain resets to go for what's going on inside that room.
Mm.
I'm not sure I can't remember where I heard that from.
It's an interesting idea.
Yeah.
But, go ahead.
So I had on a couple months ago a woman named Jenny Ashford who wrote a couple of books on poltergeists. And one of them was written with this guy from the UK. And I think it's pretty accepted that poltergeists are somehow manifested from the person they're surrounding. Mm-hmm. One of the things that he would do, because even when someone would move out of the house, sometimes the house would still experience poltergeist effects. So they'd leave it empty and they'd shut the electricity off for 6 months or whatever, which suggests that whatever these things are actually, they may be coming from us initially, but they may be gaining their own sort of vibe, their own sort of energy to keep going beyond the point of their being linked to their creator.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, autonomous entities that are basically unhinged from the human ego. I mean, that's yeah. I mean, yeah, for lack of a better way to put it. Yeah. I mean, but see, a lot of things these days, the poltergeist is now considered a demon by a lot of people. I watched a thing the other night that was so clearly poltergeist activity. I mean, we're talking about the rearranging of furniture and objects and knocks and bangs and all of the things you associate with it. And immediately this was cast into a demonic framework. It's just another way that all of this stuff seems to be going backwards as far as, as far as public acknowledgement of what it is. I mean, you can talk about anti-structure and liminal states till you're blue. As George Hansen told me on the phone, he goes, you can talk all that stuff you want. And most people don't get it. They don't get how amazing that is, yeah, I mean, you're right. They don't. And this is what the wife and I were just talking about in the car tonight is, so much of what we see and what people perceive as a paranormal event. There are still people who, when I say a UFO sighting or an alien quote unquote visitation is a paranormal event, they still go, what are you talking about? Paranormal event? That's ridiculous. This is not ghosts,
I've always attributed that.
It's beyond normal. By definition alone, it falls within the brackets.
I've always just equated that to a person being tone deaf or something like that. Because I have people that I know that are in the skeptical community that if I think if something were to happen with them, they either A, wouldn't perceive it, or if they did, they would do whatever they possibly could to try to perceive it as something more definable, in their realm than what was actually going on. Like if they were to see a UFO, I tend to wonder, it's like people get so grounded in what their belief system is, whatever their BS is, that if something happens that goes outside of it, it's like, well,
they crumble.
Well, not necessarily. Either they crumble.
No, they crumble. I watched a dude who was a strict religious zealot who saw something in the sky he couldn't explain, and I watched him crumble into a babbling madman.
Sounds about right.
They crumble. But God said, I don't care what your God said. Welcome.
or they just block it out completely.
Yeah, that's the thing.
You
It's
didn't
like
have that option.
it's like, I don't know. If something were to happen, it's like, all right, well, you're going to explain this away because you have to, or you're just going to not acknowledge that it happened.
Mm-hmm.
That's it's the only two options you have here.
Well, and there's again, I'm going to push this book, George Hansen's book, The Trickster and the Paranormal, tricksterbook.com. Read this book, please.
Slowly.
People. Yes. Well, that's the only way to read his book.
Yeah, exactly.
But you'll find when you read that book, you'll find out why skeptics don't necessarily always see something or perceive something. Like in the broad scale, like how many skeptics have a UFO sighting in their life? The answer is, by and large, none do. And there's a purpose for that. It's because the phenomena doesn't appear to them, because they deny it, because it's not in their scope to focus upon to bring about a manifestation of any kind. I
was having a conversation with somebody who was a skeptic about what I had happened to me. And they're like, well, I want to experience that too. And I just, I've had weird things happen, but I've always explained it this way. And I'm like, well, you're not invited to the party. You can't go. You just can't go. And they got really pissed off about that kind of. And I'm like, I'm sorry, I'm not making the rules, but you just can't.
See, I don't know if that's really the way to look at it, because that puts people that have had experiences in a lot of instances to make themselves feel better than. Because it's not the fact that they can't see it. It's not the fact that they're not allowed to see it. It's the fact that they're so clouded by what their belief system is that they're unable to see it at the moment.
But again, then they're still not invited to the party.
There's no invitation to the party. It's not a party to be invited to. You show up and it shows up. If you're open to it, you'll see it. If you're not, and trust me, this is coming from somebody who came from a very religious background at one point that was not allowed to see things and saw them and talked them away because they weren't supposed to exist. And then once it broke, it broke completely. And I was in the same room with people that have that same exact mindset, and they'll just explain it away. It's not that it doesn't happen, and it's not that it's not there. It's they explain it away because the human mind is unable to correlate all of its contents.
It might also be that some people just don't have the perception for it. I mean, just like some people are colorblind, some people just may not be able to perceive some of this stuff. Because we don't know exactly what part of our consciousness is actually perceiving this. And I suspect that it's not, you mentioned at the beginning that it was like a consciousness thing. And I think consciousness plays a part, but I think consciousness plays a part in reality. And so I think the reality of this phenomena is, intertwined very deeply with how we perceive reality and what reality is, which is why it's so fascinating to me. Because I think if even we get a piece of this, we may understand a whole lot more about the world we exist within.
I guess that's kind of where I'm going with this. It's just a matter of how do you take that.
Well, you're going down a hole that there's not a bottom to.
Yeah, I know. I know. But I'm fine with that because that's, how are you going to find the bottom of the hole unless you drop into it?
Right. I mean, it's one of those things where, in the long run, it's just there are a lot of non-productive questions that come up in that are questions that need to be asked, but they don't go anywhere.
Yeah, but you know what?
The thing that you've got to do is you've got to establish, like, where is the modality that I'm going to look at this from? Because there's so many external influences coming in on you that to try to go in this like from a ground level and say I'm going to drill down this way when there are 67 holes all the way around you. It gets highly complex really fast.
I don't think that's a bad thing, though. I mean,
it's not. It's definitely not.
That's the way we've always tried to look at things. I've always looked at things as the questions are sometimes more important than what you're looking for.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
It's like the thing where you take the three blind men up to the elephant and say, "Here, describe this," and they each describe a different part of the elephant. And they each describe a different thing, but they're all describing the elephant.
And they're all right.
Exactly.
Exactly.
So it's not a matter of, it's like, okay, do we really need to ask more questions? We've already got enough out there. Well, yeah, sure. If it gives us if we have a chance of getting an answer out of those.
You got
I like the part of the
overall
story where they all get trampled by the elephant.
Correct.
Not only is it a matter of getting answers, but sometimes we have better questions after asking certain questions.
And
we may not have an answer.
That's it. That steers the whole discussion. And that ultimately is the better part of what you're doing is if you steer the discussion in a different way, then there's more avenues to explore. It's just, I always I'm such a Debbie Downer when it comes to people talking to me about, so what do you think it is? Like, what do you think it is? I said, I don't think what it is. Like that, I don't even think what it is anymore. Like, what is it? I don't know.
Yeah.
And I don't pretend that I'm ever going to know. And I've seen this shit. Like, I've had this a long time. I don't, but what Soraya says about some people are not hardwired to perceive it, or they don't have something that other people do have who do perceive it. I mean, if Project Core is any indication, even though it's a very starter point, the creative people are the ones who perceive this stuff more than anyone else. And that's not the first time that's been put out there, that creative types are the type that see these things. And so being creative people and internalizing, or externalizing the internal, which I think is a big thing Jeff Kripal talks about a lot. They would be uniquely qualified. Creative people will be uniquely qualified to perceive these things, to be able to relate them.
And speaking of Kripal, one of the things he said that really just I felt was so profound was very simple. And he said, strange things happen for a reason in real life.
Mm-hmm.
And, when you take it into that scientific realm and you try to analyze it down, the stuff isn't there because there's no reason for it. There's a deeper reason behind all this stuff happening.
Yeah, we're a joke. We're a property.
It's possible.
The only real way we can fail at this at all is when we stop asking questions.
Well, when you accept the ideology is when it's failed. I mean,
Yes.
that's the thing. I mean, that's the single biggest problem. Like I rarely talk to people these days that are, in the quote unquote field. But I'm writing a pretty inflammatory paper. Well, what a shock! He's writing an inflammatory paper about.
I think that's like your go-to.
It's like I don't mean to offend people, but it's like when
Isn't
it's
it
so
fun?
No, it's not. I mean, it really isn't. And I don't set out to do it that way. But you can look at this field and you can tell that there are this large subset of people in the field that you can say these are performance investigators. In other words, they do it to be seen and to be seen doing it. And then there are people who do it because they need to know something. People who seek this stuff out for personal reasons or just because they're driven to do it. And those people never get the kind of eyes or, I guess the eyes of the people who want to be interested in this stuff and want to understand it better, or at least understand what surrounds it and what kind of people, all of the questions we need to be asking. They're more focused on, the performance investigators because they get the hits, they get the shows, they get the so on and so forth.
And they also add to the dumbing down of society.
And there's a reason for that. There's a reason for all that, and it's all part of this stuff. Like they used to tell me, well, it's all connected somehow. Well, they don't know how right they were about that, because it really is all connected when you stand back and look at it. I mean, even skeptics that aggravate the hell out of you online, or the airy-fairy new ager who tells you some wild tale that involves dolphins and crystals and all matter of
Oh
shit,
boy.
right? That stuff has a purpose. That stuff has a place here. Like, I used to be the first guy to go, that's nonsense, until I put a crystal to my forehead. And everybody knows what happened there, right? And so I've had skeptics say to me, I don't believe in crystals either, so I'm with you there. I'm like, well, I don't know that I don't believe it anymore. That's the thing. See, that was the point of the story that made it self-negating. And this is my bigger point, to that. And they go, well, I don't believe what you and your wife saw. Like, I don't believe that for a second. That's too much of a personal experience. I said, great. Where do you live? And one guy said, oh, I'm in Philadelphia. I said, great. I'm in Maryland. You're really close, dude.
Eating an ice cream is a personal experience.
I said, you're really close, dude. I said, I'm personally inviting you to come down here on a weekend, put the crystal to your forehead that's in my backyard to this day, and then come up, sleep in my bed. I'll go downstairs. That's it. Come do it. Come see. Anybody in your audience, you're welcome. Come do it. No, he won't come do it. He said, not on your life. And I said, and why not? He said, on the off percentage that you might be right.
Oh, really?
Well, there you are. There you are. See, even the skeptics are fakes. This is the point. There are skeptics who are really skeptical and really, like Lance Moody to me is a guy who is a skeptic, but he's skeptical for all the right reasons. And then there are people like this guy who will remain nameless that they're fake skeptics. They are simply dissenting to be a dissenter.
Yeah,
and
they're
that's
debunkers.
Exactly. They're fundamentalists.
Yeah.
So that's kind of like, it doesn't matter what your facts are. This is nonsense, and I'm going to show you why. And there's a lot of scientific people that think the same way. I mean, it's not just relegated to the paranormal.
No, and I think that flows through society in general. It just stands out a bit in the paranormal.
Right. Yeah.
But you were talking about how, like, poltergeists are demons now, and I think that's become the kind of trope because more people are Christian in the U.S. than not, so it's an easy thing for them to grasp onto, even if they're not actually religious people. They've been raised in that structure of belief. And it makes for exciting television. So why not? You know, it's scary, it's creepy, so it's got to be a demon. If you say
performance investigators again,
Yeah, but that happened in the UFO world too. I mean, I still know people this day that insist that aliens are demons that are sent here to pull you out. You know, that whole trope is nothing new for me. That's just a meme being reworked in a different way.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's people who only see stuff from that viewpoint. That it's either God or it's the devil. There's no other options there.
Then again, I know people who are Republicans and insist that every Democratic president has been the Antichrist in one shape or another.
Oh, come on. Hell, by now, this place is wall of fire. We don't.
Yeah, let's steer away from that.
You know, there was something you said on the episode 199 there, because I'm forgetting how to say the synesthesia. No,
synesthesia.
Synesthesia. Thank you.
Synesthesia.
You had mentioned that the brain stops pretty much growing after the age of 30, and I don't know that that's totally true. I think what happens with our culture is that essentially once people get out of school, they stop learning. And after a while, the brain just stops needing to change because there's no new input. But I know a lot of people who are not like that and still appreciate new things and seek out new things well above the age of 30.
Well, the brain doesn't stop. I have because I've put a lot of looking into this. It doesn't so much stop evolving, but at that point, your brain refocuses what it's doing onto going from a state of learning how to survive, how to interact, and how to be around other things, and how to deal with the world, to a point where at some level you go, okay, I've learned what I needed to know, and now I have to concentrate on surviving and on doing these kinds of things. It's like with the music that you grew up with, after a certain point, you kind of stop. Now, me and you are probably exceptions to this because I'm continuously looking for getting into new kinds of music and stuff like that.
Yeah, me too.
I grew up in the 80s, and I listened to a lot of Depeche Mode and a lot of old industrial music, and I was really a big fan of Skinny Puppy. Now I go back and listen to a lot of that stuff, and I'm like, I'm not really interested in this stuff as much as I used to be anymore.
Yeah.
But I still go out and listen to a lot of new techno and a lot of various different kinds of musics and things like that. But I'm a person who's consciously made that decision to do that. But most people that I know, throwing the music example in here, they're more happy going back and listening to the 80s bands and 80s music that they grew up with, or the classic rock people and stuff like that, because they're more focused on, just trying to get through the day and stuff. They don't want to have to think about extra things outside of what they have to do.
And it seems to be, when I look at people I knew years ago and I look at what they're listening to now, they're listening to the stuff they listened to in school. And it could be college, it could be high school, whatever school was the last school they went to. is where their musical taste stopped evolving. And at that point, they just kept listening to that same stuff. And I mean, I liked some of the stuff I listened to back then, but that's not primarily what I listen to anymore.
Well, it also has to do with, it's all when you're growing up and you're having all these experiences and things like that for the first time. As you get older, once you hit a certain point in life, you stop having new experiences because you start living day-to-day life, and
You
all
become
of that
a cog in the wheel.
exactly. So it's all of that stuff that you identify with. Those are music, and all those kinds of things are tied to girlfriends, relationships, things that happened in your life, where you were going to school at a time. All of those kinds of things are all tied together as kind of a package. And I resist that because I don't want, I'm 44 and I want to act like a 20-year-old. I don't want to be mature. What's that?
I must be a broken motherfucker.
Why is
Me
that?
too.
Shit,
Well, I'm not-
I listen to everything. I've always been interested in everything. I'm constantly looking for new music. I still love the old music I listen to.
Well, we are the exceptions to the rule, though. We are
just-
the ones that are outside of that mold. But the average person, look around when you're
Like I said, I must be fucking broken.
No,
Because everybody else I know is still listening to fucking Depeche Mode and crying about The Cure, and I'm like, what the dude?
Yeah,
Really?
exactly.
Like, Bishop is an awesome band. Like
And there's nothing wrong with that. It's just the average person that is. It's not so much that your brain stops cooking, but it begins to process information differently. I use the term "stop cooking" because I heard it on another podcast, and it just stuck in my head. I thought it was a good general, all-around term to cover that. But
don't you think that music is I mean, at least musical taste? Don't you think that that's like primarily influenced by the people that you hang around? And like when I went
Not
to
at
school,
all.
when I went to middle school, like I grew up in a like I've worn cowboy boots since I was 9 years old, and I still wear them every day, like
Howdy,
all
partner.
day. And I grew up on country music. I mean, Jerry Reed, Johnny Cash, Waylon Jennings, Willie Nelson.
you
all
grew up
these
on
people.
good country music.
Right, not this plastic model shit today.
Yeah.
Like serious country, like outlaw country considered today. And when I got to middle school, I mean, like music really didn't come into focus until like middle school, like my first day in seventh grade, when somebody said, "Well, who do you like?" And I'm like, "Well, what's Led Zeppelin?" and what's Deep Purple? And when they say, "Oh, what's Hillbilly?" And it's like, well, no, I listen to this, that, and the other. So it was like kind of like my introduction to rock and roll was like, dude, like you need to get turned on to this stuff. And so therefore, the first rock band I ever listened to in my life was Lynyrd Skynyrd, and they were tinged with Southern, with country. So that's how I kind of inched into that. And then the next thing you know, it's like 1986, and I'm playing in like Maiden tribute bands, and
What was
playing
that,
in
Lobo?
thrash metal bands and shit. And it's like that's where I came from, was like country. I came from country, and I ended up in thrash metal.
But how often do you go out and how often do you go out specifically to listen to new music or find new music?
A lot, but it's not. I mean, I'll put it this way: the stuff I go out and look for today is the stuff that, were I to have mentioned it in high school, the first words out of anybody's mouth would have been, "Well, you're a fag," because if it was either rock and roll or not. And so to say that you listen to like Dixie Dregs, or to say like Steve Morse is your favorite guitar player, or Steve Stevens' flamenco album is amazing, that's the kind of music I go looking for now. I don't go looking for like popular music, or I'm not a techno guy.
Yeah.
But I have to have like complexity. So I'm like a Dream Theater guy, or I'm all of the progressive metal stuff, or that kind of like complex music. Like I'm way more into that these days, and classical and fusion stuff. But that wouldn't even have entered into the picture were it not for me in rock and roll. So,
but again, we are the exceptions to the rule, though, which is kind of one of the reasons why I go back to that we can look into this kind of stuff, and we can look, past. It's more than just a passing interest for us, because, to some extent, we haven't let our brain stop cooking yet. We are still open to go out and find and do and experience new things and all of that kind of stuff, where the average person, I know a lot of people, again, this is one of the reasons why I use a fake name. I know quite a lot of people, or if I were to say, yeah, I'm into this kind of stuff, they'd just be like, you're an idiot, you know? Again, I go back to the term I prefer subgenius, but
I just wonder if at some point, are we all, like all of us here, are we all going to be our dads? Like
I can't be my dad.
Yeah, I can't either. So
it's really weird for me to like my dad. I don't even mean my dad as far as my dad, like a dad, where you say to yourself, like, I can't get into this new metal. Like when I first heard Slipknot, when Cody first started listening to Slipknot, I'm like, that is the loudest noise.
No, don't say that.
You know, like I could not tolerate this crap. And then I force-fed myself it. And then I'm like, okay, this is really good shit.
See?
And I'm like, okay, I'm into this. But I can only go so far before I go, yeah, it just sounds like noise to me. It sounds like static to me. And I feel like I'm already becoming my dad because certain new forms of music that everybody seems to really like, I go, what do you possibly hear in that?
with something like Slipknot, to me, I can hear them and I can go, yeah, this is all right. I've never been really into them, but part of the reason is they weren't doing anything really new. The bands that strike me are the ones who are doing something really new and unique, where I'm going, whoa, what's this? Okay, right. I haven't heard this before.
It's like when Rammstein came out, I'm like, all right, I've already heard Rammstein. They're called KMFDM.
Well, we're also called Bleibach.
Yes, exactly. So it wasn't like, this sucks. I was like, okay, I've heard this before. Like my oldest daughter, my kids both, they're, and I, not everybody here likes dubstep, but there's a lot of dubstep and stuff. Like there's a lot of newer music that a person my age should not be into.
I don't even know what that is, so there's where
it's probably better that way.
That's awesome. You want to hear a good one? Listen to Lindsay Sterling, because it's violin and dubstep, and she's amazing.
And she's hot as hell. So anyway, guys.
And she's old enough to be your daughter.
Yes. We're coming up on the point where we need to vamoose here, because Sarai, you've got to jump over and do your show.
Yes, and I'm dragging Jeff with me.
Yeah.
Yay!
So, I'm going to let both you guys go, but hang around for 1 second after I do this.
I would like to say one more thing. It's soda, not pop.
Yes! Yeah, but you don't like, because you're in New York, and you're probably like 3-4 hours drive from me.
Yeah,
Jesus Christ, Lobo, I can hear you getting an erection from here. My God.
Because it's not called a pop stream. It's a fucking soda stream machine. God damn
It's a regional thing, dude. I've no longer tried to argue with anybody if it's soda or pop anymore.
We're doing it because it's funny.
Pop's just a noise.
Yeah, whatever. But it's a regional thing. It's just what it is.
So I will state for the record that after much research, the majority of the country does in fact call it pop.
Anyways,
actually, western part of New York, I think generally calls it pop.
Yeah, absolutely.
I am a skeptic, and I choose to believe what I want to believe.
And that shall be your reality.
My pop is my reality.
Okay, and now into the Where Did the Road Go continuation of that conversation, where we, now that I've previewed the clip, I remember we replaced Lobo with Joshua Cutchin. So it's Rojan, Joshua, and Jeff Ritzmann. Tonight, I have with me one of my regular co-hosts, Joshua Cutchin.
Greetings.
And we have Jeff Ritzmann back.
Hey, sir. Nice to be here.
And we have Rojan from Project Archivist.
Hello, how are you?
And Rojan, Jeff, and I just finished an episode of Project Archivist along with Lobo. And if you have not checked out their show, you need to. It's one of my favorite podcasts, easily. And you guys are fantastic.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And you do some different stuff. You don't just do interviews. Sometimes it's just the two of you talking about stuff, and sometimes you do some found audio stuff.
We do all kinds of stuff. Like, we're not...
You're not just a paranormal show.
Yeah, it doesn't define what we do. Cover a lot of paranormal. We try to cover things in a different way, or try to cover stories that haven't been covered a million times, or get guests on that haven't been talked to a million times, or are out making the circuit. Sometimes we just like to do silly shows where we unwind and just cover stupid news stories or what have you. Really, it's we don't have a set format. It's really just kind of whatever the show needs at the time, or whatever happens to fall into our lap, or if we just feel like being stupid that week for the most part. So, it's just, we're pretty much, we call ourselves home of the wonderful, the weird, and the strange, for the most part. it's not like, okay, well, we got to cover, UFOs this week or blow it. It's just whatever happens to come along.
Yeah. Yeah. And sometimes you just have listeners that have interesting backgrounds or, things.
Well, we like to, there's so many shows out there that, like, one of the reasons I really like your show, because you're very similar to what we do. You will get authors on that most people haven't heard of or people haven't heard of before, as opposed to getting like, such and such has got a new book out. We got to get them on. And then you'll hear them a week later on another podcast, and then a week later, and their interviews become very cookie cutter and so forth. Whereas, I like to dig a little bit deeper and talk to people that maybe have an interesting blog or maybe have a book out there that somebody hasn't heard of, but is still a very interesting book, because in my opinion, those people need just as much exposure as, whoever the big paranormal guy is who releases a book every month or what have you, or every 6 months, he's got a new book coming out or something like that.
You mean Nick Redfern?
Yeah, well, I didn't want to say Nick, but yeah, I've tried to get Nick on the show, but I've had a hard time getting him on. But the thing is Nick is, I love the guy, I love what he has to say.
And I like his work.
Yeah, exactly. But he's on every show every week. Yeah. And, whenever a new book comes out, he kind of hits the circuit. And it's like, well, what am I going to ask him that hasn't been asked of him 100 times already, so.
Well, hey, I'll give you guys credit. On your 200th episode, you came up with some questions for Stan Friedman I'd not heard him talk about before.
We put a lot of thought into that one. That was kind of one of our trickier shows to do. And before we talked to him, I talked to him on the phone. I said, we're going to have you on, but we're not going to talk about this, and this. We're interested in these kinds of things and this and that stuff. And, I think he enjoyed it. I don't know. I'm kind of torn if he enjoyed it or if he didn't like it, because, in my opinion, I felt that there were times where he was like, because he's got a standard cookie cutter, thing that he goes into about MJ12 and all that. And we're not even remotely interested in that, because you've already said everything you can about that. We want to know about these nuclear projects you've done. I want to know about your early years getting into this stuff and how the people you've met that were strange. I think he did enjoy talking about that, because that was stuff that we were genuinely interested in and he doesn't really get to talk about very often. But at the same time, I think he kind of missed the comfortableness of knowing how an interview was going to go by talking about the same stuff all the time. But I've also been told that it might have just been in my head. But everybody seems to have enjoyed the interview that we did with him, so Yeah,
and he's not someone I would listen to because he has that sort of nuts and bolts UFO thing that I'm not that interested in. I'm just tired of hearing about at this point.
Yeah, but he still is somebody that's been in the field for a long time. Sure. And I still respect what he has to say. He's not as crazy as some of the people that are out there, but I was interested in his background and what led him to believe what he believes and what he bases those things on, and the experiences that he has had to lead him to that point. And I find that far more interesting as to what leads people to believe what they believe and how they believe. It's not so much, well, I believe in this, this, and this. Well, great, but what led you to believe that? What formed your opinion? What put you in that mindset to get you into that idea or into that world? And that's another important thing. It's one of those questions that it's just not asked enough, because maybe you might not agree with what the guy has to say, but it's still curious to see how people's viewpoints work. And
absolutely.
So, a lot of times people just look at somebody and say, oh yeah, this guy's nuts or whatever and blah, 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 or, well, what led him to believe that? Why does he think that way? Is he just somebody that's out there to make money off of people or something like that? And if he is, then maybe asking these questions will some way reveal that. And if not, maybe it's just that he sees things a different way, and maybe we try to understand why that person's doing what they're doing.
And Jeff, when you were last on for our 3-part episode, because I think I think you have the record for the longest time I was on Skype in one session.
It was a marathon.
We went for 6 hours and 8 minutes.
Wow.
And about 3.5 was the show. And we talked like an hour beforehand. We did an hour and a half of a show. Then we talked for a half an hour afterwards. And then you mentioned you played in a thrash band. And that created an hour-long conversation about music.
Yeah.
And
I can go on.
And the recording software I used did not like it.
Right.
I shut everything off, and I went to copy the file over, and it was a full-size 4-gigabyte file, and it played 4 seconds. And I went, oh, no, because it must not have closed it. It must have been too long, and it didn't know how to close the file. But luckily, it still played in the recording software, and so I just played it and recorded it on different software.
There you are.
But, yeah. But the last time you were on, you were just starting this Project Oculus with this GoFundMe.
Right.
And how has that gone so far?
We got totally funded for the cameras, which was the best thing ever. So I was able to order those before too awful long, actually. I mean, it was a pretty good groundswell for a while, which was great. So we got the cameras. Those are installed. They're running. They've been running every night for the most part. They didn't last night because, I woke up at 5 o'clock this morning with my glasses stuck to my face. So I fell asleep on the couch. So that's why they didn't run last night. But usually every night they're running around 2 a.m. to morning to daybreak. And as I just said on Project Archivist, we've gotten, nothing. I just want to put a public service message out there. If you are having disturbing paranormal events in your house and you're literally terrified out of your mind, dropcam.com, put 4 in your house, you will never see another thing again. No, I say that in jest because we did actually get a couple of interesting things. And I should say that thanks to my donors, I was able to not only buy the cameras, but to fund the monitoring of those cameras for a few months. And also buy an EM meter, natural EM meter, which has been pretty invaluable because I run that every night on one of the cameras so that it's visible in the frame.
Yeah, and you had that go off at one point.
We did, and it never goes off, trust me. So that was on a clear night where there was nothing that should have done that, and so we got a pretty significant spike of about halfway. Nothing visual on the cameras, nothing that I saw personally, but that's unusual. And so the other thing was, there has been people in the house, myself, my immediate family, my parents, anybody who spent any time here has seen a small light at the just below the ceiling level in our living room. It's a light, and it normally appears to people in their peripheral, but it's really in their peripheral. To the point where Jeremy was here and he said, "What?" I saw it and I kept my mouth shut, and he said, "What?" And I was like, "Yeah, that's it." So it's really visible. It's really in your face, but most times it's peripheral. We've never been able to get it. Well, we got it on the cam that monitors the living room. And again, not to repeat myself, if you just listen to Project Archivist, but that was only caught by one camera, which I was monitoring at the time live, and no other camera. But it is a 3-dimensional light in the room casting a reflection on the ceiling. We got something, so it's significant.
That almost suggests to me that it's directly interfacing with your consciousness because it was on the camera you were looking at.
Yeah, you think? Yeah, I think so. It's and I should say that that there was. I'm working with author because I just can't seem to get myself in gear enough to write my book, which I've been trying to author for 5 years or more. And so I finally got with an author who is published. She's amazing. She's a great writer. And so we've been having, we'd had some marathon sessions, not so different from you and I talking that night, like literally 5-6 hours. And sometimes it gets really deep and really intense really quickly. And, listeners of the old show Paratopia that I did with Jeremy Vaney will know that we did some shows sometimes where some strange things happen during the show, during those kinds of discussions, almost as if in response to going in certain directions with a certain amount of focus and intensity to the discussion. And that's what happened that particular night, and only that night, that we got the light on the ceiling. That was that night. We had not spoken before to that level during Project Oculus before. So I think that also says something, that the night that you get something, this is what is happening in the life. Because I'm always asking people, what was your life like at the time? Forget the paranormal event. What were you doing? What was going on? What was the situation with you? And so I can't deny, completely anti-structural day, completely, like even the conversation with you, even though it gravitated into other things, it's highly unusual for me to be on Skype for 6 hours. It's just, when you meet a new friend, that's just what happens. Like you could talk to them forever. So that's just how it goes. And so, yeah, we got something.
Nice. So for tonight's show, Josh had initially, his first suggestion was that we talk about the role of the repeated experiencer versus somebody who has a single event. And why, I guess my thought would be, why would someone have a singular event as opposed to repeated events throughout their life?
Yeah, it's sort of confounding because there are enough times when people do have singular events, but at the same time, there are plenty of people who have repeat things happening, and plenty of people have what we would categorize normally as different phenomena, even though I think that there's some sort of underlying connection between all of them. But yeah, it's something that I've been turning over in my head for some time now.
Well, in that situation, where do you start then? Do you start with the initial experience, or do you take the experiences as a whole and look at them? True. And what would quantify as an experience? Well,
and look at Strieber too, who would have sworn up and down that he didn't have any experiences until the one that woke him up, and then he remembered all this other weird stuff that happened in his past.
That's true.
Yeah, but there's also, and this, to simplify this down to the easiest way to put it, a whole lot of people have a whole lot of weird stuff that goes on. And I was no different from that. I did not connect the dots in any conceivable way to some very random, weird stuff that happened to me pretty much since kindergarten, right? And then it takes like that one event that is fairly in your face and undeniable to make you go, oh, so was that this? Was that connected to this? And so on and so forth backwards. So how many people don't connect the dots? How many people just go, well, I don't remember what happened when I was 5 years old or 6 or 7. Yeah, maybe something a little weird, but whatever. Like, does everybody hold on to those kinds of experiences with the same, I guess, fervor that I did? Because these were some of the most prevalent memories that I ever had of being a child, was those particular weird instances. So how many people just don't put any mind to things that happened when they were little or growing up, until they have that pinnacle moment? See, I'm one of these people. I don't think people have singular experiences. I think there are just so many minor experiences that the connection is never really made. But I also think that the paranormal experience is far broader than we think that it is. In other words, I almost believe that just about everyone has had some kind of odd experience in their life.
I was just going to say the same thing. In my experience, with what I do with the show and stuff, I'll tell people, hey, I do this crazy show or what have you, because I normally don't tell people what I do. It's one of the reasons I use a pseudonym. But after when you tell people I do this kind of a crazy show, whatever, I usually get a couple of different reactions. I'll get the first reaction of, yeah, whatever, I don't believe in any of that kind of stuff. And then I'll get the reaction of, yeah, you're weird. I know all that stuff's kind of weird. And then once they get to know you, you'll get the people that are like, can I tell you something without you thinking I'm strange? And then they tell you their story. And then you get the people that are like, oh yeah, I fully believe in this, blah, 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 blah. And these are the experiences that I've had and things like that. And those are the people that I kind of like, okay, whereas the people that are like a little bit hesitant, the ones that come out and tell you their stories. But even with the people that are like, I don't believe in any of this stuff, I think it's garbage, and I think what you're doing is silly, they usually sometimes or never have a story themselves, but they don't necessarily regard it in, the idea of the paranormal. They'll say, yeah, but it's and I find myself doing this as well. Well, it could have been this, it could have been that, or this was going on, or something like that. Again, I referred to when you were on our show, as I refer to it as being like tone deaf or colorblind. It's like, well, maybe you just can't see or don't want to see what is happening to you for the most part, and just choose not to see that for the most part.
Yeah, even someone like myself, and I really don't really consider myself much of an experiencer at all, but when I really sit back and look in aggregate at even the things that were really kind of small in my life, they do tend to add up. And, my wife is someone who's extremely skeptical about all this stuff, but she's had some things happen to her, too. When you pressed her, she's like, well, there was that one time when my boyfriend decided to not go through a green light and 2 cars ran through the red light. It's just weird stuff like that people don't normally always put into the paranormal box, but that if you follow this stuff long enough, it definitely has that same sort of mouthfeel as other events.
Yeah, like Jeff, me and Jeff are very similar in ways that we're both married, and we've both had things happen to us where, fortunately, our wives are cool enough to accept that as part of being married to us, where I've had strange things happen, and my wife used to be like, well, that really weirds me out or whatever. Now it's just kind of like, all right, well, it still weirds her out, but we just kind of shrug our shoulders and move on. A lot of stuff.
I think what's great about wives is, particularly my wife is, she says, yeah, this stuff's a little weird, but I don't have time for it.
That's the kind of reaction.
Like it's okay for me and her to be in the condo that we used to live in and be looking at each other across the room. She's laying on the couch, I'm sitting in a chair, and to have an arm float through the room with a flannel shirt on. And to go, yeah, that's weird, but I don't have time for that.
That's kind of the same reaction that I get. There's a little bit of the curiosity, strange factor, but ultimately it's like, well, I got to get up and go to work in the morning. Yeah. So
I got clothes to fold,
Yeah, exactly. It's that kind of thing. It's whereas in my life, the things that happen to me, I have had strange experiences, but the prevailing over thing in my life that is the quote unquote weirdness is a lot of synchronicities that happen. That for the longest time used to really bug me, but now I just kind of shrug my shoulders and say, yeah, this is how the roller coaster goes, and it still weirds my wife out at times. She'll be like, how does this happen to you? Why does this happen to you this way or whatever? I don't know. Just take it as it comes and keep moving.
I always look at synchronicities as the universe telling you you're on the right track.
In my particular case, I'll come to obvious, I'll say crossroads. And if I choose to keep going and not go down the crossroad will eventually come up until I decide to make some kind of churn on that crossroad, if that makes any sense. And they've led me into some very, not necessarily bad situations, but very strange situations where you sit back and you look at it and you're like, that could not have happened any other possible way. And I'll find myself, I'm like, all right, fine, I'll churn down the road. Just leave me alone. I don't got time for this,
But it's something you need to deal with, probably.
Yeah, it used to really bother me for years. It bothered me because it felt like it's this kind of free will kind of thing where it's like, that you have a choice in life, you affect your choices and things like that. And it kind of felt like, no, I don't. It's an uncomfortableness where it's like, okay, I don't have the choice. I keep being presented with this, and I'm going to keep getting presented with this particular thing, whatever it is at the time, until I decide to make the choice to deal with that or to go in that direction. But ultimately, I think there is still choice of one kind or another. It's like, even though you have to go down this road, but what you do when you're on this road until you get to the next intersection, you've got from point A to point B, you can do. You're not on a set path, but eventually the river's going to lead you here. You can paddle this way or you can paddle that way, but the river's going to take you to this. The road's going to take you, or the river's going to take you where it takes you.
I almost feel like there are certain set points in our lives that we have to experience this. We have to experience this. How we get to it and when we get to it may change.
Yeah, it's like a Doctor Who kind of thing. There
it really is.
You can't change. Yeah, Jeff, have you ever experienced anything like this before?
Synchronicities?
No. Yes.
Yeah, but usually it's like the universe, like I like the way Sierra put it, the universe telling him X. Usually when synchronicities happen to me, it's the universe telling me it's 111 or 222 or 333 or 444. Hey, look, isn't that neat? And I go, no, because I've got like a cell phone full of grabs of when I look at the,
Yeah.
But I'll tell you.
No, you will look at this.
I'll tell you a really, the last really weird one, and I don't know if this falls into the same category of that, but some years ago, it's probably been 2 or 3 years ago, my wife and I were driving up the road to get some supplies for the pond that we have in the backyard. And for some unknown reason, We were driving down the road, no one around. I mean, empty road, Sunday afternoon, 3:00, something like that. And out of nowhere, this truck comes from behind us and pulls up beside of us and points at my front wheel and says something. And my wife rolls down the window to say, "I'm sorry, what's going on?" He begins cussing wildly. And we're like, what is going on? Like, we didn't cut anybody off. We didn't do anything.
It's your face.
The next thing you know, he spits into the car.
Oh,
Right? So I am halfway between murderous rage and what? What? Like, this is so... What? And so he tears off, and I try to get a tag number. I'm trying to follow him. This guy's gone. I'm caught in traffic. I got to wait for the light to change. I think about this guy every once in a while. I'll get on a tear driving home where I'm thinking about this guy and what would have happened to me had I gotten a hold of this guy. I pray that none of you ever have to have an experience as confounding as that. But also as, like completely emasculating as that was to me, not to be able to do something. And so I think it was the last couple of weeks, I went home and I was thinking to myself, like, I should have done this. There's always those feelings of what you should have done, how you should have reacted. I could have opened the door and got out and looked and saw his tag number. It was so quick. You didn't know what to do. Going over in my mind over and over. And before I knew it, I was home. I had gone over this the whole way home. The next day, the guy's in front of me in traffic going to work. It's him. It's the truck. It's him. And I'm like, I haven't seen this truck, this person in 2-3 years. Why today when last night I was focusing on this like all the way home? Like, that to me was truly just utterly bizarre. And of course, I'm not going to go into detail about the drive to work, but it's just it's those kinds of things that I'm like, how did that just happen when I was just thinking of this? And this has not been in my field of vision for years. That to me is just beyond the pale of how could that possibly have been coincidence?
yeah.
I don't believe in coincidence, but how could anybody blow that off and go, no connection there?
Well,
No.
one, clearly your front tire did something very offensive to him.
Clearly.
The bigger question, though, is did your brain happen to just randomly go to that and then you pulled together a situation in reality where you ended up behind him? Or did you know somehow that you were going to end up behind him and that future knowledge reminded you of the situation?
I
You're
go
making
back.
my brain hurt.
I go back to that old thing of, and this applies as far as I'm concerned to my involvement with paranormal stuff. It's like what you think about, you bring about.
Yeah.
And, and you can call that whatever you want. Some people group it into the secret thing, which I think is incredibly pedestrian to do, but some people think of it in that term, and that's fine.
Well,
but,
the secret thing is just a watered-down version of what Jane Roberts Seth said, and I think Jane Roberts and Seth were way more grounded in what they were talking about and made a lot more sense.
I think it's,
Well, in a sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead, please.
I was just gonna say, like, in sort of a Dean Radin-y precognition-esque sense. I mean, it would make sense that these are ripples that we're interpreting that we're going to encounter this. I mean, for me, my particular synchronicities always occur whenever I'm working on some sort of big project or a book or something. And they'll sort of tend to lead me down the path. I maybe this is just sort of a personal view, but I feel like God, the universe, whatever, probably doesn't really care about my next book in terms of making like the planets align and like draw, like make things happen so that
no, you don't understand. Josh's book is coming out. We have to do this.
Exactly. It's a little self-centric for me to think that that I'm bringing that into fruition, which I mean sort of runs counter to a lot of like magical lines of thought. But it does make a lot of sense to me that there might be some sort of precognitive aspect to it in that sense. The only thing that sort of makes me question that is the other times that I do experience these synchronicities are when I have sort of my faith in either my path or in my life shaken, and I'll see some sort of synchronicity that tends to reassure me, although that totally, of course, could be observer bias in that case.
True. I had in a similar sort of thing, and I don't know if you want to call it even a synchronicity, it was just something that made me laugh when it happened in a sense. I had, years ago, I was short on money, and I said, man, I could really use like $2,000 right now. And so I just out loud to the universe said, could I have $2,000? And then just continued on with things. And the next day I'm driving home and this deer runs out in front of me. And this deer was absolutely dead set of getting in front of the car. And it hits the car, just takes out the headlight, but the car slides off the road down a ravine. And this is down this steep ravine. And I'm thinking, oh, I'm dead. Because I'm doing like 60. I can't steer. I can't stop. All I see is a line of big trees in front of me. I'm like, yep, that's it. I'm dead. And the car stops like it landed on a cushion. And I'm like, how am I not dead? All right. Well, it turned out it fit in the only hole in the trees, at all, and it was the exact size of the car. So it kind of went in, slowed the car down, and stopped it. So they pull the car out. The car's mostly fine, but it wasn't worth a lot. And so I call my insurance company. They're like, we're going to total it. And I'm like, I don't want you to total it. It's totally fixable. And he's like, no, you can keep the car and fix it. He's like, but we're going to give you the value of the car. You can't put comprehensive coverage back on it. And I'm like, okay, well, that sounds fine. And he's like, so after your deductible, that would be just about $2,000.
And a dead deer.
Yeah. And I just started laughing. And he's like, what? And I'm like, no, never mind. It's just clearly a cosmic joke.
I mean, again, that's sort of a very magical thing. I mean, like Crowley used to, whenever he needed money, would go out and order caviar and champagne. He would act like he had money in order to get money, which again is sort of like a secret reworking of these sort of concepts. But I don't necessarily know.
Yeah, that concept never worked for me because I've done that before.
You just end up pouring drunk.
And Sarah, I think you started that account with the right thing to mention was that I thought about it and then I forgot it.
Right. No lust for result.
And that's it. I mean, that if you read a lot about these magical practices and whatnot, you can go from the standpoint of sigil magic, right? So you do the thing, you charge it, you forget it, and then it's incredibly hard to forget these things. It's incredibly hard to make yourself forget what you just did that you know is going to happen. After you've just convinced yourself it's going to happen, because this is what every magical practice demands is it's going to happen. That's it. It's already done. I'm just waiting, So has nobody at this table, have any of you noticed that when you think about something once and forget it or become occupied with something else, that invariably that thing will happen?
Sure. I have had opposite results. I can't attest to that. Actually, I can't, I've tried it. It has never really worked for me. I have quite the opposite, where things are presented to me and I have to address them. So I have, I guess, the exact opposite of that effect, though. I've tried that, though. I've tried the whole thing of I'm going to ask for this and then try to forget about it. And my answer to it was you ask for multiple things to where your brain, by nature, will forget, one of those kinds of things or what happens. So if you do multiple things, it makes it easier for me to forget about it. But it's never really worked out for me that way. So I don't know. Maybe. Whereas maybe that's just my manifestation of it, is the synchronicities of things. But even those I don't ask for the most part. When those things happen, it's a frustrating process.
I guess it's the point of everything that you seem to worry the most about never happens. Everything that's present in your mind that you worry with such gravity about never seems to come to fruition. But the things that you think about one time and seem to like move on quickly because something else may take your attention away from that particular thought. You know, it may be that fleeting. That is the thing that will end up happening.
I don't know. I don't know if I can agree with that. But then again, I'm not everybody, so I don't know.
and this becomes a completely different conversation for someone who is diagnosed OCD like me. Like it's you know, because you end up worrying about things that are negative that you don't want to happen, and it sort of muddies the waters in general.
Maybe it comes down to a thing of a frame of mind. You have to be in the proper frame of mind to make it work. Because again, that's one of the tenets of magic too. It's like you said, you have to believe it's going to happen. And because I'm not necessarily a believer in the practice of magic, though I do find the studies of it very fascinating, maybe that's why it doesn't work that way for me.
And in the chat room, Steve Ray says, couldn't those recurrent choices be a form of temptation from an adversary? And he says, and to Joshua, on a similar note, why presume that it's God breaking into his orderly universe to sink out at you? Aren't there fae folk themselves that resonate as a source for the lesser high strange, especially since they probably would notice you, what with all the books you write on them?
Yeah, well, I think that's Steve. The omnipresent Steve Ray, as I like to call him. I think that's something that I've sort of become a lot more interested in with my interest in sort of magical practice is this idea of intercessor spirits. Still being a Christian, I tend to think of those in patron saint terms, but those who tend to practice more robust forms of magic would absolutely say, like, there are higher powers that you just cannot approach on your own. You have to sort of find some sort of more relatable spirit and do something with them, and at that point they will intercede for you. And I'm going to be sort of deliberately oblique about this, but I think that there's some very strong arguments that are in support of that in terms of making some sort of not sacrifice in like a pagan sort of way, but a sacrifice in terms of some sort of sacrifice of time or sacrifice of intention to something that's a little bit more tangible, a little bit more on your own level that can intercede for you with some sort of higher power. I think there's something to that.
I was going to say, because that's Christian practice, essentially, not to be rude or belittling in any way, shape, or form. We've discussed this on my show, where Christian faith is essentially a form of magic. Your praying is essentially a form of incantation. You're willing and you're asking for something of a higher power to intercede, to be able to do something on your behalf or on behalf of somebody else. It's the intention and the strength and the will that you're putting behind it. Even though you're praying to God or Jesus or whatever your higher form of power would be for you, since you state that you're a Christian, you'd be praying in those areas. It's all still ritual. You're still,
absolutely.
But there's a lot of people in the Christian faith where I've had this conversation, they get really offended by that. And I'm like, no, it's not. It's just how these things work, Well,
it's an easier conversation to have if you have someone coming from a Catholic or Anglican faith, where you do have these sort of this idea of patron saints that that you can actually call upon, that can sort of be intercessors. You run into a greater problem with people who are Southern Baptists, so where it's like, no, you have a direct line to God. Well, I do feel that that's true, but also, like, can't hurt to have all your bases covered in that.
Even if you still have a direct line to God, though, even in that situation of the Southern faith, you are still invoking a higher power to do something on your behalf. Be it like with magic or whatever. With magic, you're doing an invocation and you're doing a spell or whatever to get some form of power to do something on your behalf as well. So it's one of those things, like there's a book, The Long Lost Friend, which is a book on Pennsylvania hex magic.
Looking at that earlier today.
Yeah, that is essentially a Christian magic book that has very much fallen out of practice, because if you try to mention that to somebody who's in the Christian faith nowadays, well, that's all gobbledygook and nonsense, and they don't even look at it to see what it is. It's essentially a book of prayers for the most part. And that was what people, if they couldn't afford a doctor, they would get a clever man to come in, and this person would come in and perform this hex magic over somebody, but essentially it's all magic. Nowadays, that book has fallen out of practice and favor. So if you try to bring it up to somebody, they'll either laugh at you or think you're strange or something. but it is essentially a book of Christian magic. It's
right, and even in the Southern Baptist faith, you'll still find people. I would estimate that most Southern Baptists would still believe in the concept of guardian angels, which is basically the same idea. This sort of lesser spirit that sort of interacts on your behalf with the universe, with the cosmic egg.
Yes, that's a good way to put it. Now, as far as what Steve said about synchronicities with me, I don't necessarily believe that it's something from the outside trying to sway me in a bad way. If we have time, I can give you a quick story if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
Okay. When I was younger, me and my mom had a falling out. She had a lot of issues with drugs and things like that and lifestyle that I didn't really agree with. And when my children came along, I pretty much cast my mom out of my life. I said, you know what? I could never do these things that you've done in front of my kids or whatever, because be the parent that you were. So I completely lost contact with her for about 15 years. No idea where she was. No idea where she, either one of us were. I'd been told she'd moved out of state. Just completely gone. A situation came up where she was trying to find me and ran across somebody who has a very similar name to my real name and called them. And that person knew me and said, hey, your mom's looking for you. Here's her phone number. Give her a call. I said, you know what? I don't want to do that. I'm not really interested in talking to her right now. I've moved on, et cetera, so on. Fast forward again. Later on, my cousin was in a part of the state that's literally out in the middle of nowhere. It's this little town in the middle of nowhere, and they had to stop there to get gas. My mother was coming up to Michigan taking a bus, and the bus stopped in that town very quickly to let everybody use the bathroom and get some gas or whatever. And my cousin ran into my mother. Now, my cousin had ran into me a few days beforehand, and then she gave my mother my contact information, which I wasn't real happy about. But there was these situations that kept coming up involving my mother trying to get back in contact with me, and they were really out of the way, incredibly bizarre situations that there was some kind of gear somewhere, something was happening to make these things keep happening. And I kept saying, no, I don't want to talk to my mom. I don't want to talk to my mom. Finally, I gave in and did contact with her. And, we patched things up as best as we could, which was good because a few months later, she ended up passing away. But it was one of those situations where it was like the remote possibility of my cousin being in this obscure town and that bus happening to stop there and run into my cousin, and then my cousin running into me, who I hadn't seen in several years, just happened to walking into the business that I worked at and running into me. Those are the kind of synchronicities that I run into. It's like, no, my mom's looking for me. I've got her phone number. I don't want to talk to her. Somebody else. Yeah, your mom, you ran into my mom somewhere, right? Yeah, blah, blah. And then finally it was like, all right, here's a situation where I have to now deal with this. And I don't think that I can't see where that would be somebody on the outside trying to tempt me or to do anything like that with me I don't see any gain that somebody would have from the outside to try to do that kind of thing. But these are the kinds of things I run into synchronicity wise. Like they're scary. They're usually not harmful synchronicities. They're usually not bad, but they usually have forced me to confront something like job, family, just off the wall things that for one reason or other, I have to confront them in my life. I've never quite looked at them as a paranormal incident, but it's still the way that these things happen is still out there in the realm of the strange and the unusual to where, again, I go back to my wife, where my wife was like, eventually you're going to have to talk to your mom. Your mom is coming back into your life for a reason. Now, Christians or people are faced with that's God trying to put you guys back together again. Chaos people would be like, that's the universe trying to tell you need to be back together, or you need to make this kind of contact kind of thing happen. But everybody who from the outside who sees it says, yeah, this is something that, this is supposed to happen. And that's the conversation that when my wife says something, these things happen. I'm like, this is just something that's supposed to happen. So I got to deal with it, I guess, but it's frustrating because I don't want to, but it's forcing me to.
Well, it's sort of forcing you into a liminal phase of your life. I mean, I think that's sort of a nice sort of tangent that we can branch off onto.
Absolutely. And why? So let's throw this one to Jeff. Why is anti-structure and liminality, why does that stuff draw this phenomena in?
I don't know.
All right. Okay then. I always
my mentor would say that's not a productive question to ask. And I know that's a frustrating answer to get, but But right now we don't know. I've I've kind of, in recent months, come to kind of a thought about it that I think I hear George Hansen saying, that's reducing everything to a psychological aspect, and I don't think that's it. And I say to myself, well, not completely. So maybe he wouldn't react the way that I'm thinking. My thought is, as we were talking before, a lot of things about perception, the nature of human perception, what we perceive and what we don't, what the brain dampens out and what it doesn't at certain times. And I think that notion of, say, an anti-structural situation, and that is, to me is best exemplified by the couple who gets married and they buy their dream home, right? And it's a fixer-upper. And so they're living in the house, but they're also fixing it up. And so they're a new couple, number one. They're living together, number two. Big life change. Two of them right there. Probably some of the most major they're going to experience in their lives. Number three, new house. So new surroundings. Number three, renovating that house. And so what comes from that is irregular sleep patterns, not eating at the same times, perhaps not eating well, not eating what they normally do, not sleeping in the same spot, nor sleeping in the same way. So, when you talk about your home being kind of your oasis in the chaos of the world, this is the place you go to feel safe, secure, in routine. When that's cast out, this is when paranormal stuff seems. This is when you'll invariably hear these stories on these all of these ghost shows. We bought the house, and when we tore down the wallpaper, suddenly, it's like clockwork. All I ask is for anybody to kind of keep track of the story and notice when the instances begin to happen. So is that a portion of, like, you could look at it from the standpoint, environmental change is making this manifest out of nowhere. You can look at it from that standpoint. The other standpoint you can look at it from is that there is a physiological change when you are under stress, when you are under the liminal state, living the anti-structural lifestyle. And we can't also forget about that when you are renovating your home, that's a creative process. And the creative process is another big one that figures into this paranormal thing. So when all those things are going, is there a physiological change in the brain that allows you to perceive things that are already in the mix? You just don't perceive them at any other time. Is the state of being reflected by the behavior that you're partaking in? And so that allows you to perceive these strange things, which end up being a haunting, that sort of thing. Now, all that goes out the window when you think that there's an inordinate amount of UFO sightings that happen around construction sites. Well, why? Why would that matter? Then you've got things like poltergeist phenomena, which affects the environment, which shows that it can interact with the environment, with you, with your body, with your possessions, all of that. So, is it something that comes from the perception, or it's allowed to be perceived through brain chemistry changes that we don't understand yet, which then basically draws it into our quote-unquote reality, whatever that means, that then it can become unhinged from that and become autonomous on its own. Yeah, I mean, all those things are valid to talk about, but the end result is we haven't really, there's never been a serious study done, previewed. That's what we're doing next with Project Core, of the liminal state. Finding out what else is attached to liminality, what else is attached to anti-structure. Trying to find out from pinnacle cases. Wouldn't you like to know what was going on in Travis Walton's life at the time?
Yeah.
Not what he talks about in a lecture. I'm talking about what he doesn't talk about in a lecture.
Were you in an off again, on again relationship with your girlfriend?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Now he mentions that there was animosity between him and one of the other men on the crew, right? So that may have figured into something. Was that crew member new? Had he been there a while? What was his situation? He obviously had, or at least it's always been portrayed to me as like some kind of trouble with the law. He was kind of a sketchy character. So that figures in. The marginal aspects of this all figure in very nicely. I think that's like a perfect storm situation. So what draws this stuff in to manifest in front of multiple people? I mean, again, we just don't know enough about the mechanical aspects of anti-structure and liminal states enough to answer that question of why. Well, why is the $10 million question?
And then digging in a little bit deeper to that, and sort of coming back around to this idea of long term observation projects. You see a lot of skeptics who are always like, well, why are ghost hunter shows always in the dark? Why do they need to go there at night? Right. And I noticed that, that your project is from 2 a.m. to daybreak. Do you think perhaps that sort of 2 to 3 a.m. time frame has something to do with the transition into REM sleep, which is sort of possibly a liminal state, a liminal subconscious state as well, a transitional state?
Yeah, I think that there's, I mean, I've mentioned 3 a.m. to a lot of people, and I'm pretty sure that George Hansen, who again, I ping a lot of questions off of him. I don't believe he sees a lot to that, but just in my own looking around, you figure things like 3 a.m. in any given time zone, you're as far away from the sun as you will possibly be. That's an interesting fact there, right?
Well, it's also known throughout history as the witching hour, I believe, too. Or
exactly.
Is that 2 a.m.? Yeah.
I mean, you got this kind of, night to me is the most liminal thing because it's between days. So if you want to go for the between thing, there it is. You can find stuff all over.
But night seems more like an opposite rather than a liminal time. A liminal time would be like twilight or daybreak, right?
Well, think of it this way. It's also when you can't see exactly clearly. And so immediately you're marginalized by saying, I was in the dark and saw this. Well, how'd you see it when it was in the dark? So you're immediately put into that marginal state, the easily dismissed area, by being at night. These ghost hunters with the performance investigators, they do that. It's a lot of times it's for dramatic effect, but
right.
But in their defense, number one, there's nothing saying you can't do it at any time of day. But in their defense, when I did a ghost stakeout in Gettysburg at Mark Nesbitt's place, it was the quietest house I ever have spent a night in. And I was there with Jeremy Vaney, my wife, my son, and 2 of our listeners. And we were all amazed at how quiet it was. I mean, it was really quiet. And at 3 o'clock in the morning, Jeremy and I very clearly heard a church bell outside ring very loudly. And I said to Jeremy at the time, can you believe a church bell at 3 a.m.? Like, what is that about? Why they're waking up the entire town, right? And then the 2 listeners, the 2 listeners were downstairs with a recorder in a secondary room, which Mark's house from the front to the back is the oldest. The next room up is a little newer, and newer. So it gets more current as it goes forward. They were in the second oldest part of the house, and they recorded. I heard on the tape, you can hear Jason say, is that kids? And you hear Lisa say, yes, it's kids. Very strange to hear children chattering and playing. He said it was like they were playing outside. They were singing and playing. This is on record. We've got it on a camera in the stairwell towards the front of the building. It's the same noise. It stopped when I came down the steps. She said it just stopped. Now, fast forward a couple of months ahead, you find out that Jason is attracted to Lisa. Not my wife, Lisa, a listener. There's this, but he's got a girlfriend. So there's this taboo going on, which is another thing that figures into this. So out of everybody in the house, who experiences the most interesting thing firsthand of the night? The 2 people who really shouldn't have been down there alone together. It was a very unusual dynamic for that to happen. And it was at 3 a.m. Exactly 3 a.m. That place erupted. Why? I mean, I don't have a good answer for that. I mean, you can look at it as a liminal time, as far as like you were saying, Josh, with REM sleep and all of that. That's possible. It's also time that when you listen to Terrence McKenna, where he says there's the natural DMT dump into the brain. Does that play into it? And none of this is to relegate this again to the psychological. You can perceive things in altered states that you may not perceive in other places. We call those quote unquote hallucinations.
Right.
And my problem is, what does that mean, hallucination?
Well,
because
everything you take in is an hallucination. You know?
It's all psychological, right? So, so there it is. How do you define, a psychological thing and say, well, that's a hallucination? You didn't really see that, because that would be crazy. Right. That's crazy. But I don't do drugs. And a lot of other people don't do drugs or drink. And we're not crazy because we've been tested. Like, we went to the same psychiatry schools as everybody else. And here it is, non-pathological personalities are seeing weird stuff. And so there's that. So you've got brain chemistry going on. You've got all of these different liminal states and anti-structural behavior and the creative process, which I think needs to be like the third of that little group of weird frameworks to look at. The creative process, I think, is part and parcel. I think we are part of a co-creative process with this. Whether it reaches out or we reach in, it's a two-way street. I do believe that.
Well, you look at the people who've been attracted to this subject. It's always creative types.
Mm-hmm.
Myself, yourself included.
Yeah, and that goes right to the point of it's really easy. It's funny when Rojan says, when he tells people about his show, oh, well, you're weird. You're blah. Well, that's what I get. Except I don't get, well, you're weird. It's, well, you're an artist. So where did let's really examine that for a second. Like, I want to know, where did that come from? Where was it ever written that an artist is marginal because he's creative? What does that mean?
Because it implies that you're simply creating it and that you have an active imagination. It's kind of like looking at a show.
That's the surface level of it. I'm talking about, where did the stereotype of the artist is flighty? That doesn't come from that. That comes from something else. That comes from that artists throughout time. There have been effects on style. You become the creator of style, and you become. The advertising community. This is a creative endeavor. I'm in it. I've been in it for 30 years. And I laugh and I jokingly say this to people, but I say, we rule the world. We tell you what you like. Ain't this cool? Check it out. You want this, don't you? Yes, you do.
It comes from an obsession with the other world, I think, really, is what it is. It comes from an obsession with what is beyond the current trappings that we're, nailed to, as it were.
And I think it comes from, something that Jeff Kripal is really big on, which is externalizing the internal.
I would just like to state for the record real quickly that Jeff Ritzmann has just stated that he is a member of the Illuminati.
Right.
Jacques.
Yeah. I want my money. But this is what the creative process is externalizing the internal. You have an idea, you bring it to everyone else, and I think there's something to that when you're talking about the UFO phenomena, the ghost phenomena. If it's all sentient external things, are they approaching things or people or entities that they believe can best convey the event? It is so incredibly much more bizarre than people want to admit. Like the the performance abductee will talk about the little doctors and the ovum and the sperm and the alien babies and the hybrid program and all that. People that I've met for the past 30 years, like, you rarely hear that. Like, you hear things like, they had my mother with them and she's been dead for 15 years.
Right.
And you hear things like, I was here 1 minute and the next minute I was laughing about something. I don't know what I'm laughing about, but everybody's laughing with me. It's like we all told a big joke, and somewhere in the middle, I felt like somebody came into my house. Okay.
Yeah. Jumps in consciousness.
Yes. And so how does one go about explaining that, or how does one verbalize, I saw a white square in my vision and no matter where I looked, there it was, and I whited out. And to be able to tell these kinds of stories, number one, you gotta pretty much say to yourself, well, I feel this is important enough that I'm going to humiliate myself to my fellow man, which is exactly what I've done. Like, you can think I'm crazy. That's fine by me. You don't have to live with this. I do. And, and I've said this to my writer, my author friend recently. It's one thing to come on Where Did the Road Go and talk with you great people about this stuff, but it's like a whole nother level when it's standing in the floor staring you down. That's like you don't wish that on people. Like, I don't. I certainly don't.
Didn't I say that earlier?
It's just,
three people and Rojan,
it's one of those things that people, they engage with it and they like to hear about it and they find it interesting. But I think you're on a different wavelength when it's affecting your life and you have to figure out why.
And you're like me. When somebody says, how do I get into this kind of stuff? I tell them, go away. Don't get involved with it. Walk away. Stay out.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I usually tell people the same thing. It's like, you know what? Because you might open a can of worms that you're not ready to deal with. And again, I go back to my skeptical friend that we were talking about on my show where they say, well, I want to be a part of this. I want to do this. And I'm like, you can't. You don't. You're not invited to the party.
Well, I got, after I did this program the last time, I got like an email exchange for, I don't know, a couple of email exchanges where it started out with, I dearly wish, like, I've never had a paranormal experience in my life, and I dearly wish to just have one of what you experienced, just one. I just want to have one thing. And I said to him, really, like, without even thinking about it, I'm like, you have no idea what you're asking for, because, and that's the part I don't think that people get. And I don't get asked this anymore. And I'm kind of glad I don't, but people used to ask me, how do you live? Like, how do you get up and go to work and care about it? Knowing because it's like one of those things where it's not a question for me. It's only a question for the people that don't experience it. Like, I know what I see. I know what happened to me. I know what my wife and I saw, but other people don't know that. It's a mystery for them. It's no mystery for me. Yeah, the only mystery is, what is it and why?
Ultimately, you still have to get up in the morning and go pay your bills and go to work and stuff.
And that's what I tell them. I said, because what other choice do I have?
You're not going to be able to call the bank and say, I'm sorry, I can't make the house payment this week because I'm seeing a white floating square going through my living room.
Right.
The bank's not going to go, oh, well, okay, don't worry about it.
We gotcha. Right.
Yeah, you're good.
We've had aliens before, Mr. Ritzmann. It's okay. You'll get you next month.
Yeah.
No, that doesn't happen. See,
And Steve Ray says the Gettysburg sounds were both romantic omens. Do I hear wedding bells? Sounds like children on the way. And of course, you said the one guy was attracted to the girl there. So
yeah,
it seems like it's externalized.
Yeah, well, he was involved with somebody else,
right?
Who was, and I knew her. She was extraordinarily possessive. Like, she would have wrung his neck if she'd have known he was down there with her in this little room in the dark with recorders. Like, that was not good, right? And so, he expressed to me that he was interested in maybe dating this girl, and so on. So I said, look, I don't want to know about any of that, but that's a really interesting point that you're going in that direction, because that didn't come out of the blue. That probably stemmed from that, guys have an attraction to a girl. They meet in a place and there's an attraction there. And whether it's reciprocal is irrelevant. The guy is interested. And so there's that taboo. Well, I got a girlfriend, but I like this girl, but I don't know. So, and I'm here, but she's not here. So all of that, that to me was like the ding, ding, ding moment where I said, okay, this could be the crux of why them, but children have been reported in the house before. So Mark did say there are two things to look for. One is a Confederate soldier or a Union soldier in the front room. And the second thing is children. And we got kids. And, you know, I got a photograph that I can't really, again, it's one of those ones that I can't exactly verify what it is. But it looks like a kid in the room that they were in, looking towards the camera. A lot of processing to get to that point, so I don't know how much of it is pareidolia and not, but it's interesting, you know, and it's down on Mark's wall in his house now for people to see. What I make of it, I don't know. All I know is the 3 a.m. And by the way, that church bell doesn't happen. Doesn't happen.
Mm-hmm. Is there a church in the area?
Yes, not too far. I want to say, like, if you drew a diagonal line to 2 blocks away, I think it's round about there. So if you're standing in the front of his place on the main road, if you drew a diagonal line to the right, it would be back in there somewhere. That's where it sounded like it came from. I asked Mark about it like the next day. I said, so what's with the church bell ringing at like 3 a.m.? What is that about? Because that was really loud. He's like, I have no idea what you're talking about, because that does not happen.
Have you actually heard the real church bell from the real church? Have you gone there and actually heard it?
No. And so, you know, and I said, well, we heard it. And he goes, well, that's an absurd notion because such a thing doesn't happen. Everybody in the town would be awakened.
Yeah.
And I said, well, that's what Jeremy and I said. Now, curiously, only Jeremy and I heard it. Nobody else in the house heard it. Everybody else was downstairs doing their little walkthroughs and EVP sessions. Jeremy and I were upstairs, and we heard it. And we looked at each other like, what? So, again, this selective tunneled experience where it's only, I'm going to only take 2 of you and give you this. I'm only going to take these 2 downstairs and give them that. This very targeted experience, this very personal experience, that's been a long-held hallmark of the UFO and the ghost phenomena, is almost tailor-made experiences for an individual. You know, this is not going to like governmental agencies to ask for permission. This is going right to the individual. So, I mean, it is a personal experience. I mean, it's the antithesis of that statement. So, make all that what you will.
Okay. All right. It almost seems like it's a feedback loop sometimes, too. Like it may not be an external thing that we're interacting with at times. It's just us feeding back into reality somehow.
Jeff has a thing that he says for this, and I'm going to cut it off and say it for him. He's made the comparison. There's a song from Pink Floyd called Run Like Hell, where it's got the echo at the beginning and it goes out and it echoes back. Mm-hmm. And he's compared that to this before.
It is. Because if you take an analog delay and you hit one note, ka-kunk, and it goes ka-kunk, ka-kunk, if you turn the frequency up on that, in other words, repeat it more, not only does it feed back onto itself and become something else, but it gets extraordinarily weird, right? So how weird is it that we're putting out frequencies like aliens and UFOs and all this stuff, and it comes back to us as aliens and UFOs, but it comes back like, yeah, I'm an alien, but here's a piece of cake. Like, what? So it's, you know, or...
I'm going to go to your fridge and grab a Coke. What?
Yeah, I mean, so it's this self-negating, weird, bizarre beyond words experience is what it comes back at, almost as if it's an out of control response to your initial click. I
tend to wonder if,
you know,
using the trickster theory, I tend to wonder if this is something that's just not messing with us, having a good laugh. And it's like, all right, let's tweak this a little bit to see just how much we can mess with this person. You know, because it's bad enough someone to say, yeah, I had an alien in my house, but they're not going to say, I had an alien in my house and he gave me a piece of cake and then he went and got a Coke out of the fridge. It's like, all right, I might be able to believe you had an alien in your house, but I'm not going to believe that it gave you a Coke and a piece of cake. Yeah, you know, and this thing's going, okay, this is great. Now let's see what we can do.
I mean, go ahead, Josh. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was just going to say that I would argue that whatever the liminality of existence that the phenomena tends to be attracted to, that sort of reinforces that. It reinforces the absurdity. It reinforces the anti-structural nature of that experience. So I think it's sort of like it's almost sort of amplifying the sort of environment that's drawn to in the first place.
Yeah, exactly. And the I guess the thing to mention the most in a discussion about all this is when you say trickster theory, we're not really talking about like an entity. Like, I know what your comparison is, Rojan, with the notion of, it's getting a good laugh and all that. Mm-hmm. But, I think a lot of people make that mistake because a lot of people who really don't know trickster theory that well, like, try to make it out to be like a Joker entity that's doing these things, pulling these strings. But it's really more like abstract thought, more so than that.
I don't think that is the answer, but I think it is a answer. I think that it could be something out there that's just doing this and having a laugh, but I don't think that is the only card in the deck here.
No,
by any means. But it's something that could be out there. Like, you know what? It's just this person's into UFOs. Let's do this. Let's just have a little bit of fun with them. Or it could be any number of things, that are along those lines. And
you can go from the standpoint that that there is. This is what I can deduce in my own head if I can verbalize this right. If you want to look at trickster theory, so you say to yourself, well, it self-negates. It deals with marginal events and liminal personalities and liminal places and things. Everything seems to be working against itself from being believed. And like Jacques Vallée said, to talk about this experience with 100% honesty is to be thought a fool, right? Mm-hmm. So, and that is absolutely true. So why is it self-negating? Well, it's that by simple, deduction says, well, it's hiding something. It's being purposefully deceptive because it's putting something up in front of what we're going for an answer, no matter what tangent you want to approach this from. Okay, it's putting something up to block us. The question is, what is it hiding?
Is it hiding something, or is it trying to show us the outline of something we can't see directly?
And that could be the other possibility. Right?
And see, I have a third tangent, which is it will try to express itself in cultural normative ways that will leave all the other people who are hip to the high strange aspects completely out in the wilderness,
right.
So like if there isn't sort of disclosure movement, it will not really address the real issues that we all have with this experience.
Well, why should it? It's right. What would be the point of that? Yeah. I don't. There's again. Going back to my trickster thing is what purpose would that serve? I don't understand what that would, if anything, it would take it and add to it. It would take that and throw it into the slurry to mix more with it.
But it's an inversion on that old adage that I think might have originated with The Usual Suspects film. The greatest trick the devil pulled was that he didn't exist. Well, perhaps the greatest trick that the UFO phenomena could pull was that it does exist in some sort of concrete way, which sort of turns everything on its head, and it leaves, it's sort of like a double cross, double agent sort of thing where it turns the tricksterism on its head. Like, I'm being double tricksy, and now you're all screwed because. Yeah. Yeah.
Let's take all this stuff that some people are sure they believe in and a lot of people aren't sure they believe in. Let's just mix it all up and throw it out there because none of it can be proven. So right. that becomes the playground at that point.
And I think if you listen to, I think Terrence McKenna has the best UFO story to talk about the marginal, the liminal, the anti-structure, all of that. The guys in the Amazon, they're experimenting with mushrooms. In his defense, he is familiar with every kind of hallucinatory drug that is possible and their effects. He's experienced all of them. He is lightly intoxicated on mushrooms. He has a UFO sighting. It passes over him at very close range, and it's a Adamski's flying saucer, which is nonsense.
It looks demonstrable fake as hell, he said.
Nonsense. Yes, it's fake as fake can be. And so if that, I think, and
you could see the string on it.
I mean, I in my own goings with this stuff, I have been exposed to things that I go, there's no way I'm buying that. There's no way that could possibly be real, because I know that is not true. And yet there it is. And
have you ever been inclined to just look at it and say, all right, I know you're just messing with me, so what's the point here? Have you ever had that moment where you've just wanted to laugh at it?
Usually, most times, I'm a little worried about where is it going and where am I? When it comes to a UFO sighting type thing, like my eyes don't go off of it, and I'm looking for the nearest thing I can get under, even though that doesn't matter.
Because no matter how innocuous you think it is, it still has some very real physical repercussions.
I think there is. Yeah, I think that to call this an interesting subject is true, but I think that people need to be aware that there is a sort of implied threat about it that I don't think you can really ignore. Not after this long of people experiencing what they have. There is something to be feared in it, I do believe. But by the same token, when we talk about how it manifests, and you talk about the bizarreness of it and all of that, imagine if you're a consciousness that is expressing itself in a multitude of ways. The UFO is one manifestation, the alien is another. I had remarked earlier that if you cut a UFO in half, I don't think there's anything in it. Mm-hmm. It's empty. It's a symbol. It's a representation of something else. It's a representation of a consciousness or something like that that's expressing itself, but it's doing so in a way that, like Sarai said earlier, represents a cultural filter. Well, so people see one thing.
It's a hollow chocolate Easter bunny, right?
Yes, and on one hand, it's begging you to take a bite. For probably some reason that goes along the lines of being able to manifest better or more frequently. But on the other side of things, if you take a bite, it goes boogity, boogity, boogie, and you recoil in abject horror. But by that same token, that you can live with that. You can say that. But when you express fear at something that maybe doesn't understand the modality of communication, its response is, oh, you want, I'm just going to say fear, but it would just know the emotion that's coming at it. You know what I'm saying? Like if you go to some other planet and you meet the lesser evolved being and you say, hi, I'm Soraya, and it looks at you and goes, nah! What is your reaction going to be? You're going to go, okay, nah! Right?
Yeah.
So if it says, oh, you want to be scary, I can be scary. And there you have it. Or
what about the people
you were waking up out of a dream and you've got all these weird things jumbled in your head. I can be that too.
It's like, okay, what about the situation? Well, I was enveloped by a beautiful light and I just felt so calm and at peace. And, You
haven't met people like this?
No, I mean, what about those kind of people then? For the most part,
those are the people that come out from a sense of innocence. I mean, look at Dorothy Izot. She had positive experiences at the onset until her preacher said, what you're experiencing is of the devil. And then all of a sudden the next day she said things were scurrying into corners.
That falls apart when you have people who have near-death experiences who have led this very antagonistically atheist lifestyle. And have negative near-death experiences. Not necessarily, not that I'm demonizing atheists in any sort of way, but like you see that's a recurring motif,
right? I don't know. I mean, there's not one puzzle piece that fits at all.
There's one thing that we have to take into account, though, and I think I mentioned this when Jeff was on my show earlier, is that we are a special kind of person. We deal with this stuff. We study this stuff. We talk to people. We're kind of immersed in this murk ourselves. But you take an average person that's from everyday life, that's going to work, paying their bills, doing whatever, and they have an experience and they have no frame of reference, and something happens to them. It's a completely different kind of world. It's a completely different kind of thing for them. I I was talking before about like when I saw the thing that I saw a few years ago, floating down the road or whatever the heck it was, even being submersed in everything that I've been doing, researching this stuff for years and stuff like that. Even as I'm looking at it, trying to figure out what it was, I remember I wanted to call Jeff Ritzmann that night. Again, it was at 3:00 in the morning. It was a witching hour.
I was up, so
I know. I wish I had called you because I don't know what you would have told me, because I would have been like, Jeff, this is what I'm seeing right now. This is what's going on. Blah blah blah. I just wanted to tell somebody that wouldn't think I was completely nuts. I told Jeremy, and Jeremy was like, well, what would I have been able to tell you? I'm like, I don't know. But I remember after it was all over with thinking, I'm like, if I was average Joe and I was, doing my thing at work that night, I didn't know what was going on or whatever, and I saw this thing going down the road and I had nobody I could talk to, because if I were the average Joe Schmo who just had this experience, I wouldn't be able. Would I tell people? What would they think of me? Would they laugh at me? And even after a while, I got to a point where I didn't want to talk about it at all anymore either. But I could easily see where somebody would say, you know what, I just had this happen to me. And then they start getting involved with the quote unquote wrong crowd, because those are the people that are willing to listen to them and say, oh yeah, you saw this? Well, this is what it was. This is the Space Brothers that are coming here. And, we're different though. We've studied this stuff and we know the charlatans and stuff to look out for. But the average person that has an experience like this, you can see how somebody would go down the wrong path and get involved in the wrong stuff.
But do you see the notion that you saw this thing, and it's a big if this was the phenomena that you witnessed, okay? Let's take it from that it is, okay? Is it lost on you that the notion of that is you're easily dismissed from that? Like, to talk to the average Joe, like you're saying, it's easy for the average Joe to dismiss you because you're already into this weird stuff and you're already easily dismissible.
Well, when it happened, right after it happened, I immediately went on Facebook because I wanted to have some kind of place to document. I said, this is what just happened to me. And almost instantaneously, I remember I got off of work several hours later and deleted the post, but it was immediately, Rojan's seeing little green men and blah, blah,
there
blah.
You are. Yeah.
And I was like,
what did you see, Rojan?
Okay, I was at the time. I'll tell the story quickly.
Okay. Yeah, we're
at the time, I was okay. How much time do I have? I'll put it that way.
Just go.
Okay, I was working midnights as a job. I was delivering bread to nursing homes and hospitals and schools. I was going down this back road that I had gone down every single night. So, and the clouds were low that night. It was rain. It was in November, and I looked over and I saw a circular pattern of lights. One would get dimmer, the next one would get brighter, that one would get dimmer, the next one would get brighter. It was doing it in a clockwise fashion, moving down the direction of this road. And at first I said, oh, they must have put a new cell phone tower up or something, and that's what the lights are. And I got to the intersection and I looked down the road and it was moving away from me. So I parked my truck, got out, walked in the middle of the intersection, looked down the road, and it was moving away. So I'm like, well, I never at my point did I go, that's a UFO. I'm like, that's not going to be a plane. I'm going through, what is this? So I knew all this stuff. I stuck my hand out, put my thumb out, measured how big it was from my down my arm. It was about the size of a nickel by the size of my thumb with one eye closed and all that stuff. And I'm like, well, it can't be a blimp because of the temperature. And I was going through all this stuff. And then it faded out and it reappeared going in a completely different direction. And it just rematerialized, for lack of a better word, going into a different direction completely. And then it disappeared again and reappeared at a point between those 2 points going into another direction. And then it completely faded out. None of this happened really fast, but up until the point I was completely convinced that I was seeing some kind of a plane, but I just didn't know what it was. It was a curiosity. Once I saw it disappear and then reappear and then do it again, then my brain, that was the weird point where my brain was like, you're not looking at a plane. You don't know what the heck you're looking at. And it didn't make any sense. And that sense of disconnect of like, okay, now I'm seeing something other than what I can comprehend. That was what really tweaked me and what bothered me. And then after it completely disappeared, I mean, I didn't get anything out of it. I wasn't given the secrets to the universe. I wasn't abducted. I wasn't probed. I didn't have any missing time. I literally just saw lights going down the road in the sky. There was an airport in the direction that it was going, so I kept assuming that's a plane or something, but it was going way too slow for it to be a plane. And then that was what really screwed me up. And even knowing what I know and doing the stuff that I've listened to and listening to Jeff and listening to everybody over all these years, explain the stuff, when it happened, I still could not wrap my head around the fact that I had saw something beyond my realm of comprehension to easily be able to explain away. And especially when it disappeared. And I've had, you saw a drone. I've had people, before I even get a quarter of the way into the story, you saw a drone, you saw this, you saw that. And I've seen there's either people that flat out believe you, which I question, because it's like, well, are you believing me because you know me and you're just trying to be a good friend, or do you legitimately believe me? And then you've got the other ones that are stark, no, you didn't see a UFO. Or what it comes down to in the end is the one that I hate, the one that the go-to that I hate using and I hate hearing is, well, I don't think you saw something, but I think you believe that you saw something. In both situations, the people who believe and the people that don't, I always go back to, you know what? You weren't there. You can't understand. You just cannot understand until you've actually seen this kind of thing in person.
And that's always been my stance when someone tells me a story, is that we can't judge what that experience was because we weren't there.
And at the same time, their disbelief in what happened to me doesn't invalidate my experience.
No.
So it's one of those situations where I don't like to tell the story to people like I used to, because number one, it's not going to change anything. So nobody really needs to know about it. And the other thing is, I don't want to hear one way or another if they agree with me or don't agree with me, because I really don't have a stance to go on. And you kind of get to a point where you're just like, all right, whatever. But what amazed me is when I first posted that it happened, everybody was like, oh, Rojan's seeing little green men and blah, blah, blah. And that was frustrating, because it's like, no, I'm not going to lie about this. I don't, I had one listener that said, call me up, talk to me. So I called him up and I said, hey, the first person I talked to, literally minutes after it happened, I'm going, blah, 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 I'm going a million miles an hour. I'm like, yeah, man, you saw a UFO. And yeah, my car's in the shop. The transmission went bad on it and I got to get it fixed. And it's like, all right, I got to go. But I love the guy. He's still a listener of the show, and I don't blame him, but I don't think I slept for like 2 days solid. And again, every night I would go by that road. A couple of nights I stopped. I went there in the daytime, and for a while I locked on it, and I locked on it really intensely. Eventually I just, nothing's going to come out of this, The
Did
next
you go
night,
out at night for it?
Oh yeah, because I went down that same road every night because I worked every night, working midnight. So I passed that location the very next night I stopped. The night was clear, and a police officer saw me standing in the middle of the road. He was on patrol, and he eventually pulled me over down the road and gave me a ticket for something stupid, which I got thrown away in court. But I didn't want to tell him, yeah, officer, I saw a UFO last night, and I was just here looking, to get bearings of where everything was in a clear night and whatever. I just kind of went along with it, but the ticket was dismissed and stuff. But I went back there in the daytime. And if people have asked me if I had to do it over again, what would you do different? I said, I would have gotten in my truck and turned down the road, and I would have went towards it. Just something to be more material other than what any kind of more sensory, more I could have got out of it would have been beneficial in some way or another. I don't know how or what, but even the thing is the experience that.
You there?
Here. You know? Hello?
Yeah.
Okay.
I heard the experience and then it cut.
No, the experience I had was nothing that spectacular.
But it had an effect on you.
Yeah, like right now, every time I tell the story and get into it, I go back to it again, which is why I'm talking at a million miles an hour right now. But, it's like when I told Jeff, I was like, man, I wish I'd have called him as it was happening to say, this is what's going on right now. This is what I'm seeing. And the reason that I didn't is when Jeff was on the show, and I remember him saying, when people call me and say they see a UFO, I don't even want to talk to them anymore unless they can tell me how many windows were on the ship. And I'm looking at it, I'm like, I don't see any windows. I can't call Jeff. And that was literally why I did not call him.
See, that doesn't go for you guys. So just so you know, I'm up till like 3:00 every night. And,
but had I called you and said, Jeff, this is what I'm seeing right now, what would you have told me? I wouldn't expect you to give me any answers or whatever, but I've always been curious. If I had called you and said, Jeff, this is what I'm seeing right now, I don't expect you to give me an answer. I just need to tell you what's going on.
I mean, what my first reaction would probably not have been to your benefit to do, which is stop the truck, get out.
I was already out.
Look at it, and take it in. Like throw everything you got open to it, and really, really permanize the memory,
I did
get that in. And that usually happens by virtue of what it is. But you talk about going back and that you never saw it again, and this, that, and the other. And I'm down with what you're saying. And here's the thing, kids, don't try this at home. I'm not kidding. Don't try this at home.
No, don't. I'll say that too, because it does. even knowing what I know and everything that I'm involved in, it still tweaked me a little bit.
But
I still
here's
haven't
the
told my
thing.
wife about it.
If you had gone back at night and found a place to park where you wouldn't have got hassled by the fuzz, right?
Yeah.
So you go back and you park. I can pretty much tell you, and I don't know how I can say this with such assurance other than I know because I've done it 5 days in a row, every night. Back there, thinking about it, looking for it, and it would have been there 5 days.
I drove there every night for work, and I never saw it again. And I would always stop and look.
Staying. I'm talking not like.
Yeah, I don't think I want to go back and deal with it again.
Well,
though.
that's it. That's just it. That's
I think
just
I'm fine.
You know, it demands. It seems to demand some sort of devotion to itself, which ties into like focus and intent and all of that. Like, what is your intent coming here? To stand here in the dark, you know?
I remember thinking, I'm like, okay, what am I supposed to get out of this? Okay, I'm seeing some lights and it disappears. And I'm like, if this is supposed to be some kind of a message for me or something, I'm not getting anything out of this except for now I'm a half hour behind at work.
Well,
you know,
and again, my question to you would after it was all over, my question to you would have been, and you don't have to answer this on air by any stretch, but again, what is going on? Look at what's going on in your life. Look at what you're doing. Look at your life situation. Look at your stress levels. All of these things, depending on how close it was. Was this meant for you? It stands to reason it probably was, that when you think to yourself, this can't be what I'm seeing, and then it makes a reaction by virtue of that thought to make you know, no, it really is what you're seeing. That goes back to my thing from 20 years ago telling
people. And I must have really irritated it because I didn't walk away with any kind of greater message other than, okay, now I'm screwing with you. And it's
that is the message. The message is, you're here. I see you. You see me. You know, this is the thing about UFO sightings, you know? That's the thing about UFO sightings that is amazing to me is like when you witness something like that, I think it's pretty safe to say with a pretty good percentage of certainty, I could say, if you see it, it sees you.
Yeah.
Okay. And by that virtue alone, I would have told you, think to yourself, come over here, come closer, or get further away from me or do something to let me know what's going on. Now, I'm not saying it would have responded and said, okay, here's this.
Tim Benall said the same thing. He said I was an idiot because I didn't try to talk to it.
I'm telling you, I laughed too. When I first thought of that, I laughed too. I said, that's ridiculous. But no,
I didn't talk to it. I sat there and looked at it and tried to figure out what it was.
Right. Right.
You should have talked to it.
And the idea that you think it's some kind of aircraft, that's by no means like, that's completely like what I thought. At my pinnacle event with my wife, it's like, yeah, that's got to be some kind of stars or a plane of some kind, but why is it still? And you're just trying to turn it over in your head because your eye is seeing something that your brain is saying can't be possible. And there it is. So,
all right. So that will conclude this segment or this collection of shows. I'm going to put another one up in a few days, hopefully, cleaning them up, editing them down a little bit. Yeah, because I figure this is the best way I can think of to pay tribute to so many great ideas that Jeff had and just stupendous ways of looking at this stuff. Jeff used to say about people who had passed away, as regards these mysteries of the universe, now they know. So, Jeff, I hope now you know, and you will be missed. You have been listening to Where Did the Road Go? This show is made possible in part from our Patreons, and we thank you and everyone listening for helping us continue this exploration of the strange. You can always find everything Where Did the Road Go related at www.wheredidtheroadgo.com. And thank you so much for your support.